man, am I up? Oh, look at this. I'm up. Woo! Yay! I have time for a Saturday. Alright. Oh, that's right. I was supposed to do this, I think. See if this works. Do-do-do. Ha! That's hilarious. Alright, now that that's thrown out there into the ether, let's get back to this video.
Morning, everybody. Happy Friday. How's everybody doing?
Doing great.
Excellent. Got a bunch of stuff to get to. Ryan's going to give us a flotilla update. We've got some Mayor Pete weighing
just
in
now realized
on
my headset wasn't
Israel
even
and
on.
Gaza spreading misinformation. We've got the most horrific ice
Sitting
raid
here
and
talking and
trampling
no one was
of
hearing me. But
everybody's
anyway,
rights.
I'll
That I
jump
can
right into
imagine.
it.
We got shutdown updates. We got Riyadh updates. We got all kinds of stuff to get
No
to.
music
this morning,
intro
right,
today.
Griffin?
And
Right
most
into it.
importantly, Taylor Swift's new album. You know, potentially the worst thing we'll have to talk about all day.
And the Diddy song
There's a
today.
new album? Like a new album? I didn't even see this.
Apparently came out just in time for my birthday, so we're gonna break all that down. We're gonna get
welcome
copyright struck.
to
It'll be great.
whoever
Emily, are you excited?
joined.
I didn't know it was your birthday, Griffin. Happy birthday.
I'm excited
do
for his
it.
birthday.
That's right. Everyone in the comments, you have to be nice this time, okay?
Who's in here?
All right.
Always love you, Griffin. You're like fan favorite.
I don't read them,
His
but they do get
mustaches.
sent to me. I read the emails. I don't read
Alright.
the comments. Okay. All right. Well, let's get right into it. Let's start with some flotilla updates. Now, the majority of the flotillas have been intercepted on their way into Gaza, and this video was released by
Game
Ben
volume super
Gavir
loud.
taunting some of the flotilla activists. Let's take a listen.
He's calling them terrorists. In case you
Yeah.
didn't get that.
They're murderers.
He knows all about murderers.
All right, so that's most of it. It goes on from there, and there's other videos of the IDF boarding the ships, and it seems like their new angle is that there was actually they're showing there's no aid on these ships actually, and that it was all a PR stunt. Ryan, where are we at with all of this, and especially with your drop site correspondent Alex?
Well, he's with everybody else, and as we understand, basically everybody has been moved to a space inside the Kityat prison, which is down in southern Gaza, notorious as a torture camp. But our understanding is that they're all being held together
Okay,
in
there we go.
a,
It's
in
a
a
little bit
big,
more
in a big
manageable
space,
volume.
like you saw there, actually, in the background of that video. No, we haven't gotten any reports of any significant violence.
Man, I definitely need a third screen.
Or any mistreatment other than being illegally taken into custody. They were not in Israeli waters when the Israeli warships boarded and captured them. The International Court of Justice has an order in place instructing Israel that they are forbidden from blocking humanitarian aid into Gaza. So not only did they not have the authority to board the ship, they were actively flouting the ICJ when they boarded the ship. Israel claims that it was enforcing a legal naval blockade, but that assertion is rejected by the International Court of Justice.
I also want to just sit for a second with Ben Gvir having the audacity to call them terrorists when, first of all, what are they doing? They're trying to bring in like baby formula to people who are being starved to death. And second of all, he is a literal convicted terrorist. So, talk about projection here. Convicted in Israel of support for terrorism.
And I was wondering if either of you could address, like, I'm seeing a bunch of Israeli propaganda videos after having boarded the ship go viral. I don't know if you guys have seen any of those being like, there was no aid on the ships, these aren't serious people. If you guys have, that's what the Israeli propaganda has been over the last 24 hours.
So Alex had told us that
they would
ship
totally show
had,
the aid if
significant quantities of particularly baby formula.
Even if it was there.
Because that's and other like kind of peanut butter style nutritional supplements that are helpful to people facing severe malnutrition.
And didn't I see that Israel had deemed peanut butter like a luxury and wasn't allowing that in whatsoever, which of course is one of the most staples of fighting malnutrition.
Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if Israel did not post videos of that. I mean, you can certainly find places on the boat that don't have aid.
Yeah. Well, it's like soldiers going through the boats and saying there's nothing in here. It was all for show. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, the Israel.
Yes, this one is the one I'm talking
about. Bring into Gaza, which explains one thing to me. I'm sure it explains to you that when we and multiple other countries offered them to take this aid and bring it to the Gazans, we could facilitate its safe arrival, they flat out rejected it.
Now, Ryan,
you guys like
how much
that
facilitating
accent?
going on? Yeah, exactly.
Well, and on that point, they did say like, okay, we'll take the aid to Ashkenaz, we'll take the aid here, and then we'll deliver it.
Start my game.
Which is
being choppy.
Just kind of an insult to anybody's intelligence. Is like, if Israel was facilitating the entry of aid into Gaza, this flotilla would not exist.
We wouldn't be here.
If we trusted you to bring in the aid, like, it's not for a lack of aid in the ports or on the trucks. Like, the ports and the trucks that surround Gaza are filled with aid. It's not that there is a lack of aid.
Right, it's not a baby formula shortage.
There's no shortage. The shortage is of a willingness by Israel to allow it to get into Gaza. They are very explicitly tying feeding and treating the population to the ceasefire that is on the table now. They explicitly include those provisions. So if this soldier has some indication that that's all fake and actually Israel will just let them in, then they should tell the negotiators that, because there seems to be some confusion among the negotiators who have made it a central part of the ceasefire offer that we will stop starving you to death if you accept these terms.
Well, but again, the drop site correspondent is on one of these boats, right? And it says there's aid on the boats. I mean, these are not huge boats, so let's not kid ourselves. It would be enough to help a couple families, but he said there was definitely, as it was packed with as much kind of baby formula as they could take, because they thought that with 50 ships there was a chance that some would get through. And so if some got through, they wanted them stacked with formula.
Is to establish a humanitarian corridor. The point is not we have sufficient aid to feed the population. The point is we need a reliable humanitarian corridor so that aid can be brought in systematically to feed and provide for a population that is being starved and displaced and bombed, etc.
So my question for you guys, are you just real quick, is like, why aren't more? I haven't seen any prominent Democrats talk about this. Like, I haven't seen AOC and Bernie talk about the flotilla. Like, what is the dangers politically that why so many people are gun shy about these, activists around the world? A lot of them American, being taken by the IDF and humiliated by Ben-Gvir. Why is no one talking about this?
I mean, I presume the same reason why they're reluctant, across the board. We do have a number of Democrats now who've said it's a genocide. You have the Progressive Caucus that has signed on to the Block the Bombs Act, so you have progress in that direction, but you still have this just incredible reluctance. And, but, it's especially noteworthy, Griffin, to your point, in the face of some European countries actually being pressured into acknowledging it, sending their, naval ships to ensure the safety, that sort of pressure. And, you also have some European politicians who are on board, were on board this flotilla, which kind of forced the hand, I think, of some of these European countries as well. When I believe, like in Italy, aren't there Italian members of parliament who were on board, and that sort of pressured Meloni to have to step up and do something, even though that was very much against what her politics are and what she wanted to do.
Shut down the general port. They had 300,000 people, Italians in the street, protesting this. In the U.S., there was, this morning there was actually a protest at the Elizabethtown, New Jersey. This morning there was actually a protest at the Elizabethtown, in New Jersey, weapons plant, which hopefully I'll have video of before we're done.
Sure did.
This show this morning, but that's dozens at most people. It should be applauded, but it's not 300,000 people. So like, people are not out in the streets here. People are not shutting the ports down. And so that changes the political calculation. So Democrats can kind of ignore it and get away with it.
Yeah.
And my game crashed.
I was just gonna share this.
My game
and
crashed.
I want to get Ryan's update on this as well. I saw Jeremy tweeting about this poll of Palestinians in Gaza that found only 8% fully support Trump's plan, 18% reject it, 25% strongly oppose, 41% want amendments. He says the New York Times interviewed 4 Palestinians in Gaza, ran this headline: many Palestinians say Hamas must accept ceasefire plan. At the same time, of course, like, we know the horror in the sense like this just has to end at any cost. And I know that was what you were hearing, Ryan, from Palestinians as well. So what's your sense of where any of that is? Right.
That's the balance. Like, pretty much everyone I spoke to had basically the same take, which is this is a rotten, corrupt bargain. But if it's take it or leave it, like, take it and live another day. Mm-hmm. That it has to end, that all this just has to stop. And so, the New York Times framing was a bit like as if people were like excited and grateful for the offer. But I think a better way to understand it is just anything that ends the suffering under any circumstances, on any conditions, any terms. End this. Like, just stop. This is torture. Like, we're dying.
Yeah.
So, but do they like the idea of Tony Blair setting up some colonial administration,
unbelievable,
funded by and backed by like Oracle software? No, I don't think you're gonna find anybody who's like, yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. But compared to dying in a famine, sure.
I mean, it seems to me like the deal is crafted to basically snuff out the Palestinian liberation movement, like to end the project completely. Is that their sense? Is that your sense? Is that in Jeremy's conversations with Hamas and PIJ officials, is that their sense?
Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah, that because if you have this enclave in this kind of dystopian techno lockdown, and people are in camps where they might even let's say they take all their phones and give them new Oracle devices or whatever that have only approved apps on them,
They already have control of their phones, forcing them to watch
Right.
Netanyahu's speeches and whatever.
And very strictly control movement, and more aggressively control in the future, like what gets in and what gets out, and then try to build a bunch of high rises or something. How they're going to do that is difficult to see, because just removing the unexploded ordnance itself is like a 10-year project, because of the vast amount of munitions that Israel dropped that haven't exploded.
Jesus.
Hiroshima levels of unexploded ordnance everywhere. And so imagine trying to then dig that out. And those unexploded
someone's
bombs
going
are
to make
pretty
a lot of
stable
money
until you
digging
poke
it
them.
out.
Yeah.
That's going
Right.
to be a boon for some contractor.
All right, let's see if this works. It
Right.
works now.
Right. And it takes forever.
And while we're wondering where the Democrats are in response to this, we've got a clip that Crystal shared with me this morning from Andrew Callahan of Channel 5, who got to interview Pete on Israel-Palestine. Let's take a listen on where the future of Dem leadership is.
Yeah, the word ends up scaring people. That becomes a huge thing because of Israel-Palestine. Yeah. Where do you stand on that stuff?
Well, I'm going to put my coffee down. There's so many things that happen with that. And what I've learned is, if you don't say all of them, people think you're abandoning them. So here's some things.
It's not true, you freaking idiot.
He thinks it's so profound.
There are unspeakable horrors taking place in Gaza. I know that those unspeakable horrors are something that was unleashed by a war that started with unspeakable horrors being perpetrated by Hamas on October 7th.
Well,
I know that.
No, it wasn't.
Of course. I mean, this goes back to 47 and it goes back before 47. But this is exactly my point. The moment you say anything, but the moment I talk about disgust at babies being put in ovens and people being flayed by Hamas on October 7th, somebody says, well, you're not talking about the history of the Nakba and what happened with the displacement of Palestinians. And the moment I express disgust at watching people in Gaza being starved, somebody says, we must be excusing what happened with Hamas. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
There is nothing intrinsically anti-Semitic about speaking up for the rights of Palestinians. At the same time, a lot of people I know who lie awake at night worried about their kids going to college or walking the streets, hear expressions of support for Palestinian civilian life, and think about the fact that even though nothing about that makes you soft on anti-Semitism, the experience has been that those two things, expressions of support for Palestinian civilian life and expressions of anti-Semitism, have sometimes traveled together, because there is in fact an explosion of anti-Semitism going on in this country.
So what are we to make of that, folks?
I mean, he got filleted for going on with the pod save guys and having
metaphorically.
Yes, absolutely nothing to say. And clearly he learned nothing from that, because however long that answer went on, he said literally nothing. And his biggest upset is that people are mad at him for trying to both sides, for not being willing to take a clear stand. He's like, I don't get it. Why, when I say babies are baked in the oven, which is a literal lie, why do people correct me on that? Why do people want me to take a clear moral stand here? I don't get it. Why can't I just bullshit this the way that I do literally everything else? And I just, at this point, I actually am pretty shocked that he did the babies baked in the oven thing, because that has been dispelled since 1 week after October 7th. That was one of the first things we figured out. I mean, those of us who had intellectual capacity knew it was a lie immediately, but that was one of the first things that we found out. Oh no, this was just utterly and completely made up. And yet here he is, almost 2 years into a genocide, still repeating atrocity hoaxes. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and talking about filleting people and babies baked in ovens almost 2 years later, it just reflects a real extraordinary lack of not just courage, but any curiosity around the actual event itself. But he does seem to have genuine frustration that his whole thing here doesn't work. This is his thing. And Obama does this too, but Buttigieg is even much more of an offender, where instead of
Buttigieg is like Timu Obama on this.
Exactly, exactly. But instead of answering a question, you state a bunch of facts and often you state facts that are somewhat in tension with each other, and it gives an audience a sense that you're being thoughtful, and you hope that in all of that smoke, they don't notice that you actually never answered the question. You just kind of reformulated the question in a series of assertions.
Yeah.
And he's very upset that trick doesn't work here.
And here's the thing.
You can tell that frustration is real.
And here's the thing that he doesn't get is like liberals used to eat that shit up, right?
Yeah.
That Obama style, like, oh, let me demonstrate all the intellect that I have and all these facts. All these facts that I can lay at your feet. Yeah. Oh, he speaks in paragraphs. So intelligent. No. Liberals, I'm not just talking about leftists. Liberal Democrats, right? That I've had it, gals. They are not they want you to give an answer. They want you to be a leader. They want you to have moral clarity. And because if you can't say 2 years into a genocide, this is a genocide, it's outrageous, it needs to stop, I'm disgusted with myself that I was complicit in it. If you can't say that, how are you going to stand up to Donald Trump? Like, that should be, it should be easy to oppose a genocide. And if you can't do that, how am I going to trust you to fight on any number of other things? So, like, if this man thinks that he has a prayer of being the nominee in 2028, first of all, 0% of black people continue to support him. That's number one. Number two,
literally is 0%.
Literally zero. Number two, wildly out of touch with where the Democratic base actually is at this point. They are disgusted with leadership. They are raring for a fight. They are horrified by what we've been involved in Gaza. And they are looking for people who have the slightest shred of moral integrity to actually be willing to take a stand there, rather than low-key continuing to smear people who stand up for Palestinian rights as being anti-Semites.
That answer was not the answer of a politician who is in touch with his own party's base. It was the answer of somebody who's vaguely aware of where the polling is and knows that he has to try to find a way to sound profound. Like, that was the most ridiculous part of the interview, is how he's acting like he is he's come up with some novel way to communicate about this intractable problem. And it sounds like somebody who's vaguely aware of the polling, but also has those donors chirping in his ear. And for Republicans and Democrats, we had a great glimpse of what this actually looks like when the New York Times confirmed Gray Zone reporting about Turning Point donor Robert Shulman, who is apparently like a father to Charlie Kirk, like a mentor to Charlie Kirk, and revoked literally millions of dollars and cut himself off from Turning Point USA, not because Charlie Kirk said anything, but because Charlie hosted Tucker Carlson and Dave Smith at a Turning Point conference recently. That is the magnitude of the pressures. But if Buttigieg can't stand up to them, then he should stay the hell off the podcast circuit, because it's not going to get any better for him until he is honest.
Yeah. You know, the crazy thing to me is back in the Tea Party era, you had this major upset, like calamitous, shocking upset of Dave Brat over Eric Cantor. And most Republicans looked around at that and said, holy shit, this is a different landscape. I better adjust. I better be looking to my right. I better be paying attention to these like nobody weirdos who are primarying me. Like, I need to get it together. Democrats had that moment. That moment was Zoran Mamdani beating Andrew Cuomo by 12 points, right? A landslide, totally reshaping the electorate. Polls were wildly off, coming out of nowhere, destroying this like legacy political figure. And instead of really taking that in, they have layered themselves with all kinds of, well, it's New York City. Well, I don't know. That doesn't really count. Well, I'm not really paying attention to that race. Well, I think it's really because, you know, he's sort of like abundance-ish, and that's why people like it. Right? You know, I mean,
he's young and handsome.
Right. He understands social media. That's what it really is his mom's a film director, so he's got these like great videos. Maybe if I just make some like quick cut vertical recorded videos, maybe I too can capture this magic. Like, they either dismiss it entirely or they come up with the dumbest possible reasons why they think he won, so that they can avoid learning the very clear lessons that the message that was sent to them through that election. And so I think you are going to have some Democrats who are really caught unawares by primary challengers, by major figures who are
Unawares.
taken out. I don't know who or what that's going to be, but I think they are going to be in for some major surprises this year because they have done everything they possibly can to avoid learning the lessons that are transparently in front of them right now.
This is one of my favorite polls. You just see favorability for the Democratic Party. This is Gallup in July. Among Democrats is really right now similar to the levels that it was among Republicans in the Tea Party years. So it's not even just like these obvious examples of Mamdani, Bernie almost beating Hillary and almost beating Biden, and AOC beating Joe Crowley. I mean, Democrats have had this gift of waking up to where the base is handed them on a silver platter over and over and over again.
And Emily, what about MTG? Look at MTG out here. She's got like some of the most like small dollar contributors. Like, is she more in touch with her base than the rest of the party? And is she like on this issue alone? Like, is this catapulting her to some new echelon?
I mean, it always depends with Republicans because there's a ton of daylight between people who say like, oh, wrap up the war, but are still like ardently supportive of Netanyahu and Israel. So it's always hard to know what it means when a Republican says at this point to a pollster that they support Israel or not. But she's definitely more in touch with the millennial Gen Z Republican voter. That's for sure at this point. So we'll see going forward. Her small dollar donations are something that should also be eye-opening to Republicans.
Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't overstate the amount of the Republican shift because still overwhelmingly Republicans are pro-Israel, right?
Yeah.
And see the world more through like they're our ally and, you know, they're more like us or whatever the worldview is. I can't even really wrap my head around it at this point. So most of the shift, boomer Republicans are still right where they've always been. Lockstep, Israel by and large, on board with, you know, what Trump is doing and the everything for Netanyahu's strategy. They're totally there. It's really just among young Republicans that you begin to see a split. But that's, you know, I mean, I feel like Israel is kind of freaking out about that. I feel like that's a big part of the reason why they're taking over TikTok and installing Barry Weiss as editor-in-chief of CBS. Like, I can't even, you know, if you told me some of these things. Yeah, if you told me some of these things that would be reality now, like Tony Blair is going to take over Gaza and Barry Weiss is going to be editor-in-chief of CBS, I would be like, I mean, you just like, I literally could not have made it up. I could not have made it up in my mind.
All of those young viewers at CBS News, the young demographic.
It was a great birthday gift to you, though, Griffin.
That's right. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm happy for our colleagues, our sister podcast, and their success.
You're mostly happy for your friend Olivia Reingold. We all know that's what it is.
I like content creators. So why don't we move on to ICE? We've got some horrible news stories over the weekend, and this one really struck Crystal that she wanted to share. This was happening in Chicago, I believe, where the use of Black Hawk helicopters was used. Let's take a listen to a little bit from the local news.
She says they took everyone and then asked questions later.
They just treated us like we were nothing.
Patricia Fisher says she came out to the hallway of her apartment complex on the corner of 75th and South Shore Drive in her nightgown around 10 Monday night, only to find ICE agents yelling police.
It was scary because I've never had a gun put in my face. They asked my name and my date of birth and asked me did I have any warrants, and I told them no, I didn't.
She says she was then handcuffed and released around 3 a.m. Fisher says she was told if anyone had any kind of warrant out for them, even if it was unrelated to immigration, they would not be released. Cincinnati video shows the chaotic scene overnight. Neighbors tell us there were dozens of ICE agents. Neighbors like Ebony Watson says they ducked for cover as they heard several flashbangs go off.
They was terrified. The kids was crying. People was screaming. They looked very distraught. I was out there when I seen the little girl come around the corner. They were bringing the kids out too. Had them zip tied to each other. That's all I kept asking. Where's the morality? Where's the human?
Yeah, so it keeps going on, but there's more reports also of like them dragging children out into,
one should be good for now.
Out of their homes. Some of the children were naked.
Oh, I didn't want lettuce, but thanks anyway.
And so yeah, what are we to make of this?
Yeah,
especially
it's okay. I'll eat it. It looks good. Smells good.
War declaration of Chicago. I think a week or two ago is when he posted that meme of napalming Chicago. So I guess he's following up on his promises here.
Well, he also promised in that Quantico speech this week to use these cities as training grounds. By the way, that was at 44 minutes in.
Explicitly talking about unleashing military with all of the top generals assembled there against the enemy within. And like these ladies that you just saw there on the street who are American citizens who did nothing wrong, that is apparently what he means. I mean, I know that there's a lot that's shocking in the world. I know there's a lot that's shocking in the country. I really want people to sit with what happened here, okay? They used Black Hawk helicopters in the middle of the night to rappel into an apartment building. They pulled everyone out, broke down the doors, destroyed their belongings. There were no warrants, okay? Little kids who were sleeping naked or in their underwear, pulled out crying, zip-tied together and thrown into U-Haul vans. Little American kids, okay? It wouldn't be okay if it's immigrants, by the way, but I know this is like an important distinction for a lot of people.
What did I miss?
Grown-ups, adults, seniors,
nothing.
dragged out, did nothing wrong, middle of the night.
2 days in a row,
again,
you got
unclothed, zip-tied together, thrown and detained for hours.
Rare occurrence.
For hours. No ability to make
I
a
got a
phone
little bit of
call,
homework knocked
no
out
lawyer,
earlier today,
no
so I got a
warrant,
little bit of free
nothing.
time.
Like, these are criminal acts. These are criminal acts being committed by the DHS. They have decided that our rights do not exist, do not matter. That through brute
Nothing
force,
from me.
they can literally do whatever they want to whoever
If you're not terminally
they
online,
want. That's what
miss
we're
a lot
talking about
in the
here.
political sphere.
And this isn't the only instance. New York Times had a report on a number of American citizens who've been swept up by ICE. You know, one man, he was trying to get to his work site, American citizen, veteran, Army veteran, by the way, had his windshield smashed in by ICE. They shot pepper spray in his face, and they pulled him out, arrested him, and held him for 3 days. No call, no lawyer,
you get much,
nothing.
yeah, I got like a full 8 hours.
They think they can do whatever they want. And that's what I want people to really understand.
Love those days where
okay?
I don't have to set an
This
alarm
is about
and I can
immigration,
just
but
sleep
it's
as
also
long
not
as my
about
body needs
immigration.
to.
This is about a regime that thinks they can literally act with impunity because they have the power and they have the guns. Some of these Democratic mayors and governors, like, law enforcement needs to protect these citizens. They are being abused. They're being assaulted. They're having their rights violated. They're having their possessions destroyed. This apartment complex may not even open up again. They may be completely displaced. I just,
Like a few minutes ago,
I am completely
you haven't
floored.
already
I'm
dinner too?
without
Yeah,
words.
got
Like,
some
it's hard
quesadillas.
for me to
Actually,
be
it's kind
shocked
of
by
a
what this administration does
normal
at this
time
point
dinner
when
because
you're
it's like
talking
8
about
already.
pulling naked kids out of their beds, zip tying them together, and throwing them in the back of a U-Haul van in the middle of the night. How can anyone, I don't care if you love Trump or hate Trump or you're anti, whatever, I don't know how anyone morally justifies this and feels okay with it and thinks that it doesn't directly implicate your own rights in your own life.
Yeah, I think this also implicates the rogue nature of ICE.
Looking for a data entry job.
ICE is a genuinely dangerous
Yeah, good luck with that, man.
People started calling it out around 2017, 2018. It was only created in the wake of 9/11.
Yeah, around 8.
And
that's typical.
It produced.
It can vary.
It
anywhere
produced
between
this,
7 to 9
rogue culture
within that range.
where anything went. I don't know if you remember in like 2018 or 2019. Several members of the squad went down to the border, and before that, the Intercept and also ProPublica obtained
one of the ways I think
Facebook chats,
you'd be able to like
the Facebook page, this
secure
private
some
Facebook
sort of
like
job security.
Hundreds of
especially
not
with
just ICE agents,
the increase
top
you know,
officials
appeal
in ICE,
of using
and
AI would be
it was
to find a way
insane,
to integrate
like, genocidal rhetoric. Like rape
AI
threats,
into
threats, like
into their workflow in a way that
the most disgusting,
lowers the menial tasks
that you can
but
fathom,
yet still leaves the
put out onto this
the human
massive Facebook group
the human objectives to the
with
humans.
senior
What you see
officials
companies making
at ICE on
mistakes
there
with
and
now is
hundreds of agents,
they implement AI and then they
absolutely
get rid of
nothing was
their
done
human staff.
about that.
So it's like
and
tasks
now
that could be
we have
given
an
to
entire rogue
humans in order to
government, so
help their business
it's not
grow.
fair to call ICE
They're
rogue.
basically cutting that
ICE
off
is-
by getting rid of the staff.
ICE is now
and
aligned
then
with this
if there's any hiccups with the
administration and is
AI,
being
now they no longer
told
have the staff
all
to
of
correct
those
it.
impulses
So
that you've had all of these years
finding a way to
feed them. Go for it.
Maximize the
and yeah, Crystal's point that it shouldn't be done to anybody, but it's of course it's not going to stop.
Maximize the capabilities of the humans while using the AI is going to be really important
absolutely
in the
no excuse.
in the
they have helicopters
tech field.
in
That's what it seems like to me.
If
anyway.
you know the area, Elgin is a suburb of Chicago, like a sleepy suburb of Chicago, and I'm sure there are a lot of Venezuelan migrants who have, in the case in Chicago, the Chicago raid that we were talking about earlier,
4 or 5.
lived
Man,
in
that's
these
like
apartment buildings.
That's like
they
retirement
brought
home dinner
military
time.
vehicles from Christie Nome into Elgin, and sometimes people, when I say that this is a LARP, act like I think that's not serious. It's actually like calling something a LARP, like a fascist LARP.
Still freaking hot.
I think that's extremely serious, and I think that's what they're doing. If you go to the DHS Twitter, it obviously goes beyond a LARP when you're actually detaining people, but I'm using that to say that they are doing this performatively. They are detaining U.S. citizens for the performance value that they see in this like theater of Black Hawk helicopters or helicopters at all in suburban Chicago with Christie Nome and photo ops. Remember, this is again Homeland Security, where Christie Nome is doing all of the photo ops. Like their position on the performance is that it's like just as much of a part of the game, and so that's where they're really leaning into it, and it's abhorrent. I mean,
also go to sleep early though.
It's so unserious, and I say that coming from a different place than you guys.
But I'm typically not in bed before
really
midnight,
serious,
so
I think
the 8 o'clock
extremely
time frame seems legit. But yeah, if you're going to bed at like 9 to 10, then yeah, but the 5 o'clock dinner time makes a lot of sense.
And in fairly big numbers during the case of the Biden administration that are actually endangering U.S. citizens. There are people who are here who need to go through the legal processing system because they have their U.S. citizens and wages are on the line. And I know I disagree with you guys on that point, but like I believe in the process, and I believe that the Biden administration left the Trump administration in a position where the American people wanted to see the process. But that's
read a study once
from my perspective, this is like even
yeah,
more
I believe that.
horrifying.
You definitely don't want to go to dinner on a full
because
stomach.
It is so
I can tell you from
unserious,
experience it increases the likelihood of
they are posting the
like
most,
acid reflux and stuff like that.
Dumbest stuff on the DHS Twitter feed, and I'm sure it's like that on Instagram
AI implementation
too. And so I just feel like they're sacrificing something that's really serious for A, a LARP, and B, endangering like people's rights. And it's not impossible that some of these guys end up actually like
not even playing online
down the line.
They need to be. I mean, they genuinely like these are criminal.
These things are all the authoritarian shit.
That's
that's the good shit.
You can watch.
Yeah, I guess if you're a racist with zero,
and again,
empathy towards another human being, other human beings, then yeah, it's fantastic news.
Car wash, and a 79-year-old American business owner comes out to try to say,
everything
hey, I have
you've
paperwork
ever
for
dreamed
these workers,
of.
like what's going on. They throw 79-year-old American business
I think
owner.
It helps speeds up the
throw
metabolism
him
too.
to
Yeah,
the ground,
probably right. I don't know enough about
break his
that
ribs,
medical digestive
give
stuff.
him a head trauma, head injury.
To confirm one way or another.
Ends up in the hospital.
But it makes sense.
He is now suing them. You can watch this on video, right? And this is the part, like, I just told you about the guy, American veteran, in a car. Like, there are so many Americans who are caught. I don't even want to say caught up in this, who are being targeted by their own government. That is vastly more terrifying than some Venezuelan migrants living in your apartment building. Go ask those ladies. I mean, one of those ladies who, there at the end of the clip that we showed, she was saying, I kept asking, where's your morality? What are you doing? These are kids. And they said, one of the ICE agents said, and I quote, fuck them kids. That was their view. Fuck them kids. These are, whether they're immigrants or Americans, and this was mostly Americans in this apartment complex, that's their view. That is profoundly more dangerous than any, potential, Tren de Aragua member. When your government that has the full force and power of the state is acting
you see that in order for authoritarianism to work,
a vastly greater danger.
Significant portion of the population supports it because they don't feel like it's ever going to affect them in any way.
Grappled with or talked about when, you know, they were at the RNC with the mass deportation now signs and everyone's cheering this and the vibe shift, blah, blah, blah. Especially for, there was a contingent of libertarians, and, you know, I like Dave Smith, but he's emblematic of this type, who embrace this sort of thing. And it's like, in order to separate undocumented immigrant from citizen, it requires a massive police state apparatus. That is what is necessitated by this mass deportation strategy. And by the way, if you care about, you know, if you care about going after the criminals, getting criminals out, etc., they're doing a piss poor job at that. Drug trafficking convictions are way down because
they're also going to lose all public
support.
support. They're going to completely lose all public support too. Like
they want to be raiding a random apartment building. They want to be raiding the Home Depot.
Kitty, if you hit the power button, I'm
what
gonna
Stephen
punch
Miller
you
has
into next
said.
week.
So it's the polar opposite of going after the violent criminals. The majority of the people who are now in ICE custody for the first time have no criminal conviction whatsoever, are not indicted. They're not, like, these are just people who cross the border illegally, which is a civil infraction, and are being treated like they're, you know, serial killers. It's insane. And so it should be surprising to no one the way that this stripping of rights from immigrants, any rights, the ones that they're entitled to, stripping of all rights from immigrants, was going to bleed over into American citizens. And we're seeing that expansion over and over and over again. And I don't know, I'm horrified. I'm absolutely horrified by what we're seeing happening here in our country with so
crossing
little
the border illegal
pushback
is not a civil
from
infraction.
the so-called opposition
Overstaying
party
or missing a court date is
and
civil
also
infraction.
the Chicago's Mexican American population is like
yeah,
well
like,
over like 100 years
what's really
old.
frustrating is like
even if
for the sake of argument,
Chicago culture and society,
that
you know.
they cross the border illegally.
The need
like
for,
it doesn't
factory jobs,
it doesn't have any.
In World War I,
it's
really,
not supposed to have any
pull of Mexicans who moved up to the Chicago area, which is roughly the same time that
it's
Stephen
not supposed to have any
like
effect on how they are treated in court, right? Like they're still supposed to be, they're still supposed to have the same rights available to them just for being on U.S. soil, regardless of whether they are here illegally or not.
That you can, you know, take
a heritage American.
Yeah, and
and you'll notice that like
Supreme Court,
right wingers, they don't care.
Chicago,
they're like, no,
he's a Chicago
like they're here illegally, so they. Like they legitimately do not
the Supreme Court
believe that
believing
the constitutional
the Supreme Court legalized
rights
like this like skin color
that are supposed to be applied to anyone on U.S. soil should be applied to illegal
by somebody's face, and the darker they are, the more.
Oh yeah, because they haven't crossed. They haven't crossed yet.
To, like, you know, smash their face into the sidewalk, but it actually belies the real history of Chicago. And I was talking to some people.
Game's still laggy, so that didn't work.
It's like a ghost town and huge.
I have to restart my game.
People just scared, like in their own country, scared to go out. So
I shot and killed a guy in or around Chicago.
Right.
And then they lied about.
I mean, caught in the act of crossing.
You know, they claimed he was a criminal. They claimed that they were, you know, severely injured. Whatever video came out.
You can make an argument that if they're caught in the act of crossing, they haven't technically crossed yet.
No criminal record whatsoever, and they ended up killing him. Like that is the level of impunity that we're talking about here. And I don't know. I just feel like if they're just allowed to get away with it. We all watch that woman outside the courtroom in New York who was upset because her husband was being arrested to be deported. She's there with her 2 little kids. This thug takes her, grabs her by the hair, throws her on the ground. Again, all
I'm pretty sure expired removal kicks in since they were caught committing a crime.
She ends up in the hospital.
Perhaps I don't know.
A head injury.
I don't know the minutia
initially, I says, "Oh, this was unacceptable behavior." A week later,
of those laws.
Not even a week later.
I just know that anyone.
What do you think these new recruits
in the United States
the big beautiful
is
bill
protected, supposed to be protected by the Constitution.
History.
Whether they're on a,
what do you think
whether they're visiting tourists, like it doesn't matter.
Who are looking at this? What do you think that their attitude is going to be like? Like if you're seeing those videos, if you're seeing the 79-year-old business owner having his ribs broken, if you're seeing the man who was shot to death on the side of the road. If you're seeing this lady who gets thrown
like what these,
and you're like, yes,
what these right wingers don't understand
this is only going to get worse.
once you ignore
I also just want to emphasize this
one part of the Constitution, especially the ones that are clearly stated, like there's no room for misinterpretations. I mean, unless you're Clarence Thomas, but
like there is no consensus
once you make an exception for that, it just opens the door to make exceptions for all of it.
Rogan and others who have moved away
they unironically do not see the contradiction in that.
Looks like, but they're losing.
Or if they do,
enormous amount.
They either pretend that they don't, or they're happy
project of
about
actually
it.
ridding the country of violent criminals, and there are some violent criminals here, and so everybody is less safe because the Trump administration right now is choosing to prioritize this theater, and I don't mean that again. Like it goes beyond theater because it's actually happening, of course. But I'm saying they're
you see a lot of commentators, right-wing commentators, are so butthurt about being called
about disincentivizing people that continue
being called
coming
fascist,
to the country and getting people to self-deport.
The Trump administration, what they've done,
it's the show of
that, like,
force,
the fascist rhetoric,
that the
oh,
inside the administration
that promotes violence. Like, no, dude.
You can tell
like,
this from
if someone commits murder and you call them a murderer, you're not promoting murder. Like,
this culture war backlash.
You're just calling it out.
The Biden era. You see this with the
like they're doing fascist stuff.
This week. It's this idea of putting on a show of fighting
technically
back
I'm considered right wing,
like,
but I've been saying the same thing over and over again.
And anti-Americanism and all of that.
So
and if
when
it leads
I
to, as it is in this case, militarization
I'm referring to the
of
far
suburbs
right.
like Elgin.
I wouldn't consider someone like, even though like someone like John McCain would be considered right wing, right?
Like scrap of
but
public support.
I'm talking about the far right.
What people did say they wanted
specifically
to see
MAGA.
at some point. Now again,
that's what I'm referring to. If I say right wing,
people might have been comfortable with a small
that's what I'm referring to is the far right.
Compared to what the
if
Biden
I'm talking about like
doing,
your
but that's all going to
old
be
school Republicans that actually
the more that
believed in
this is like rightfully so.
The way our legislation was supposed to work, and that
you
approach it from different angles, and then you negotiate
a fool because you want to play dress up
a way to
and use the Black Hawk helicopters.
Coming to compromise in order to reach a solution.
We should use these cities
I would consider
as a training
that
ground
a Republican.
For the that is not American, and it is not conservative.
Just to make sure that I clarify what I mean when I say right wing, I'm referring to MAGA,
and he
not
the
Republicans.
I mean,
so,
that's whose policy.
I know
is.
that Republicans are right wing.
I mean, this is the thing that is
just the insinuation.
I don't know. I don't even know
it means
the words
different
at this
things
point,
when I say it.
But it's so terrifying to grapple with because they can't be so stupid as to think this stuff is popular.
I need to restart my game because it's being laggy.
Right? You've
no, I actually think they do. I seriously think that they do. I think they're in their own bubble, like the left was.
It seems to me like they genuinely don't care what the election results are. Like they will, the level of overreach is so insane that it just seems like they have thrown electoral politics to the side. And I'm like, well, okay, well, what does that mean? You don't think that there's ever going to be any sort of electoral repercussions to the acts that you're taking here? They're so proud of like, oh, Trump was able to win over some significant amount of Latinos, and even there were some number of black voters who came back to him. Like, that is all gone, right? The young people that voted for Trump, that is
this
all
game
gone.
Is not
and yet they
graphically intensive. I don't understand why there's
completely
keeps like dropping frame rates.
Fascist takeover. And so that
depends on the context. If you call it something where the general public believes
what is the plan then?
That should be destroyed
they don't think there's ever going
by
to be
any cost,
any
and you can be promoting violence against them. Like if I called you a child toucher,
they're going
you're in prison,
for the whole thing right now. They're going for the whole
definitely
enchilada.
Promoting violence against you, considering what happens to child touchers.
By the way, that Ken Klippenstein has been reporting on is about. We're going to make sure we don't even have a political opposition. Like
see, I disagree with that.
Which Democrats are doing a good job of basically making reality
all
on their own. But they are taking a little bit of a stand this week, so we'll give them a little bit of credit for that.
Evidence that someone is a pedophile.
Trump made that comment in that speech as
and they
well.
are convicted for said crime.
I thought we'd have a fight.
And they go to prison for said crime.
They're going for the whole thing.
It's their own fault.
It's not just about immigration.
For doing that.
This is a demonstration of force. This is a demonstration to the public, citizen, non-citizen alike. We can do whatever we want to you. You better stay in line. You better pray. You better be on our good side, because that is the reason
the MAGA
will protect you.
administration and their base, they get so butthurt
they
about.
Don't exist. Look at the Supreme Court.
About trying to pretend that being called fascist promotes violence is because
I guess we're going to keep the Fed
they don't want attention being brought to the definition of what fascism is. Because once people start looking at the symptoms, the qualifications of being fascist, people might start to realize, oh, they're actually doing that.
Overt acts. Rogue, lawless, criminal acts.
I gotcha. So yeah, if it's used
children out in the street, stuffing them in U-Haul vans.
Was it libel?
Killing someone on the side of the street and
defamation?
Lying about it.
Yeah, if it's used in a defamatory manner,
we can do
in which it's not true, then yeah, absolutely.
Whenever you want. So you better shut up.
Then I would agree that would.
So we got PR problems.
Actually, that would be.
We've got other PR problems.
I would actually call that a form of stochastic terrorism, right?
I think will move us nicely to
where
a little bit of
you are
Epstein
saying things
news that Emily shared,
knowing
with none other
that these
Howard
things
Lutnick
have the potential to,
the ring here.
Incite violence, even though you're not directly inciting it. So if it is defamatory, then yeah, I would agree with you. But if it's not, then it's the other person's fault for you don't think stochastic terrorism is a crime?
And this is like sneakily one of the most
based on our legal code, it's not.
Official has
but
said since the entire Bindergate
I think it needs to be looked into.
Fiasco,
like
especially earlier in the summer. I think Lutnick was, for example, in a conversation with Miranda Devine. And
perfect
said
example.
This,
not one legally on the books. No, it's
what
not.
What he thinks on Jeffrey Epstein,
but
having known him.
It just it leaves too many doors open for.
My wife.
It just excuses too much bad behavior.
Oh, the deep nuance of Howard Lutnick.
I don't know if there is a right way to address it.
Bill Gates and
that
all
still,
these other people could hang around.
Encourages the same amount of free speech protections that we're supposed to have. I don't know.
Right. That's what.
All I know is that
get a massage. Get a massage.
If you look at what Trump said before
this guy was
the January 6th insurrection. It was clear to everyone what his intentions were. He wanted to get people worked up. He wanted people to go to the Capitol and cause a problem.
Ryan, you can speak more to this.
It was clear to everyone, but it was worded in such a way that he'd be like, "Oh, I didn't directly tell him to do it."
Exactly in the type of position of somebody who would have been for years.
Didn't he literally live next to Epstein?
I think there needs to be.
Right about that?
Like how there's a.
But
there's a separation in courts when you're filing defamation case.
And so,
there is a difference between filing it on a personal level or against or if a well-known public figure is filing a defamation case. Even though they're both defamation, there is a distinction in the courts between one person, the public figure, and the normal person. And I think that there needs to be something of that nature when it comes to stochastic terrorism.
That he was pulling guys in to get massages in his
like somebody who's a public figure who knows that they have devoted followers, pretty much a cult. Like they have that following, that backing.
By the way, I did check.
They should be held to a higher standard, and they should be held accountable for the stochastic terrorism that they create.
Yeah, he was the founder of or at least
someone like me, if I'm just chilling at home and I'm like, oh man, wouldn't it be awesome if we robbed a bank? Like, I don't think I should be
firm that was at the top of the World Trade Center
or anyone like.
So yeah, he's
anyone
right
that is similar in position to me. Like that's not a public
what he's
figure.
Saying is that
I don't think that they should be.
It's not that
convicted of that crime, whereas somebody that does have a legitimate following, legitimate base,
out with Epstein anyway,
that's willing to do whatever it is they say.
They were hanging around him because.
Look at Charles Manson. He claimed to his death that he never actually told them to.
He was not
to kill those people. What was her name? Oh my gosh, I can't remember her name now.
And then
the actress, whatever her name was,
he believed that they were getting filmed.
Sarah.
At that point, it doesn't matter.
Oh my gosh,
if they
I can't
were
remember.
Filmed
anyway,
or not. Like if you're one of these guys, like a Gates or somebody,
but he was still
in
convicted.
That room, and then, as Lutnick says, whatever happens, happens.
Even though there was never any evidence, it was just he said, she said.
You now
of him telling them to kill him, and he was still
under the
convicted.
thumb of Epstein.
But why aren't public figures held to that same standard?
You don't want to find out the hard way.
That's my case for
as
regulating that kind of speech.
As also the case, he barely needed blackmail over these people. Like he had money and power and connections, and people wanted to be part of that.
Yeah.
Then you must add the burden.
It's like almost
the burden of proving intent, of course.
A la carte item that he could.
And
I feel like
again,
that really comes out in some of the correspondence that was revealed between
look at the parallel of defamation against like Fox News, right?
And there were
like,
several in particular
in order
who
to
tended
prove
to be his advocate, but one
defamation
specifically who had
against
been to
the media
island,
organization,
and there's this
the burden is so much higher
between that
because there's always the possibility to be like, oh, that's just what I was told, like, oh, a source told me that, I'm just passing on the information, and they have that protection of ignorance, I guess is what you can call it.
What is being referenced
and
there.
I think that's something that should also be applied as well. But in the case of the Donald Trump in 2020,
to JP Morgan, he's bringing deals. He's
when
able
you
to bring
have
in, he facilitates a meeting with Netanyahu,
the meetings that he had with the people that were instrumental in organizing this, the insurrection,
something with them.
The intent becomes clear.
Making them money, number one.
Like
number
he
two,
wouldn't have been able to get out of it with like oh, that's not what I was saying, like that's not what I meant.
There. And so
I think the intent would have been easy to prove in that case.
Monetarily, he's benefiting. Sexually, he's benefiting in terms of like his lifestyle, and then also he knows that if this guy ever wants to
I agree,
pull
it should be held to. There should be.
So he's also under his thumb.
It shouldn't be easy.
And
to convict a public figure of it.
Like that.
I'm just saying.
General assessment.
It should be similar in standard to
these guys
defamation case.
Benefits, and they knew
from a public figure. They should have more. There should be more of a burden placed on them because of it.
Distancing themselves from Epstein, from certainly being a whistleblower with regard to Epstein. So they just decided to enjoy the perks instead of doing the correct and obvious moral thing.
And to Emily's point, it must be a good interviewer because, like, Lutnick, why are you bringing Epstein up right now? Like, we just had the Charlie Kirk memorial. Like, people were forgetting about the Epstein thing.
Like, one of a kind too.
Yeah. He's a loose cannon.
But like, the Epstein, like, it's been a long September, but September started with the Trump drawing of the premature woman in the Jeffrey Epstein book, and then the Charlie Kirk assassination happened, and largely the conversation was over about the Epstein book and stuff like that. But then Lutnick's like, nope, let's refresh. Let's bring it back up.
That's the danger of sitting down with Miranda Devine, who is like just friendly with a lot of these guys and is also like very curious about deep state issues. So she's in one of those rare positions where she can pull some of that, extract some of that information very casually out of guys like Howard Lutnick. I mean, Lutnick is, like Ryan said, it's not surprising that Lutnick is the one that stumbled into this little disclosure, but that is a good reminder. There were videotapes confiscated from Palm Beach, videotapes confiscated from the Manhattan townhouse. We do not know anything about what the government knows from the surveillance network, from the houses that was apparently uncovered. All of the guys like Lutnick seem to believe that there were hidden cameras. We saw the pictures the New York Times released of cameras in the bedroom. There's very clear evidence Epstein was just aggressively recording what happened in his homes and using that as blackmail. And we know that the government has unreleased information that would help us understand that better, because we know some of these records were seized from the houses. So that is a giant, continues to be one of the biggest unanswered questions that the government seems to have zero interest whatsoever in ever coming up with a response to.
Yeah. Guys, we should probably talk a little bit about the fact that there was supposed to be a jobs report this morning, and there's no jobs report this morning. And I think we've got some Joni Ernst soybean updates as well. But this is a huge story. This is something that in a more normal time, this would be a red alert, breaking news. Everyone would be freaking out and losing their minds. And I'm sure there are plenty on Wall Street who are still freaking out and, losing their minds. But this is supposed to be Jobs Report Friday. Every Friday of the month, you get the government BLS jobs report. Everybody waits to see what those numbers are. They're the most, I would say, anticipated numbers that come out of the government. And this week, we're just not getting them. Now, that is partly because of government shutdown. It's partly because Trump fired the previous BLS commissioner because he didn't like the numbers he was getting. It's partly because the dude that they picked to be swapped in for BLS commissioner was like a total incompetent crank that even some on the right were like, this guy can't possibly do the job, and they pulled his nomination. And so now we're just like flying blind on the economy. And this comes on the heels of a different privately compiled jobs report from ADP that was negative and that also had a downward adjustment for the prior month. So things not looking so great in terms of where we are economically at this point.
And my game is still flickering.
Yes, let's watch that clip and more on the second half of the show.
I don't think you guys
where
can
we'll
see
get
it,
to
but I
that
can see
and
it.
more subjects like the Riyadh Comedy Festival, and we'll be answering some of your AMA questions from the Breaking Point community members. If you want to sign up, watch the second half of the show, breakingpoints.com, and we'll see you all on the other half.
One more part of that tease, Crystal will be live alone on the streets of Baltimore. For Tommy Lee.
That's right. Tommy, this
She will
is
be
for
coming
you,
to
girl.
us live from Baltimore.
Although
That's
I
a
think I'm
deep
supposed
cut
to be at night, so I'm gonna have to hang out there all day. That's fine. I like Baltimore.
okay.
It's nice. It's a nice.
And you have to listen to, you have to be
Waterfront, lovely.
blasting Bad Bunny on a boombox as well. Okay?
Great American artist. You know, you know.
Folks, if you don't know what we're talking about right now, there's an incredible Tommy Lauren
No.
takes down Crystal
No, I
Ball.
dropped food.
Laren.
Sorry.
Sorry, it's been so long. So if you want to see Crystal Ball
Such
get
a
absolutely
slob.
humiliated, owned, wrecked, destroyed, and see her liberal tears, you can check out that interview. But
and
for
also-
now,
Drinking them now.
Let's plug.
Also, Corey Bush is running for Congress against Wesley Bell, so maybe we'll talk about that.
Oh, nice. I thought she was already. I
Lots to
thought
do.
that was already
No,
official.
She announced this morning.
Oh, cool.
It was
nice.
it
That's
was
awesome.
it was expected, but she's now officially in.
Let's go.
So much
Liberal tears are the
to
best.
happen and talk about on the second half of the show, and we'll see you all there in just a moment.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to know.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media.
Oh, no.
BreakingPoints.com.
I would be considered having many liberal
More
tears,
broadly,
considering how much I
party
complain about what
Liking this video?
this administration's
Then don't
doing.
just
So
watch. Hit like, share, and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to Zateo.com and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism.
Yeah, I think there are just too many people making decisions that are completely disconnected from reality. We had poll after poll, and to this day, to this moment, poll after poll that continues to show us that the majority of the Democratic base, and now the majority of independents and an increasing number of Republicans, not only view what is happening as a genocide, but do in fact support us ending support for Israel.
What about MAGA
in
tears?
this ongoing
What do you think
genocide.
about MAGA
so
tears?
it's not as if what we were pushing for was going to hurt the party. I actually think it
all
would
the
have completely helped the
all the
party.
complaining
because if
they
you
did
notice
about
before the convention,
cancel
ever
culture
since,
and restricting their
VP
free
Harris
speech.
sort of became the
You think that was
right in the race to replace Joe Biden.
You think that was
you
an
saw
honest
this
assessment?
Incredible
Considering
explosion of
they're
excitement.
doing the
People
same
were
thing.
signing up to volunteer again. You had people donating again. You had sort of this like groundswell that we had been desperate for up until that point. And it really felt like up until that convention that there was a lot of hope. And for those who don't remember, there were CBP agents on that stage, right? Customs and Border Patrol. We had Republicans on that stage. We had CEOs on that stage. We had every possible spectrum of this like large and contradictory coalition, and yet nothing, not even 2 minutes for a Palestinian speaker. And I want to pause here because it's not about the speaker, and it's just like it's not about necessarily like when you ask voters, when you poll them, it's not that Gaza becomes the #1 priority for them. It's usually things like affordability and how to get by in this really more difficult economy. But it's become a litmus test, a sort of gut instinct of if you can't even be honest about what is happening right in front of our eyes, how can I expect you to have my back and be honest about the situation that we're in? And so it kind of became a proxy for these two things. And, you know, frankly, that disconnect is pretty egregious. I had, when we launched, I had a few people that said, well, you know, like, obviously this is very crazy. How can you even think that you've got a chance here? And I said, we have an ex-Republican running as a Democrat right now. He was our ex-lieutenant governor, also had space on the DNC stage, and I did not. But the reality of the situation is that I've won in Georgia as a Democrat. And not only did I win, the governor endorsed against us last year, and we did better than the years prior. And so my hope is that the party sees what we're able to build. And again, this depends on if we can build it, right? This is why we kind of took this leap of faith that there are more of us out there. There are so many more of us out there that believe this way. What if we showed them that power? What if we coalesced that power and built an apparatus that changes the dynamics of politics, not just in Georgia, but around the country?
You mentioned one of your primary opponents who used to be a Republican,
are a bit
Jeff
screw
Duncan.
Loose, though, I would know.
This week, he was asked
this
by
is
Jennifer
the same
Welch,
state
who
that
had had
produces
it,
Marjorie
about
Taylor
whether
Greene,
he was going to take money from AIPAC. He was unable to answer clearly at all. I'm not sure if you saw this. I'm sure you might have. How do you perceive that refusal to answer? You know, Jennifer, to her credit, one thing she was kind of getting at is that
maybe Georgia's just wacky.
It's almost 2 years into this genocide that any flavor of human rights group at this point has spoken out on it. And she just felt she appeared so frustrated by Jeff Duncan's refusal to simply answer whether he was going to take money from AIPAC. So how do you feel like that refusal relates to your frustrations to these old politics, given, as you say, he had a speaker slot?
Yeah. I mean, and again, it just goes to show how out of touch a lot of people become.
Georgia.
And look, I'm an elected official, right? My colleagues, we spend a lot of time together. We have to by nature of our jobs. Democrats spend a lot of time with Democrats, and so sometimes you end up in a bubble.
I would say that Marjorie Taylor Greene has a screw loose.
And when I saw that clip, I remember very clearly
I would say the people that vote for
so many
her
weird things
have
going
a screw
on here.
loose.
First, this seems to me as if it's a no-brainer because this is a gubernatorial race.
I wouldn't generalize.
He could have just easily
every single
said, no, I will not
conservative
be
in Georgia is having a screw loose. So
I legally cannot. This is a completely different jurisdiction.
What is it about the environment that leads you to
why is he refusing to say no? Has he been approached by people that are
Democrats
interested in supporting
in general
campaign?
have a screw loose in Georgia?
This is the bad part about politics.
They keep trying to raise property tax here.
It's allowed unlimited
people
money.
Already can barely afford their property.
Candidates who are scared of saying this.
You should generalize them.
I'm gonna have to spend
crazy.
a lot of hours on call time just to make this a remotely viable campaign.
Is it really Democrats that are in charge of the local governments if they're electing representatives like Marjorie Taylor Greene?
And you're able to really push for an honest,
something's not adding up.
Frankly, policy position.
And plus, actually,
because if you notice during that clip,
local governments
Jen got
aren't
really
even usually
politicized.
She said,
you explain this incredibly important and clear moral compass. You say what is happening is terrible.
I'm not talking about Democrats, talking about all of Georgia to this point.
Oh, gotcha. To this very specific position, because again, we don't know exactly who's backing Jeff Duncan, and
you got to remember,
my unpopular opinion here is that
the property taxes.
We do want to welcome everybody to the fold. The
property taxes
though,
can jump without even raising the property tax rates.
But you have to support our policy.
Because if
you have to support where
since there's like
here,
a significant housing shortage,
kind of like being invited to a party, you can't just come in
then
and change the music,
supply and demand. There's a higher demand than there's supply, so that'll raise the value of the home.
Yes, we need a broad coalition.
Which even if the property tax rate stays the same, it's still going to
if you can't say no to AIPAC money,
drastically increase the property taxes.
PACs as well.
So it might not even be the rates that are going up. It might just actually be the value of the home.
And why has it stopped you from being able to say an emphatic, I will not be taking this money?
Got it. And also just a reminder for all the viewers that are watching right now, please, we'll try as much as we can. If you have any questions or thoughts, please feel free to put them in the chat. We'll try to address as many as we can with the limited time we have here tonight. So just wanted to remind you all that you have that option. You talk a bit about coalition building, and then there's a few aspects to this that I'm sure have been on your mind as you've been mulling over launching this race at all, or launching your candidacy.
They were voting on it to raise the rates.
The first aspect is that
like
you're coming into a very
as a ballot measure they were voting on it,
one that
like the people
may even grow larger with some prominent names, putting aside Duncan, there's a few other big names as well. How do you anticipate breaking through firstly in the primary and building a coalition that can take you through the primary?
I mean, look, if you look right now at the response to our campaign, we've already broken through. I mean, when we have been speaking, all day actually, I've been speaking to specifically local media to reach as many voters as possible. But frankly, you mentioned the DNC. That was a moment that I think a lot of people were introduced to me, but it wasn't all the work I've been doing. I've been organizing in the state for over 10 years. I have, at the time, I had gotten an EMS bill almost passed. I mean, it made it all the way to the Senate rules, which was the second to last step to a vote. So this work has been ongoing in our state for a very, very long time. And so to your question about,
I think it's
how are we trying
the
to
county
commissioner
how are we trying
to sort of get to people and break
that
out of this primary. I
typically
really think
dictates
by nature of the positions I've taken in the
property
past,
tax rate.
The fact that there has been a
but
lane
I do
wide
know
open
that
nobody is
there
taking.
have been occurrences
there is
where
a coalition out there that people are desperate
tax
to look
hike
for.
will be
We've
on
been getting emails,
the
messages,
ballot as an
phone
initiative.
calls from people saying,
I'm just wondering which situation applies.
I finally feel like I'm excited about a campaign. There are people making videos about it. It's been just such an incredible thing to watch because when you make a jump like this, it's terrifying. You're thinking, I'm about to jump off a cliff, off into a canyon, and I think there's a net there, but I'm not sure. And what today has shown me is that it's there. We just got to organize it, and that there are a lot of people desperate for a moment like this.
I just want to acknowledge Susan McDonald, who just commented that she wishes she could understand more of the terms that we're using. Nevertheless, she's trying her best. We appreciate you, Susan, for being here, and we'll try to inform you as best as we can. Thank you. On that note, representative of coalition building, I hear you. And then there's also the aspect as well of, let's say you win the primary. You then have a general election. And so how do you feel that, if at all, plays into your calculus or the way that you think about this coalition building? I know you talk about the idea of welcoming people in, yet also kind of holding on to the tentpoles of your sort of vision. How do you envision that, practically speaking, in terms of broadening the coalition when it comes to a general election?
Yeah, we have some really big goals in terms of volunteer recruitment to be able to reach people all across the state. And this is why, to give her all of the credit and all the flowers, Stacey Abrams got the closest out of anybody in 2018 because she did mobilize that base. But she can't mobilize sort of an army of volunteers if you're not offering them policy positions that they can really hang on to, and a moral clarity, frankly. And so we want to replicate that same mobilization. We want to replicate that same endeavor, but start it earlier. We want to start recruiting volunteers right now. We want to start communicating out to voters right now, instead of waiting until sort of June, July, when in the past, that's really when the big general elections kind of kick up and, money comes into the race and things like that. And so this is why we're starting in September. This is why we're thinking of a primary, not just as sort of the end goal, but part of achieving that end goal. And again, I get it is Georgia, but there is a strong anti-war coalition in our state. As I've mentioned, there are folks who are independent. There are folks who are even Republican that are opposing this genocide in Gaza. And for a lot of them, they have begun to see this, as I've said before, as a litmus test of, can I trust you to stand up for me? And if I'm up against a billionaire on the other side, if I'm up against one of the many people that have continued to sell us out, and not even to the highest bidder, I think that goes a long way, particularly for those on the margins. And in a state this close, we've tried it. I want to be clear, we have tried the stereotypical, let's put a safe candidate and run them and pray for the best. We have tried that every time in Georgia. It's not working for the gubernatorial. And what if we got to lose? We've already lost. What else do we have to lose?
On that note, of course, there have been some good moments for Democrats recently in Georgia, namely Jon Ossoff and Raphael Warnock. I know you as well have helped in the past in organizing and training volunteers organized for them.
Dude, come on, man.
What
you know where my heart's at
from their candidacies? I know, of course, they are running for the Senate, not the governor. But nevertheless, there was some I think, lessons and promising moments from both those candidates.
Considering
I think a lot of people within
how
the
much
party
of our
really
tax dollars goes towards.
There are parts of those campaigns that stick with you.
Absolutely. So I've been organizing
the issue is
for
that
over 10 years, and part of that
organization. The issue is getting our elected officials to say that.
I don't know
like they keep
y'all are
dancing around
Georgia, but I grew up in what's called Forsyth County, Georgia.
And it's frustrating.
I graduated from South Forsyth High School, the same high school.
Like they don't have the capability of calling a spade a spade.
Who's, grown up in the metro area all her life, and
voters don't.
I'm very well aware of what our state is, and
why?
I think what Warnock and Ossoff did.
Why can't they say that? That simply
is that they were able to.
What they're doing is genocide.
Is bad. They are fighting for the base, right? Even most of
it's
their
just
votes right now, compared to other. Right?
If our elected officials don't have the capacity
and their colleagues, their votes have actually
call it for what it is,
better than theirs, even in safe blue states.
Then how are they going to have the stones to stand up to against
one that is
authoritarian threats?
One that is centered on as silly as it
sounds.
And
that's where a lot of voters are
in
coming
this
from.
Moment. And being able to stand up
and until our elected officials get on board with what the voters want,
I've seen both of them on the campaign trail, and I've seen both of them fight for every vote, and I've seen them at bare minimum, right? Sit with the people who oppose them. Have meetings with people.
Once the people we elect actually start making an effort
who might not agree with them from the beginning, and that goes a very long
do what
way.
their constituents want instead of their donors.
there is a part of politics old that I want to make new again, which is that engagement of coalition members that are different than you, because it just goes such a long way in a state like ours.
Trust the process, Joe.
You mentioned some positive aspects, specifically.
Hey, you know what? I'd actually say this is active participation in the process.
Very narrow loss.
Like we are.
Nevertheless, it was
making
a loss
an effort
in a race
to get our elected officials to hear what we have to say,
so I'm wondering
so that they represent us. I would say that it is part of the process.
Other aspects of her campaign that you can learn from to not replicate a loss this time.
Well, first and foremost, we're not running against an incumbent, and I want to be clear: the run from 2018 is the reason we won in 2020, and this is, I think, something that people forget about down ballot races. Is that, and I say down ballot even though it's a gubernatorial race, but down ballot races do play a massive part in the top of the ticket. By being able to talk to voters about why their conditions are the way that they are, it actually makes the path easier. And so, as much as I hate to say this, and it is true, and I've heard some colleagues say, well, we're definitely gonna have a good year next year, but there's going to be a lot of destruction, and we've already seen a lot of this destruction from the federal government right now as it relates to Trump's policies and his entire administration. But the question is going to be, can we actually talk to voters to explain to them why they are feeling the squeeze that they are feeling? Why are things the way that they are? And that's how you break through, in my personal opinion. I think to get very tactical here when you try to organize people, viral videos do not make movements. I cannot stress this enough. A viral video does not make a movement. But the question is, what are you calling people to do through your videos?
Like
what are you calling them to do
through
the work that you are doing? And if you're able to take that and build a pipeline of activism and engagement,
I don't think the federal government would have as much power to destroy as they do without capitulation from the
you have like, it's just the order of the races. And so in a situation like this one, it's usually president,
as well.
any members of Congress, so that's Senate,
look at Texas gerrymandering,
your House representative, and then you go to the state level, and it starts with governor, all of our constitutional offices, and then state House, state Senate, etc. And so we call that down ballot. And for that down ballot work to actually happen, you need to be able to reach those voters directly.
Here we are.
It's going to require money,
Texas always bragged about its independence.
And for a while now, Democrats have gotten really
federal
good at
government can't
the
tell us what to do.
But we've left the people behind.
Unless it's Donald Trump. And then, yes sir, yes sir. Yes, Mr. Orange Jesus,
Unfortunately,
sir.
we're also in a society for which
gerrymander for you.
Is one that candidates have to face, and I'll put it quite bluntly because I'm sure you've entertained it quite bluntly too, which is Georgia ready for a Palestinian woman wearing a hijab to be governor?
You know, I have thought a lot about how to even answer this question, because I did grow up here, and I'm not naive to the forces at play in our state. But every single moment in our history, a state, a place, a country has not been ready until you make it ready. And so for us, the challenge is going to be, can we explain to voters what this looks like? So someone actually today asked me this question. They said, what do you think is going to change culturally if someone like you is governor? And then they kind of walked it back and said, I don't mean culturally in the sense of, religion or whatever, but I said, you know what, let me answer both of those. Because we want to be able to paint a picture for people that I am somebody who,
I don't know what that is right off the top of my head. I
want to bring back a time when you didn't have to work 2-3 jobs.
I don't have them all memorized like you do.
And sit on your porch and talk to your neighbor. I want to be able to say that, you know what, the person in the governor's mansion is fighting for me and not their corporate friends. And so, are they ready for a hijab?
I'm sure there's a way you can boil it down to like a sentence so that I'd be like, oh yeah, that's okay, got it.
To take the helm.
I'd probably recognize it by.
That is obviously going to be the question of this moment. But I think the better question is, can we afford another 4 years of Republican rule where every time our senators and our members of Congress have brought money to the state, we haven't been able to see the benefit of that? That's why rural hospitals have closed. That's why we are seeing the minimum wage still at $5.15 an hour, by the way. If you look at Georgia's book, our minimum wage is $5.15
Now you're making me feel stupid.
And so, yeah, we have the federal minimum wage, but you gotta raise up the floor a little.
Bypass the federal government to get that done. Impressive.
Being able to talk to voters, I think, about those things.
Wait.
There is a
an
way
amendment
to be able
has
to get
to go
around
through
that,
the
and like
government.
I said, not completely, but I grew up here.
Whether it's no matter what branch it is.
There are people who are militantly hateful. Not much you can do there. But there's actually a lot of people who are just ignorant.
Why
and
is
I
the
found
beer
talking to my
thing?
neighbors and to my friends and to my family.
Oh, so that's prohibition?
Growing up in the state, that talking to people just goes a
Makes
really long way. And in a digital environment,
I'm guessing
in a place
since you use
where
the word
I've
beer,
kind of grown
it's
up as a
the
digital
prohibition
native
and the
almost,
repeal of prohibition. That's my guess.
I just think there's a lot of opportunity there to bridge that gap too.
I'm curious, you know, state house
all you had
members
to say was
have a lot of
prohibition,
different
man.
places they can go when they're seeking higher office. Why did you want to run for governor?
Because
it's probably more the whiskey than it was the beer.
Politics does not make any sense.
That'd be my guess.
If you ask anybody, they will tell you. Normally, the advice that's given to somebody like me is wait a few terms, build your resume, build up your name ID, and then make that big leap. And it's so funny because when I've talked to a lot of people about this, very few of them have actually brought up my identity because I think they're starting to understand that to build a coalition to win, you gotta show how it all works. But there was a moment where somebody said to me that, yeah, I agree with, because I said that. I said, I feel this like burn inside of me, this like urge that we're not meeting this moment. And when I say this, I mean as Democrats, I mean as politicians, I mean as leaders, however you want to name it. We are not meeting this moment. There's an urgency in this moment that requires us to throw everything we have at the wall. And if that means, do I need to run? Do I need to do this? Because at some point, you got to stop complaining from the sidelines. At some point, if you think you can do it better, you got to jump in and do it better. And so one of the things that was said to me was like, you're right about the urgency of this moment. You're actually right about this sort of kind of going any which way in a crazy environment that we're in today. But if nothing else, as we build this movement, somebody can look at me and go, if she has the audacity to run for governor, I can run for state house, I can run for county commissioner, I can run for city council, I can run for any of these positions, because if I'm elected governor, we're going to need to flip the state house and the state senate. We're going to need to bring that movement in with us to govern. We're going to need them to be able to pressure my colleagues to do the policies and pass the policies we're trying to pass. And so I totally hear the question, but at the same time, I just always wonder, like, what if we just could finally believe in something different, and how far can we go if we did?
I'm curious as well, specifically with regards to fulfilling the roles of a governor. You mentioned over the past 8 months specifically, the amount of damage we've seen from the federal government that can be done. Everything from, of course, seeing masked agents roaming our streets with little accountability, becoming more and more armed and less accountable by the day. The slashing of FEMA funding, which of course is especially a concern for a state like Georgia. How do you
well,
view
in the great words of
the principal
Chancellor Palpatine, I will make it legal. No, he was
as you say, looking downwards
Senator
and working with the
Palpatine's
coalitions of state house members to pass things, but also looking upwards in defending Georgia from federal overreach.
Yeah, I mean, I had a reporter today ask me that too, where I said, I'm not out here looking for a fight, but when you have a Palestinian representing you, you're never going to have somebody who backs down from a fight. And so the question for us, and we actually saw this model in Illinois with Governor Pritzker, where he sort of built this coalition who very forcefully rejected Trump's intrusion into Illinois. And right now, that's not what we're seeing with our governor. We just had a massive raid at the Hyundai plant. And we're getting these random sort of messages that it's going to only be delayed, it's not completely shut down. And for those who don't know, there's a big Hyundai plant
to stop talking about stuff that you're sick of hearing about,
onto the local constituents.
Is to get them to do the thing that we want them to do.
It's kind of like when you're opening up a franchise. You bring a team that knows
what
they're doing.
I'm sick about hearing
they build it out and they train
Donald Trump's
the people who are going to
fascism,
be working that location.
Like, I'm sick of hearing about
that. This was expected to bring 8,000 jobs to Georgia.
Once they stopped doing that,
they were looking for 4 people.
Stuff,
they took almost 500.
You're probably not going to hear me talk about it much after that.
I've
you know
never
what I mean?
seen the governor not address something like this before. He's
maybe
always doing press conferences.
Let's stop
He's always at the
sending
Capitol. He's sort
money
of always
and
around,
weapons
and he just completely disappeared.
a quote-unquote ally
that's unacceptable. At a time like this, when people
bombing,
are so scared, and we're talking
murdering,
about 8,000
and starving
families
children.
That are now going to go into the holiday season.
Maybe we won't talk about it so much anymore.
For these jobs and get
I'm
these
just putting
jobs
that out there.
That don't know what the future is going to hold, and so. What would a Governor Roman do in that
That's
moment?
That's why I keep telling people how important it is to vote in the primaries.
Very much forcefully oppose what just happened. Be honest with our constituents that these people were here with documents. They were here to train up our people
the primary
and open up a facility they were not going to be working in long term. But
typically
instead,
more
because of just
than
how far right and
main
extreme
elections.
Sort of that coalition has become on immigration, he instead decided to hide. And so, they're trying to do diplomatic,
maybe if the government followed the Constitution,
sort of behind the scenes
follow
work,
the law,
they're
you
trying
wouldn't hear me talk about
to keep
it.
some of that work here.
Yeah, we're
they
actually what's crazy is us sending weapons and aid to Israel is actually a violation of our own
laws. That's just one of the many, many ways that we
which
would
is funny
have
enough.
to step
Was it
up and
Leahy
do
law?
things
I think is what it's called.
Finally,
we're like,
close out
we're not supposed to be sending
Let's say you win.
weapons and aid to governments that are
I think day one is
complicit in humanitarian rights violations.
Month one priorities. Any particular targets? Any fixations?
Here we go.
Yes.
What's on your immediate list?
There's a reason we have those 5 things on our list, which is raise the minimum wage, feed hungry kids, reopen hospitals, take homes back from corporations, and invest in small businesses. Because as governor, we can appoint what's called floor leaders. These are sort of our legislative liaisons, where we write out a policy agenda and they introduce those bills on our behalf. I actually personally don't like it as a legislator, but hey, if that's what they've set up, that's what they've set up. And be able to work with those floor leaders and push through specifically those 5 goals. Everything as it relates to those 5 goals. You know, the minimum wage is a bill that we could pass tomorrow. Expanding Medicaid is a bill that we could pass tomorrow. And a choice is being made not to. And I cannot stress that enough. A choice is being made not to, because we have other Republicans that support this. And so week 1 for us is to have that policy agenda ready to go. Those bills ready to go that we can literally file. When you say day 1, it actually is possible to file them, not just on day 1, but pre-file. And so as governor, in addition to that, we get what's called a leadership committee, which is, again, we need campaign finance reform, but you can coordinate on that committee and leverage it to pressure people to vote for your bills. The governor recently used it to provide liability shields for corporations. What if we used it to raise the minimum wage in Georgia?
There you have it. Rumaan, thank you so much for sharing your time with us. Everyone who's watching, thank you for joining us. And good luck on your race. We hope you join us again soon.
Thank you so much. And for those who are interested, you can follow us along. It's Ruwa, RUWAFORGEORGIA.com. That's where you'll find all the different ways to get involved. But thank you all so much for having me tonight and welcoming me to your community.
Thank you. Good luck.
Bye, y'all.
Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notifications for exclusive content and to support our independent, unfiltered journalism.
I just want to stop the choppiness.
Your support matters.
Hey everybody, Tim O from the Bulwark. I am in New York for MSNBC and decided while I was here that I should do some political anthropology, go into the lion's den a little bit. And so I visited the guys over at Barstool Sports. For folks who don't know Barstool, it's an unbelievably popular site that began as sports, but now does sports culture, some politics, reality shows, a bunch of stuff. And, they tend to have a reputation as being fratty. Some of their biggest names, like Dave Portnoy, had interviewed President Trump, and they've got some prominent folks that are pretty MAGA. And so a lot of times people in Democratic world look at Barstool and see it as, I don't know, what would be the pejorative? Just a bunch of fucking dude bros who just care about tits and are kind of crass and are not natural allies to the Democrats. And I just reject that worldview. I always have. I think that a lot of these guys were Obama voters, and I think that it's incumbent on the Democrats to try to get them back. And it doesn't mean that they just got to prioritize frat bros over every other demo, but it does mean that there's got to be like a concerted effort to reach out to them, just like there's a concerted effort to reach out to any demographic. And so I went over there, chat with this guy KFC, Kevin Clancy, and KFC is one of the more visible guys over there, and he had did this really compelling Instagram pushing back against the FCC efforts to bully stations into not carrying Kimmel, and I kind of did a deep dive on this and educated a lot of his followers about like the corruption that was really at play here, in addition to the free speech threats. And so I reached out to him, and he's like, "Yeah, come on by." So I was in the Barstool headquarters. You'll see me. I'm in the seat the KFC usually sits in because I'm interviewing him for our channel. And I thought it was cool that they hosted us. I was really appreciative. And I think this conversation should be a wake-up call to a lot of people, about a lot of Democrats, that is, a lot of people in the pro-democracy movement, about just how many votes were left on the table by not actually trying to engage with a massive demographic in this country. And so anyway, I think it was interesting to hear KFC's take on what the Democrats could do. We also had some fun at the expense of these fucking free speech comedians who are going over to Saudi Arabia and doing comedy sets that are approved by the Crown Prince. And I mean, we talked about a wide range of issues. I thought it was gonna be like 20 minutes. I think we almost went for an hour. So I hope you guys enjoyed as much as I did. I'm gonna try to do a series of these. Obviously, I talked to Kirk Minahan a couple weeks ago. If you missed that, we'll put a link in the show notes. Hopefully it's as valuable for you as it is for me. And let me know what you think in the comments. Subscribe to the feed. Thanks a bunch again to KFC for being willing to do this and for hosting me. And we'll be talking to y'all soon. All right, guys, this is a new one. I'm doing something different. I'm at Barstool HQ in New York. I didn't think I'd be here. I'm in the dad chair for the KFC show, and I wanted to talk politics with him. He's like, "Come do it in the studio rather than on Zoom." This is way better.
It's so much better. I would rather, it's our setting and backdrop, but your show, and I'd rather do it in person. I can't. The Zoom, man. We did it when we had to do it. Now everyone who still wants to keep doing Zoom. No, it's over.
I like human contact.
Yeah.
I'm a person who enjoys.
If you're having conversations, yes, you have to.
Yeah, we got to get people out of off the video game headsets. I'm worried about.
It's crazy how much people latched on to working from home and doing things remote and did not give it up. It's kind of returned.
You guys are packed here.
Yeah,
what did you guys do during COVID here? Were there no COVID at Barstool?
I mean, we didn't. Yeah, COVID doesn't exist.
COVID didn't exist at Barstool?
We took precautions, but we were back in studio, and at least some of us, that summer, everything popped off right from when turned from 2019 to 2020.
Yeah.
By that summer, we were but it also was there was so few people. It was in a weird way we were still
kind of socially distanced.
Yeah, our little crew was not social distancing, but no one else, So we followed the rules and all that, but we got back to work pretty quickly. So when everyone else years later was it's time to go back to work, we were like.
All right, well, this whole thing started because after the Jimmy Kimmel shenanigans where he got bullied by Brendan Carr, really he didn't get bullied, I guess Nexstar and Disney and stuff were getting bullied by Brendan Carr. A bunch of Barstool type folks, comedian folks, free speech guys that had been Trumpy or Trump adjacent, spoke out. We're this is bullshit.
Yep.
And so we did a video about it on this channel that included a pretty detailed breakdown that you did.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, this guy is actually doing this is not just it's I did actual research about the way that because a lot of my viewers, I'm just gonna be honest, they stereotype you all, right?
Oh yeah.
And they're
totally.
It's dumb fucking bros, and they just want to say pussy, and that's the only reason that they like Trump. And there's maybe a little bit of that, but you're out here going, no, what's happening here is they want a merger, and the federal government is cracking down on free speech, as part of a corrupt deal, and that anybody that is for free speech should be against that. And kind of broke down the Nexstar side of it and what they're trying to do in the merger, and what inspired you to go so deep on that?
Well, so I first of all, I got a kick out of when you guys talked about it. A bunch of people sent it to me, being and I know that it was not meant in a derogatory way, but it was this guy is floored that you can put together a human thought.
I was floored that you read. It seemed like you read, actually. You didn't even...
Well, so what happened was, I am about as in the middle as you can get, and there are people that I describe it as there are people I hate on both sides. That's really what it comes down to. Jimmy Kimmel, I don't really care for him. I find him to be almost not as bad as. I just feel like he's the other side that creates division and arguing, and so whatever. I have my issue with him. When it first happened, I didn't know about the government. I didn't know about the mergers, all that. So I thought of a point of view of just yeah, this guy, he's an asshole, fuck him. That sort of reaction.
His ratings suck.
Yeah, and I just, I don't care for, I have a problem in general with how everybody, comics, hosts, everything has been politicized.
Yeah.
So that bothers me, but that's just a personal opinion I have, and that was, my take on it was just my personal opinion. Then I learned, because, the videos I do are usually just reactionary.
Yeah.
And then I learned about the merger and the FCC and everything. And I've also pretty recently almost had this epiphany of if I'm wrong, I'm going to say it. If I don't know something, I'm going to say it. And I don't think of that as flip-flopping or backtracking. So I was just oh, I made a video and I sounded like an asshole and I was totally wrong. And so you might be as well. You might be as well. So here are the facts. And I felt, really compelled to make sure I cleaned up what I said, which is annoying though, because, the first video, did like 1 million views, and this other one does 500,000, and I was like, so there's like 500,000 people out there who only saw that opinion.
Well, you got some new people on my channel that didn't see the first video, so there you go.
All right, so it evened out. Yeah.
What like, what was the response you got to that? Like, were people pissed at you? Or,
yeah, it's funny. I mean, because I'm in the middle, like I do videos one way or the other, sympathizing, hating, whatever, and every time I do that, you know, I lose a bunch of followers over here, gain a bunch of followers over there. People get very confused by me. They're all like, I get a lot of messages being like, so what are you? Are you liberal? Are you conservative? And I'm like, this is the problem, first of all, that you feel the need to like press me and find out, and you can't just have opinions in general. But so the reaction was like, when I put out the first video, there was a bunch of people being like, yeah, fuck Kimmo, and then I put out the second video, and people are like, no, this is still, you know, whatever. So it's a mixed bag because there's just too many people on each side to piss off. Like every time it's often why I try to avoid politics from a business point of view. I'm like, there's not much to gain here.
You just like can't do it now. It's interesting. Like there are a lot of guys like you, like Clay Travis used to be in this boat, who used to say like, we just gotta get politics out of sports.
And now
there's a lot of like middle of the road, maybe center right, you'd say, folks that are like, I don't love that they got like end racism in the end zone, and like we're having to, that stuff is getting so politicized. And it's like the stance for a while then.
I don't even think racism should be political. It's humanitarian.
Now I feel like Trump won again, and like these types of guys who used to say
humanitarian
that,
rights
like,
should not even be a political
topic.
topic. Like, you either
we need like Charlie Kirk memorials outside the stadium.
People to have, you know, basic human rights, or you don't.
We need the flyovers, the anthem.
We want your politics out of sports, but my politics, put it everywhere.
Yeah.
And
Kitty?
This is my problem with the whole scene right now.
What?
From comics to guys like Clay Travis to whoever. I think I know that world enough. I don't know all these people personally or individually, but I in general, I think understand. I think all those guys are worried about how many tickets they're selling, how many followers they're getting, how many views they're getting in the algorithm, and politics has become a way to do that.
Yeah.
And I think that's where it's dangerous, where at the end of the day, if ever this like crazy political wave ends, those guys are on to the next thing that will benefit them professionally.
Yeah.
Some of them probably have like real ideals, real thoughts, and it matters to them. But I think a lot of them are just like, this is benefiting me right now. And that's where I think we run into the issue is like, do you actually care about this stuff? Or is it just, you're going to get a lot of attention and you can benefit personally and professionally from that? That's the issue.
And the more aggro, the more attention.
Yes.
That's the reality of politics
and that's
right now.
So it's like
escalating.
Yeah. And I think, at least, I mean, politics has always been corrupt, and there's plenty of bad people and assholes and all that. But I do think, you know, several years ago, I guess a long time ago now, the people really involved in it, actual politicians, and then the people who are discussing it and engaged in it, actually care about the issues and the substance. And I don't think that's the case anymore.
All right, I want to run through a couple of the issues, but just to like baseline for people. So you say you're in the middle. You say you hate people on both sides. It's like, who'd you vote for?
Okay, you're gonna hate me for this. I didn't vote.
You didn't vote? No, I mean, no, actually, no. Literally, one of my big shticks right now is that we need more of the bros who don't pay attention to politics to just not vote.
Yes.
Nothing wrong with not voting.
So I used to be like,
no shame in not voting if you don't feel like you're, you know?
I never voted because I was like, I'm not informed enough. I don't know. I shouldn't be influencing this, you know? And I used to kind of be like embarrassed of that. And I know, you know, there are people who are like, it's our right, and there are people who don't have this right, and by you not exercising it, you're like spitting in all this stuff that I understand where that's coming from. Never, more so
Kitty,
now
what
than
are you
ever,
doing?
like I feel vindicated
No.
in being like this. You know what I mean? Like,
so you
just being a jerk.
voted, or you just didn't vote this time? You've never voted a single time? Really? Like you're not registered? You don't know how to vote? You've not been curious about like what happens behind the curtain?
I am, yeah, no. I genuinely think that, like, and I'm sure you're probably like, why am I sitting down with this guy now?
No,
I love vote,
this.
But
no, this is great.
You're
you're the representative of the people. That's why I'm sitting down with you. And you know,
well, that's
you're a median voter stand-in.
Or
median non-voter, I guess.
Yeah, I would say, I believe that like the people who should vote is like a very
okay,
very
we're going
small.
back to the 1700s.
Yeah, and I know like why we
now.
can't do that, but I'm just like, everything else in the world that really matters, you need to like study, pass a test, be, you know, like have a certification, have knowledge, and And then there's this.
So who would you have voted for? Do you think, if you had to? If you were the king, you were the chooser, and you got to
in this last election?
Yeah.
God damn that! I mean, it is truly like I would not feel good either way. I really had my like deep issues both ways.
The pressure's on.
I would say though, I'm like
tough choice.
When you say center right, I would be center left.
Okay, so you would have picked Kamala.
Really?
One guy,
I'm not trying to
authoritarian, has tried to overturn
That's pretty concerning.
election.
This is actually important.
Say that
the other one's a black woman.
Why?
I think that again, my limited knowledge, but like I think
tough.
She was not. They hid her for like 3 years, and then we're like, no, wait, she's the best thing in the world, and I was like, she was such a ghost for the rest of that administration. To then have them turn around and try to shove that down our throats and like, look how much money she raised. It's like, none of that is indicative of anything.
Don't apologize for this. This is actually like really important. That's something that I talk about a lot. Like, if you identify as a center-left person, whatever that means to you, and you have issues with Trump, you don't like Trump, and you're kind of in this sort of cultural milieu that's a little more right? And like, you didn't have confidence enough to say like, I definitely would want Kamala over him. Like, that's a failing of Kamala, not you, right? Like, I mean, probably have some moral failings as well. We'll get into this later, but like that's a strategic failing of Kamala, right?
Yeah.
And like they need in this world, like in 2024, 2025, like you cannot run the 1990 strategy. No. You know what I mean? Where you're hiding and you're just giving big speeches and whatever. Like people want to be able to feel you
stopping
and know
him
you
from
and have confidence in you, and they
trying
didn't
to find his own
information.
That's
out there.
What
and
really?
I think she
he
would
looked
have
up
been fine,
information
actually,
for
but we will
Jimmy
never
Kimmel
know. I don't
getting
know.
pulled off
I
the air, but
time with her.
he didn't have time to look up information about
the
presidential candidate.
Yeah, some of that might be being a black woman and kind of be out there and just
the hell
heat you get.
Yeah.
But she also is a cautious person. You know, there are other black women that are in public space that aren't that cautious, right? So it's not all identity, but like she definitely was cautious. But if you got time with her, like, she wasn't fucking stupid.
No.
I mean, she became the vice president.
That's what's so
you know
funny.
what I mean? But like, you got to demonstrate that to people.
It's a very funny thing when you hear like regular average people who are absolutely stupid claiming that any of these people are like idiots.
Yeah,
you know, it's like they're talking about people who are very successful or lawyers or whatever that like, okay, maybe they're not the smartest, maybe you don't agree with them, but you can't be like these people are trash off the street idiots, you know? I just felt like, so wait, you're saying you think if she had more than, 107 days or whatever? Like,
I don't think more days. I think they should have put her out. Like, she did good at, well, let me see what you think. What did you think about the one debate with Trump, between her and Trump?
I thought she did good. Yeah, right. Yeah. I thought that was like the first time that like I was like, oh, okay, you can kind of stand on your own too.
This is what I was saying at the time, is that like Trump said he'd do another debate, but only on Fox. And people were like, no, I'm not going to do that. Fuck that. I'll be biased. I'll be like, no, actually, if she should have said, yeah, go into Fox. If you beat him on Fox, then all of a sudden it becomes hard for like somebody like you to be like, oh, they're hiding her. She's dumb.
Right.
Like, it's like,
she went,
she went
an
into
away
the fire.
game and won on his turf.
Right. And so that would have helped, but I think she should have done more podcasts, and she did that one with what's his name, Steven Jackson, a couple of the basketball guys.
Yeah, all the smoke.
Podcast. Yeah, all the smoke.
Yep.
That was fine, and that was fine. I listened to it, but like, you know, and then she did the one with the Call Her Daddy gal, but like that was very scripted.
That's the problem. Is
you know
it was very much a half measure. It's like they picked and chose where she was going to go and what they're going to talk about, and how they're going to do it, and it's a fine line for me because part of me thinks I don't want podcasts and comedy and all that at all influencing this.
Yeah.
But it's also the nature of the world now. You know, I can't put my head in the sand, so you gotta go. She had to do Rogan. She had to do it. She had to do those things because it's almost
Theo,
it's not even
you
about.
You can't be scared of Theo. Like, he's not a Louisiana guy. He's
like,
just a fucking.
He's not gonna like grill you. You're gonna have
he
some
doesn't know enough to grill you. Like, God love him. You know what I mean? Like,
but that to me, it's not even necessarily what you say or do in those interviews. Like I can't think of any moments from the Trump Rogan sit down that like mattered. It was just that he did it. And he showed the ability to just
here's the other thing, it
talk
makes him
for 3 hours.
Yeah. So if you're out there, I kept saying this at the time about the people, the Trump Rogan thing, because there were some like dumb clips that like people in my world, like anti-Trump world, like we jumped on those clips. Here's a dumb thing, and they were dumb. They weren't so dumb that I can remember what they were now, right? I mean. But like they weren't great. But I watched the whole thing, and I was like, if you're one of these people that's like just a Rogan guy, right? Which is like, I'm culturally conservative. I didn't like some of the COVID, lockdown stuff, but like, I'm cool with gays, and I'm not for all this mass deportation. You know what I mean? Like that type of guy. And you have people out there telling you Trump's a Nazi. Like Trump is going to be a fascist, Trump's a total lunatic, he's going to end the democracy. And then you sit there and watch him with Rogan for 3 hours, and they
he's just like
chop it up.
Normal guy.
Yeah, and you're just kind of like, I don't know, man. Like he beat the expectations were set for him.
Yes.
In a way that allowed him to succeed in that environment.
I think the number one thing that is appealing about Trump to non-political people is the non-politics of it all. Like he does speak like a normal human. And that comes
that's debatable.
A lot of times it can come across as like uneducated or sound stupid or whatever, but it's not robotic, and it's not you don't think you're just getting a canned response jammed down your throat. I would love that about him if it didn't come with a lot of other problematic shit.
So what don't you like about him?
I think he I think he's in it for the wrong reasons is ultimately what it comes down to. I think he's just it's insane to me that some of these people who like Donald Trump would like spit on and wouldn't give them, a sip of water if they were dying in the desert, think that he represents them and he speaks for them. And
so you're talking about like how like the corruption stuff, like the crypto cash and the putting his name on golf courses and wants to be on Mount Rushmore. Like you're talking about like the narcissism stuff.
Yeah. Like, I think it's about money and power and success for him, and it happens to be that becoming the president is the biggest display of those things. Yeah, right. Once he conquered real estate and then reality TV, he just needs to keep going, and that ended up being the president. I don't think he really cares about the issues one way or the other. I think if he thought he could win an election by being liberal, he would do that too. Like, I think he just goes wherever the money is. I mean, I'm sure some of these issues he cares about because he's an old white man and they're set in their ways, but I think he's just an opportunist, and like,
so like first, like we're like 9 months in, like just the actual like policy stuff. Is there anything that you've done like that's really good or that fucking sucks? Like that really pissed me off.
Immigration stuff is weird for me. Like I try not to, I think it's very different depending on where you live in the country. You know what I mean? Like to me, I'm like, what's the problem? And I'm sure if you live in a border state, you're like, there's a problem.
Yeah, sure.
The ICE stuff bothers me.
The masks.
What's that?
The masks, like that they're in masks and like hassling people.
Yeah, I think that's. I don't think you need to be like ripping families apart, and I almost feel like they are like seeking that out in a way. It's like control the border. Everyone's got to be legal. I understand that, but the methods for which you're going about it drives me bonkers. And then also, this isn't. I mean, if there was like one issue that I would really latch onto. School shootings, guns, that drives me like fucking insane. And I know that there hasn't been anything specifically policy-wise about that, but I just feel like that's like an issue of mine with the right is...
They're not even trying to solve it.
Yeah. I mean, it's insane to me. I think it's so beyond politics, parties, all of that. And the fact that there is like... I know it's a nuance. I don't believe that, but I understand in a country this size that it's going to be borderline impossible to try to enforce some of these things. And you can argue all the elements and sides of it, but I'm like, can we try?
Yeah.
And if I'm wrong somehow, fine, you can go back to the way it was. So that would be politically like where I get hung up, although I know that hasn't been like the focus of this administration.
Good stuff.
Good stuff.
What do people like?
But I also, by the way, I wouldn't necessarily say that about.
People like the like they like that there's no more DEI hiring. I don't know. Do you care about that? But like people would say that. They would say the border is good.
I think the DEI stuff is like, if it's done appropriately, I think it's a good thing, and if it's done inappropriately, it's like almost any other issue in the world. But yeah,
economy. How are you feeling about?
Maybe I'm wrong on this. I feel like the economy is independent of the president in general, and I feel like you get all the credit when it's good, and you get all the blame when it's bad. But I don't think.
I think that's usually true. I think the tariff thing has been a different example because it's just like kind of random.
The tariffs is another one where it's like, would I love for America to be like self-sufficient and have everything? Yes, but like, can you just throw an 80% tax on it and make it happen overnight? Probably not. So
as a stand-in for your fellow white Rose, do you think that your immigration thoughts is represented? I ask this because of this. Like, a lot of Democrats are kind of scared to talk about immigration because they've like internalized that like Biden fucked up the border, which he did, and that immigration's an issue for Trump, it's issue because it's like it's a loser for them. And I'm kind of like, I don't know, man. I think that like most middle of the road people don't want fucking masked dudes taking people that are guarding it.
I think you're pretty fucking crazy if you think that. Like, I think you're an absolute batshit crazy person if you're like, that's good. So, by the way, just before we speak specifically on that, what you just described, I think, is the problem with everything. Like, I go back to politics used to be people who actually cared about the issues. So if a guy that you don't like or you want to lose agrees with you on an issue or does something that benefits that issue, you should be able to say, like, that's a good thing. To ignore, if something good is happening in immigration and you're just like, okay, well, we can't talk about that because that's a point for him. When one of your ideologies or tenets or beliefs is that thing, that to me is almost the root of all of these problems. I've been saying that politics has become like sports. You have a fan of one team and a fan of the other team. And when I'm a sports fan, I'm irrational and illogical because we're just talking about sports.
Yeah, right.
If I tell you that the Yankees suck when they're in the World Series, like, obviously that's not true, but I'll argue every angle I possibly can, because at the end of the day, this doesn't really matter. When you apply that same fanaticism,
at old ladies in Florida Gators hats outside Tiger Stadium, I don't fucking care. Right? You are my enemy if you're in blue and orange.
Exactly. And so, but when you apply that same fanaticism of sports to issues of like life and death or, you know, families and all that, that's a big problem. As far as the actual immigration stuff, yeah, like, I mean, in my experience, I love Mexican people. They work so hard and are so polite. They do all the stuff that I can't fucking do and don't know how to do. I love them.
Birria tacos, so hot right now. Everybody's into birria.
But I also understand that.
You think that's representative, or do you think that there's like, I don't know, man? You're walking out there, like, I was walking through like, how many of those people are like, fucking, hell yeah, get them out.
By the way, in general, I can only speak for Barstool. I don't know about the rest of the manosphere.
Yeah.
I would say 99% of people here are liberal.
Liberal?
Yes.
In the sense that, like, they're not like, I want mass deportations and I fucking
no,
like
I
gay
think
people to not get married.
I think like
liberal, like how?
I think straight up liberal, like in every sense of the word. How they voted, what they believe in. I think you'll get a lot of. Why
do you think the perception is otherwise?
I think Dave is probably, you know, leans more right, but like Dave. A lot of people here are your typical, I'm socially liberal, fiscally conservative, which is, I think, the most like basic kind of cop-out thing in the world.
Like,
but
how
it's
many Kamala voters are out there?
I really think that, like, the vast
More than
majority.
half?
Yes.
Really?
Would you agree with that, Jackie? Like,
More than half
like Dave is a big part of it, and then like Jack Mack, there's another guy, Jack Mack. We make fun of him because I would say, if I was really to list off like the conservatives, I could probably name it on one hand, and I can like specifically think of who it is. And they're all, by the way, like normal conservatives. They're not fucking crazy people like Trump MAGA freaks. But we make fun of, we call Jack Mack, I call him a Proud Boy, like being very exaggerating, and he's not one. But to the point that the people who are, or at least are publicly so, are pretty much the vast minority.
This is important though, because it is true. Tell me if it's wrong. You guys tell me if it's wrong. Like, okay, out of that demo though, people that work here, but also like super fans who engage with all this stuff, right? Like,
well, that's
Obama
different.
did way better. Like, there's drop off.
I can smell that you're thinking of violating the Constitution. You gotta say in your defense.
Less excitement about like, maybe they vote for
violating the Constitution. In what way?
Like,
oh yeah, I would agree with that for sure.
Yeah. And so like that to me means that like these are gettable.
I wouldn't
people,
dream
both
of
work
it.
Here, but also
yeah,
kind of in the consuming of the content that are gettable, that they're just not getting.
That's probably the best way to describe it. Like I don't know everybody's politics, but I do know that very few are like entrenched in their beliefs, one way or the other, to be honest. And our gettable is like that should be the campaign slogan for the next Democratic Party. 2028, gettable.
So like you were like is there a Ringer rivalry here? Can I bring up the Simmons pod?
Yeah.
That's that touchy. Simmons had the thing always where he's like a NFL coach should have like a kid that plays video games on the sidelines next to him all the time. Just be like, is this thing I'm doing stupid?
Yes.
Like, what, because kids that are playing a lot of hours of video games, can give you a common sense suggestion. That's like if you were just brought in to like a Democratic campaign, it's like white guy common sense director. Like that's your only job.
I've said this before. I want to be the director of common sense for the White House.
What would you tell them? What would you tell whoever it is that's the next Democrat that they should do to get more guys like you?
I'm like going through this in real time because I know the typical trope is the left needs to find their version of Joe Rogan. Yeah, okay. That's said so much, right? First of all, it was Joe Rogan.
Yeah, right.
Right? Like you had him and you blew it, lost it, however you want to. Rogan's an interesting one because I think he's a political guy, but like
thank you.
Because of his
I violated the Third Amendment.
I think there's a world where he would have just kept talking about aliens and weird shit, but he became so big and COVID.
I told you I don't remember.
Yeah. And then I also can understand.
You gotta give me a catchphrase like, for the amendments. I know what you're talking
CNN
about.
puts up a video where they change the color of your face and they're trying to fuck with you, that's what breeds like, okay, well fuck you right back. And that's how we get in this. That's like my problem on a lesser scale with Kimmel and these guys. When you throw shots,
I know the first and second because I'm always talking about those.
And even what you mentioned
before, other than that. You gotta give me a catchphrase for it. The worst thing
that I think the Democratic Party did was calling Trump and everyone Nazis because it makes you be like.
But Trump calls Democrats evil and shit. Why does he get away with that, but the Democrats don't get away with it?
Well, he's got the seat right now.
I
agree that that's a double standard that shouldn't exist. But I do think, in order to like beat this, I don't know if engaging in there.
So you tell him
like,
what? About? Like, would it be changing issues or just be like talk more?
There's no way that's what that is.
Stop saying woke words. Like,
I mean, I also believe that.
Is it housing the poor or is it housing?
Engaging in this back and forth.
Like
I would say, I think the biggest problem is, if you were to generalize, I think like the right is assholes and the left is all pussies. And I think people would rather be an asshole than be a pussy. And I think you need to make it kind of figure out a way to combat that like cuck, lib cuck, woke, pussy, soy boy, beta. Whatever.
Yeah, I mean that's isn't it crazy? Just think about this, okay?
I'm not lib cuck, soy boy, pussy status.
The method, the number one recruiting method for the U.S. military is a socialized system.
We are the beta boys, like we are.
They advertise a socialized system of providing for you and your family, and or your family.
The majority of people, I think,
in order to get
like
people
on a
to join.
Specific level, I think
yet
you need to
at the same
somehow,
time,
and on like a
we'll
like a specific, tangible.
Talk about how terrible
I think focusing on
a socialized system is for everyone else.
Issues and some of these issues that are like so small and insignificant. But then become like, in my mind, that's what like
I might have
to like some of that extreme stuff.
If you can make
really
it quick,
is not a big enough issue.
Hold on, I think I have to go. I have to go pick up my daughter, unless my wife is going to go get her. So
like tougher.
Hold that thought, and then
like it feels like they're kind of weak on.
If you're still on when I get back, then we can keep going with the discussion.
Right.
You know that stuff going to change after 2020, right?
Yeah,
and maybe like standing up to Trump, but like not like name calling him, but like having some fucking backbone, like that kind. Like what else? How else do you butch up if you're a lib? If you're Gavin Newsom, what do Gavin Newsom do?
Be further enacted if any person, whether officer or soldier, belongs to
the problem with it is
and called out into the service
like
of the United
they're
States
not as good at
it. Actual service,
like when they try to like, he's funny. Trump,
and provided for
he's good at like busting balls. He's good at
pointing at Erdogan. Did you see that he was talking about how he's again? It's like he hates to laugh. He's talking about how his election was
freaking communist. Man, can't believe it.
He's like, you know a lot about
freaking communist.
He says that like that's funny.
No, it's just the. It's just ironic that
it's crazy, but like the little nicknames and shit
that they hang that,
you know. And then I think the Democrats try to like go
do you know how
and they're just
significantly
personable.
Military recruitment would drop if we had like some sort of universal healthcare system?
Hang with Dave,
like there. Honestly, I wouldn't have.
In terms of like,
do my boy George like that? Hey,
Pete Buttigieg just seems like a normal, like a regular guy. Yeah, I mean,
call it as I see it.
About him personally, but it seems like when he's talking, he's not like
if Democratic Socialists can be called communists, I don't see.
But like,
any reason for referring to that policy in the same manner.
I think Obama was like.
But anyway,
the difference.
I'll be back
Obama
in a minute. Well, actually, probably maybe like 30 minutes.
It was
maybe.
Felt like
I don't know.
Competence,
anyway, I'll be back.
Ability to do the job, sort of thing. And again, that probably sounds so silly from me. Like again, she's this accomplished woman, but like, they did not instill confidence. That's also a problem. I don't think they have like
he didn't
their
seem
guy.
Scared.
I think
Obama didn't seem scared going into anywhere.
Yes. I get the impression that a lot of these guys are either scared or they're like, I'm not scared and I'm gonna go at him, and it's like, but even by being that flustered or whatever, you're kind of letting him dictate.
It's tough. You can understand why this conversation with some of our viewers will be like, this is fucking frustrating. I'm not saying this you're frustrated, but it's like, it's hard to even pinpoint what it is. Like, there's just like a sense, like the vibes are that the Democrats are pussies.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's a little bit hard to pin down.
And I also very much
going against JD instead of Trump, would that be better? Because JD's kind of a soft boy. Like, he's like doughy.
Yeah.
And he's a try hard.
I think they're going to have a real problem replacing him because, like, there are people who say the same things and believe the same shit, but, like, you can't replace that. You know, I wonder how that's going to be, or if he even tries to pass the torch. But I also really sympathize. I always talk about this with Tommy and the Pod Save guys. Like, it's got to be so frustrating when he's giving a speech or having one of these viral moments where it's like, this is so not presidential. And so, I mean, like, I can really understand if you're like a hardcore liberal, just being like, this guy has rape charges or accusations and crime and failure. He can't speak. He can't, like, all these, like all these things that you're just probably like, how is this happening? And you can't even begin to, like, formulate a plan because it's like so crazy, inconceivable. It's like incomprehensible that this is even the battle I have to fight. So
like,
I
really
the frustration
sometimes. I do feel like am I really on Earth? Sometimes I wake up and I'm like, is this? Am I in like a simulation?
I have to game plan for a made up, you know.
All right, 2 other things, then we'll just chill. If you have if things come up as director of Common Sense, just text me. You're like, don't do this.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it's easier to have specific examples. I just wanted to pick your brain on like on Hegseth really quick, and then the Saudi thing. So Hegseth gives this speech. Did you see any of it?
I've like read about it. Yeah. So clips it. I didn't watch the whole thing.
So he goes out there. He brings in all the generals, all these gray-haired dudes, the dudes that came up with the plan to kill Bin Laden, people have been around, and he's up there and he's just doing like. Did you ever see Magnolia? He's doing like that Tom Cruise.
Oh yeah.
The Tom Cruise motivational speaker thing. It's just like, we're gonna do fucking push-ups twice a year.
Kill people.
We are war fighters. We are lethal.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, like, to me, like, I look at that and I'm like, dude, this is so embarrassing. Like, I'm humiliated for the country, but I do wonder if I'm out of touch. Like, do you think that, like,
that was a weird move? I thought that. I mean,
think that, like, do like frat bros though look at that and are like, hell yeah. You're my frat bro translator.
Yeah, but I'm not a frat bro.
I know. This is your job, though. You're here. They're out there. I walked through. I saw the outfits out there. Do we need to bring one of them in?
That is a problem, though, is that, like, I get why, but, like, it is a stereotype that I don't think is often that true. I think you go down south and some of these, but, like, at least up here, I'll look away, talk away, do sports and comedy and all that in a way, but politically is a whole different story. I thought that was weird. As far as I know, that was like very unorthodox, right? That's not like an annual meeting of the generals. That was like the first time, like, ever, maybe. So that almost gave me pause. That I was just like, why the fuck is this even happening? And then seeing what I saw and reading what I read was like, this sounds like some rah-rah speech from a guy who's not in the military, and I can't imagine these generals respect him or like care about him. I'm a firm believer almost of the economy being separate. I feel like the military should be separate, and like those guys need to do what they do.
This is good.
Independent
this makes me feel
of your
good.
bullshit.
Even though you're not, the stereotypical, Tennessee frat bro, it still makes makes me feel good. The people, because that's one of those where I feel like I'm being crazy. I'm like watching this. I'm like, how is this real life?
It was weird.
How is this fucking real life?
Yeah, and with really no tangible, specific like reason. It was just an overall like, we're gonna be badass, right? It's like, I would imagine, and I hope that the top generals are like, is this fucking over yet? So we can go back to work, like just go do the actual job.
I hope so too. All right, the comedy thing that's happening right now. Like, this is another thing that like I get frustrated with being an outsider. It's like, I am a free speech person. Like, I'm cool with all. Like, I thought it was overstated, like the worries about cancel culture on campus and stuff. I was like, I don't know, man. Every time I speak on a campus, they're like conservative dudes there. They feel like they can talk, but even still, like I want everybody to feel like they can say.
Well, there's a huge difference between you were on campus and in person, and then on the internet. I know that's very hard to say with what just happened to Charlie Kirk, but in general, the internet is where a lot of this divisiveness goes down, and in person,
that's fair point. Yeah. So anyway, I guess my point is, I want everybody to be able to speak their mind, even if they have fucking terrible, stupid views. Like, that's fine with me. Like that. This is America. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. And so I was kind of on the side sometimes of like right-wing comedian types who were like complaining about like liberal efforts to, stifle whatever, their ability to talk or cancel them, whatever it was. And then, okay, now we fast forward and it's like the same dudes are going to give a speech in Saudi Arabia where they get $1 million, where there's like a contract that like lists what they can talk about and can't talk about.
A little bit weird, a little bit contradictory.
What?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What is happening with that?
It's a weird one. Like, I think that all these guys got politicized, or even in some cases radicalized, if you want to say that, because of the cancel culture free speech stuff. And I can understand, much like when CNN was like fucking with Rogan, why he would be like combative about it. If you feel like your job and your art and your craft is being threatened, and then there's a party and a person who's like, we got your back, you're gonna go that way. So I get that.
I do too.
I find it tough that a lot of those guys turned around, like when there were threats of war and the Epstein stuff, and then they were like, whoa, wait a minute, this is not what I voted for. And then there's a whole bunch of people like, we fucking told you, dude. Like, if the whole world was duped, okay.
Yeah.
We voted for a guy and he became a dictator, we didn't see it coming. When 50% of the people were like, he's gonna bait and switch you, and then you're like, he bait and switched me, I can understand why they don't deserve the sympathy for that. And, I think Theo is like probably the best example. I think Theo, again, I don't know him personally, this is my thoughts. I think he got in over his head. Like, I think
way over his head.
I think that these guys, I think it's very hard. If I was bigger than I am, I'd be like, I want to talk about politics. I want to talk about everything. I mean, yes, but we're talking about guys who literally influenced the election. I'm not on that level. It's hard to be like, I'm going to talk about this stuff. Hey, it's just my podcast. I talk about whatever I want to talk about. At some point, it's like, no, you are big. You're so big, you have to consider the possibility that ICE is going to take your liking and take your likeness and make a promo
like,
video
dude,
out
if you
of
have the Amish kid on the pod, do whatever you want, right? You don't need to ask hard follow-up questions. You're the vice president of the United States on the pod, like, and he's lying to you. Like, you gotta do the job. You gotta do the job.
Some fucking same thing Nelk Boys doing Netanyahu. These things that are like so crazy. So then I think that all kind of ties into the idea of free speech and doing whatever you want. But yeah, it gets to be a little dicey when it's like, okay, these guys are now telling you what you can and can't do. And
I mean, if if we do this like hypothetical, if like Gavin Newsom, if like some big liberal tech guys, Soros and Gavin Newsom, were like, we want to rehab the Democratic brand. We're gonna pay the biggest comedians $1 million to come and do our comedy festival in Berkeley or whatever. The only thing is, here's the contract, like, you can't use gendered words, right? So if you have to say say male, you have to say male person. You can't say male man, you got to say male person instead when you come. You gotta your jokes have to start with a land acknowledgement. Like, these guys would fucking annihilate them, and they would it would just be material and shit for weeks. And yet they're gonna fucking go and like do whatever MBS tells them to do and be like, yes sir, Mr. MBS, I want the $1 million. Like, it's a pussy move. It's really what it is. Like, it's a pussy move to go over there.
So I think that's a great point, and I'm just thinking through it right now. I think the difference would be that they would benefit from turning it down.
The Soros news, the hypothetical Soros and Newsom.
I think the reason why all these you can move tickets and get followers and make money by being conservative right now.
Yeah, right.
So whatever bag they're offering you, by saying no to the liberals, you'd make that back over here with your fans.
Right.
I don't think they're not going to benefit other than like people think you're a good person for saying no.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like I think they want the money.
So it's all about the bag then. That's what it is though. So that means the free speech thing is kind of bullshit. It's just about the bag.
Nobody cares about the ideals. They just care about the end result. They like and want free speech, not because they believe that every American should have free speech, because their job requires free speech, and that's how they make their money. I think
any
a lot
of those dudes, I will give so much love to any of those dudes that make fun of MBS's micro penis.
Imagine if somebody just went off script.
Yeah, dude, just go over there and talk about they heard he's intersex and has a micro penis. And that's what the world is going on. I mean, like, that would get a lot of credit with me. But I don't see it. I'm not expecting that.
It's funny that you would. I would think that like conservatives would.
Chappelle
be like,
could do that. Like, what does he got to lose? I mean, I guess he could get beheaded. I guess he could be put into a prison there, which is why you wouldn't do it, because it's a fucking authoritarian country, which is why you shouldn't go.
Which is why you shouldn't be doing it. I think Chappelle is like the most baffling case to me. Like the guy who walked away from Comedy Central and $40 million at his peak, out of morals, is now deciding to sell out. Now makes no sense to me. I think the like Louis and Burr, like some of the really, I mean, if you look at that list, like nobody like needs the money really, or they're all doing really well. I personally, when I first heard, like there was a report or something that Dan and Big Cat and Dave were offered $10 million to go, and I was like, I'm fucking going. Like somebody puts $5 million in front of me, I'll be honest, I'm going. And that I really started to think through it, because when I said that, I was kind of like, yeah, no duh. And a lot of people in my life who I really like value were kind of like, oh, that's unfortunate that you feel that way. And I was like, oh fuck, I gotta like kind of examine this. And I mean, of course, I understand the big picture.
It's called being a grown-up, man. Reflection,
well, yeah, and it sounds silly, but it's like I of course know why you shouldn't go. But my thought is that whether that comedy festival happens or not, who goes, who doesn't go, that ain't changing anything. So I might as well make this money and have my family set for life. But then you know what really changed it for me was I just showed you that video of Chappelle and Kevin Hart and these guys putting their hands in the sand, doing some sort of like customary greeting, whatever. And it made me think about like literally if you were to say yes and do that, and you get on a plane and you go there and you have to like shake their hands and hug them and smile to their face.
It's a propaganda.
Do the orb. They hold hands with everybody, and you have to smile in their face while they obviously are using you and trying to play you and think that you don't even know what's going on here. And like that would probably almost be harder for me than the important stuff, because the important stuff, unfortunately, I feel like they're not going to change, and the Middle East didn't change anytime soon, so I might as well. But then I thought about like spending a week there, just from a point of view of like, I don't even get off the couch for like my friends, let alone to hang out with the fucking royal family of Saudi Arabia.
So Dave and Big Cat said no. I missed that.
Yeah. So apparently, I don't know all the details, but they said that. But it was funny. They were like, "Don't get it twisted. We made an offer, and they just didn't meet our offer." So I think the way Dan posed it was, if it was 15 million, they would have gone. I don't know why they drew the line at 5 versus 7.5, but
everybody's got to have a line, man.
Yeah, but it was funny that so that story came out, and they said, yeah, we turned it down, and they got some props for it, but I don't know. It's just funny when it's like, well, we would have gone, but we didn't. And then I think when they realized how much kind of social value you get out of being the guys who said no, they were like, yeah, we said no.
But like on the Barstool stuff, like look, the live shit was so depressing to me, just as a cultural thing. Like my boy Rory, like takes a moral stand.
Brother from another mother.
Yeah, fucking takes a moral stand against the Saudis. And he got like gassed up about that for a while, and I was like, look, see, like you can do this. You can take a moral stand, you can still make money, and like you can still fucking golf, and you don't have to take the Saudi blood money. We need somebody like Rory out there in the world. Fucking fast forward a year, and it's like, no, Liv cuts a deal with PGA. Rory like apologizes basically for doing the right thing, and like all the fucking assholes like Bryson that took the fucking bag from Saudi, like walking, and Phil Mickelson are like walking around like their worldview is vindicated. I'm like, man, this sucks.
It does. It sucks, and it's like that's why I was very. I mean, I just can't understand those guys, all those golfers, comedians, like. You got the money.
How much money you need?
Yeah, like I can understand if you are not
you don't
rich.
have a plane to get to the plane. I get it. I get it. Not having to do Southwest and being at the FBO is really nice. Yeah. Once you've got the plane, though, feels like a second plane is not really like there's diminishing returns.
Unfortunately, it's very indicative of like what motivates people, and like it's just more. I mean, especially a lot of those comics, they remember when they were eating fucking, free mozzarella sticks was why they went to the club, because they had no money, and now, I mean, but again, like, I can't say that I would just not entertain it.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
And I wish that wasn't the case. I'm wondering why. Like, I feel like there is like a hopelessness where it's like, I don't think me going or not going impacts things 1%.
Right.
And that also maybe it does with Dave Chappelle. Maybe if Louis said no, like, but yeah, for sure. Like it matters. You have to be able to sleep at night. I get that. But I think the reason why some people are saying yes is because it's like, I mean, Pete Davidson said yes.
Dad lied in 9/11. Far be it for me to tell you what you should do to honor your father's memory, but it's fucking weird.
I think the most justified person going there is Pete Davidson. If he's okay with it, then who am I? That is batshit crazy. That one. That one's hard to reconcile. But I really it all always from Kimmel to the comedy. It comes back to money and power and.
All right, bro. I appreciate this, man. I think it's really like I don't think you have. Maybe you do now. Like I don't know if people around here have any idea like the warped view that like the lib bubble has of Barstool.
Oh no,
like,
I get it.
Like,
I mean,
they're of the view that like everybody that like is into Barstool and does Barstool stuff is like a MAGA right winger that's irredeemable. That like there's no point even trying to get their vote, and like it's like totally wrong. It's insane. So I just think it's important to do this. So
totally.
People can be like, oh wait, no, actually humans, they are also humans.
I stopped like even trying to like deny it, defend it, argue, show. Because it was just like we've almost been politicized. I mean, I get it. Also, Dave leans very right, at least in recent years.
As you said, a lot of the fans are different.
Representative. Yeah. But I think that's part of the problem is like we just take entertainers or companies or whatever, and it's like you're left, you're right. I hate you, I don't like you, and you know, even you said something earlier that was like, fuck, I can't remember what it was, but you were sort of like, I actually agree with what he said, and just the mere fact that I think you feel like you have to like put out a disclaimer or a qualifier. It's like you should be able to agree and disagree with people on different issues. That it's never just a blanket statement, you know. Let me ask you this: I think one of the biggest problems, and like why I go back to why like I seemingly can't bring myself to vote. I think the two-party system is like a big problem. Is that, am I off base? And second part is, I mean, like, I don't think it's gonna ever change that.
We were one of the first fucking democracies. And like, if you look at the people that learned from us, like most, you know, the German democracy is not
like 10 parties.
Exactly, and there's a lot of ways that the German system is better than ours.
Women,
and, like, they learned
minorities,
from us,
like
you know, and they had to go through Hitler first. But, like they came out the other side. And they had like 150 years been like, oh wait, we should do it like that. And so no, the system sucks. I think I think that there is no real hope for a permanent third party. I do think that like I wish people would start third parties in like states. So I'm in Louisiana, and I wish that like somebody would just start. I wish the Democrats would basically go extinct in Louisiana and something else would emerge, like and you know, maybe that party just exists like in the South and in like Utah and Idaho or something, you know, and it's like here's the alternative, you know, and it doesn't have some of the baggage of the National Party. Maybe there's an inverse of that in California, you know, and
okay, you know what you're describing? What? My most radical idea. This country's too big, bro.
Break up the country.
We need to break up this country.
Okay.
There's just no
I'm on
way.
breaking up California because the Democrats need more Senate seats, and I think
we need
5 Californias.
I just think, like, there's no way that my values and concerns and whatever in the Northeast are ever going to align with someone from like Alabama. Like, we're different countries, just effectively.
Yeah.
Like we're living. It's so physically big, and so I know, but it's just like why should I be voting on the border when I don't?
I have to move out of New Orleans or I lose the SEC,
bro.
I don't.
You're out. Man. You're out. Yeah, you lose football.
No,
you can come live in like a lib heaven.
Stay together.
You could be in a lib cuck empire up in the Northeast.
Here's my other optimistic view for you. Because I always get the could there be a third party presidential question from somebody, and they always want like somebody like of my politics, which like you just the cliche one you just mentioned, like more fiscally conservative, more socially liberal. There just aren't enough people like that out there. Like the inverse.
You think so?
No, there aren't. The inverse could work though. A famous person, a barstool person, type person, who has like not like evangelical Christian conservative views, but like has some conservative views, has some stuff that makes me a little uncomfortable. You know, maybe some of their views on trans stuff or on gays or whatever, like, you know, I'm not saying that they're like far right, but like they have some conservative cultural vibes,
right?
You know, and they're economically like Bernie.
Yeah.
So this is not somebody would appeal to me at all. That third party would be interesting because that third party would divide both parties, because like there are a lot of like socially conservative people in the Republican Party that wish that like aren't on board for like the corporate tax cut shit because they're not rich,
right?
And there's some Dems, you know, that want the lefty populist stuff, and aren't aren't on board with like the full woke kind of agenda. I think that probably would work. It'd have to be a really famous person, like really famous,
right?
And they'd have to have.
It needs to be like a Trump, but for the you know, like
that's possible. But I don't know who that is.
I mean, my like perception of a third party has always just been like it fractures your votes and it's a bad thing and like it's a joke. I can't even imagine what it would take to even if you found that perfect person, to get enough people to just break out of the idea of left and right. But I think it would. I mean, I'm like, Dave's running for president one day. Like I'm waiting for that.
Yeah, he's tough though. He breaks it. He's pro-choice. It's hard to do. It's hard to be a pro-choice Republican.
That's the sort of stuff like that. I think we have to figure out a way to like that shouldn't define like.
Feinbaum is apparently going to run as a MAGA Republican, and everybody that I talk to down there says like he used to follow me on Twitter, which I was like, you're not a MAGA Republican if you like maybe if you're a professional MAGA, you follow me to like see what the other side's saying, right?
Right, but
if
like
you're a
if
sports
you're soul,
guy,
you're
not following me and like like watching my shit posting every day. I think maybe I think it's bullshit.
I think you might be as like indoctrinated in a way too. Like I think you don't even realize how much that stuff does overlap. Or maybe I'm the one.
I don't know.
I'm
so
in this
anyway,
New York bubble and like
Feinbaum though, like running as a MAGA Republican would be insane.
Yeah, that would be nuts.
I could be like runs as like a Tommy Tuberville type.
Yeah, I mean that would be.
Nobody. Anyway, I've talked to a bunch of people. They don't think that was his politics, but it seems
apparently
like
it is. Yeah, I just think there's more people out there that
Feinbaum
are
versus Dave
normal.
primary. What a world! It's the 2032 presidential primary.
Can the Democrats really not like? They can't muster up like one guy or girl that they think is like, because I feel like the party also, it's not like I feel like the Democrats didn't like have their golden goose and he just couldn't get the job done. I feel like you guys are fractured and don't know who to like prop up either. And like
no, they got nobody.
And I hate to I don't want to be this way, but it's like I don't know if like a black woman was the best candidate to take down Trump at that time, you know. So like, can you find a guy who checks the boxes?
I mean, Wes Moore is just kind of like a poor man's Obama.
Yeah.
So like maybe that's good enough. You know, he can lift. I don't know, man. It's tough.
Yeah, and also it feels like, you know, I think what was appealing about Trump is that he wasn't this like lifelong politician.
Right.
But now I almost feel like we need to get back to some of that like presidential politician. But is the horse out of the barn? It's going to need to be a celebrity, or it's going to need to be.
I don't know. I mean, there could be.
I also feel like the job's not appealing. I think your best minds and your most capable people are like, I'm going to go be in tech, or I'm going to go make $1 billion.
I mean, presidents may be different. That's true for Congress for sure. Being Congress sucks now. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it depends on how bad he fucks up the economy. I mean, or even if it's an accident, you know what I mean? Whatever. If like the economy gets really fucked up, then maybe like a normal Democrat could do well. But if he does,
MAGA people will jump ship if they're broke.
Yeah,
like,
but if he does okay, then I don't know. Then the Dems will need some outsider type person too. I think. Just think that's where we at.
I don't know who it is, but. Yeah, you need that.
All right, bro. I appreciate the time, man.
Thank you,
this has been so fun.
I hope that people don't hate me for not voting.
Thank you for doing this.
You're definitely. We do have
a lot of like moms and grandmoms that listen, and you know that you might be getting some notes about them. Just letting you know to do better. But that's
the Mexican people like me, right?
The Mexicans, we love you. Everybody else that's KFC Barstool. Follow his shit.
For real.
Follow his shit. We'll see you soon.
Hello everyone, Prem here with Zateo, and today we are joined by a historic delegation of Americans whose loved ones have been killed, brutalized, and detained by Israeli settlers and Israeli soldiers over the course of decades. Today we're joined by the families of Rachel Corrie, Mohammed Zahir Ibrahim, and Saifullah Musallat, who each represent the different stages that Americans must go through to seek accountability for their loved ones for violence done at the hands of the Israeli government. Today we are joined by Cindy Corrie, Kamel Musallat, and Ziad Gadur, family members of individuals who have bared the brunt of Israeli violence over the past decades, in fact. Cindy, your daughter Rachel, who was killed over 2 decades ago by an Israeli bulldozer. Kamel, your son, who we lost just this year. And Ziad, your nephew, who is currently in Israeli detention. First of all, thank you so much for sharing your time with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, firstly, Cindy, I would love to talk with you a little bit about one aspect of Rachel, which is the letters she became so well known for as she was in Palestine and Israel and seeing the violence that Palestinians had faced. Could you tell us a bit about what she wrote in these letters and in her diaries, particularly in the context of today when so many people are starting to realize what is happening in Palestine?
Rachel was a writer, and she also thought as a witness to what was happening in Gaza at the time in 2003, that it was part of her role to share that with her family and friends back here in the US. And she knew that our family just had not ever connected in any deep way with the issue of Israel-Palestine. And so she wrote emails. Her colleagues there talked about how she would be up till midnight, or one in the small internet cafe in Rafah, just typing away. And they were amazed later when they saw all that she had been writing home to others. I think that what strikes me when I read many of those messages today, and I share them with other people, is how prescient those messages were. She warned about the impacts of the Iraq War, which was about to begin, actually started right immediately after she was killed, and what the results of that would be. But sadly, everything that she wrote about 22 years later is happening once again, and on a level that she could not have imagined. And she begged, in an email to me, for it all to stop. And I can only imagine how she would feel waking up every day to hundreds being killed in Gaza, and friends that she and we have there, and to all that's happening in the West Bank, to families here. I'm so glad to be able to join these friends who have come from the West Bank and have lost, and not lost, but have killed and threatened their family members.
Yeah. You talk about the prescience. One aspect that we're seeing over and over again is how often when these killings or these instances of brutalization happen, the Israeli military gets off without accountability. Of course, in Rachel's case, an Israeli bulldozer had attacked her and run over her in Rafah, a place that, again, with prescience today we see is destroyed for all intents and purposes. What exactly did Israel say in the aftermath of that attack?
The story changed, actually, because it started, they're saying that the bulldozer didn't go over her, that a wall fell on her. We ended up, after many years of no accountability in the case, in Israeli courts. And the person who was in charge of the Gaza Southern Command at the time, when he testified in court, and lawyers asked him what had happened to Rachel, he said, I don't know, I don't remember, but I think a wall fell on her. This was long after it had been established that she had been run over by a bulldozer with two soldiers inside the bulldozer, the driver and one who was elevated in order to see better what was in front of that bulldozer. And what's striking to me about that testimony in Israeli court from the person who was the head of that part of the region at the time is that he was also a part of the initial investigation, and yet his memory and and also the highest person on the ground in an APC vehicle testified in court that he knew immediately Rachel had been run over by the bulldozer, and so driven by two soldiers, or operated by two soldiers. So I don't think there was any real question about that, but the story changed, and eventually it became clear what had happened.
Kamel, your boy, Sayfullah, we lost recently to a brutal attack just this summer. Could you tell us a bit about what happened? Because I know, to your point, the story has not necessarily changed in the eyes of the Israelis, but we've gotten more detailed sense of what's really happened. So if you could tell us a bit more.
Well, that day, for the past 4.5 months, Israeli settlers have been going to our lands, people from our village's land, and they've been putting outposts, and there's all these farmhouses that are there, and they're taking over those farmhouses too, and they're bringing their sheep and so forth. So they've been preventing any Palestinian, any person that owns these lands from getting to them. So for the past, like before Saifullah was murdered, many people from the village have been going, getting as close as they can to the lands and protesting basically peacefully to try any possible way to get back to their lands. And then that day, there was a group of, like there was two groups of settlers. One that dispersed when people got close to them, and then when they were coming back, there was basically an ambush, like another mob of these Israeli settlers that started attacking multiple people. Everybody dispersed, and so one of Saifullah's friends, which eventually we found out, like later on in the night, he was shot and killed, named Muhammad Shalabi. Another one of his friends was brutally beaten. His knee was busted. There was another. There was multiple injuries, multiple beatings, multiple basically torture. My son was one of the people that was brutally beaten, and then they found him. His friends eventually found him because when they dispersed, each one went their way, and then finally one of those friends seen Saifullah under this tree, and he was still breathing, but he was breathing very heavily, and he was not. He wasn't conscious. He couldn't respond to anything. When his friend seen him like this, because he couldn't walk anymore, he was worried because at that moment there was Israeli settlers on top of them. So they're it's like a mountain, and they're in the middle. Israeli settlers on top. They're afraid they're going to get caught. These are, remember, armed settlers. They heard a gunshot earlier. They didn't know what happened at that moment with that gunshot. That was when Muhammad Shalabi was killed. And there was Israeli soldiers on the bottom. He needed medical attention. He was alive. He was breathing. An hour passed. 2 hours passed.
What'd I miss?
They couldn't get a permit from the Israeli army to be able to take an ambulance to him or any medical assistance. And people were afraid to get there. You know, they were afraid for their lives. My son, Muhammad, the younger brother, he took a risk. But he went, him and his friend, they crossed the mountain, and they finally reached Saifullah. And when he got to him, he seen that he was breathing, and he realized it was bad. And finally, one ambulance was able to get close, but what happened is Israeli settlers stoned the ambulance, attacked the ambulance. Windows were broken. He went back. Then finally, after 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours, an ambulance was able to get to them. Finally got the permit, but they couldn't get. They got as close as they could to them, and
it's just
they
me.
brought the stretcher.
Just me.
They put him on the stretcher, and on the way to the ambulance,
all
3
by
or 4 minutes
myself.
before that, my son told me that he took his last breath. You know, so the timing. You know, the Israeli army blocking the ambulance, blocking the medical assistance, had a big part in this too. You know, it wasn't just the Israeli settlement. Israeli settlers did a lot, but it was basically the two together caused this to happen. You know, caused my son to get murdered and to die on that day.
Thank you for walking us through all that. And one thing that already becomes clear from both of your accounts is this broader culture of impunity, this broader sense of, even for families of Americans like yourselves, American families I should say, appealing to justice seems like such a mountain. And Ziad, of course, we have, for those who might not know, you are related. Saifullah and Muhammad are related. And Muhammad right now, of course, a 16-year-old, is languishing in detention after months and months on end. Could you tell us a bit about what exactly happened and where things stand now after over 6 months of him being in detention for seemingly no clear due process reason?
So Muhammad, Zahir Ibrahim, and Saifullah, so that are first cousins, their mothers or sisters. To this day, we don't know if Muhammad knows Saifullah passed away or not. We haven't had any communications. Today is 7 months. We haven't heard his voice. He hasn't heard ours. We don't know anything. He was accused of rock throwing from a military prosecutor in the military court. He was arrested on February 16th. Armed soldiers, ski masks, M16s, military vehicles, entered his home, took him out of his bedroom with his mother, father, and sister there, blindfolded him, handcuffed him, and drug him out to a military jeep. That was 7 months ago. That was the last time the mom, the sister, the brother, or any of us knew anything about him. The way we're sitting right now is kind of explains the story. You know, this court, 20 years ago.
Ship released. Engines engaged.
The distance between us is a thin line of where Muhammad is and where the other stores that we see him. And we're lucky enough to be on this side of the sitting in the boat.
Cannot comply.
He couldn't due to
Frameshift drive charging. Standing, white, Arab, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, together to say, help. We still have time.
What has the U.S. response been up to this point, given one of their own teenagers is in a foreign prison?
State Department through emails and the U.S. Embassy informed us about his health, that it was deteriorating, that there was weight loss. The second time, they didn't tell us how much weight loss there was. They said a low BMI. They told us about a skin infection. So yeah, he started off with on his legs. They requested treatment.
Fuel scoping.
3 months later, they found out that it reached the upper body, his hands.
Fuel scope disengaged.
We were able to relay a message through the embassy, who was visiting Muhammad in August. let them know that we're, parents are fighting for them, trying to pay for college.
Hear anything in this video?
Professor!
What are you trying to do to me? This is, I'm going to show you something. It was 600 pages. Look at the font. What do you got? I'm an old man. I had to pore over this with a magnifying glass and a microscope just to be able to see, and I only got up to Reconstruction. You know what? Can I tell you why? Normally, I get the books from the authors that are coming on the show, and they're dry, and I can skim them. Your writing is so vivid and so interesting that I actually had to pay attention. And it slowed me down.
I'm really sorry. I could do an alternate account that's just the dry version.
Do not, because what I learned, it's fascinating to me. The process of just writing the Constitution was it was this 20-year meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting, which we think of it as something that is almost divine, inspired on Mount whatever and handed down to people. It's not. It was a series of like zoning board meetings.
Yeah, it really was. It took a long time to figure out the whole premise of constitutionalism. I mean, we think, next year we're celebrating the nation's 250th anniversary because we're marking the anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, 1776, but that's also the year the first constitutions were written in what was the United States. And it's not till 1787 that we get the Constitution that we have inherited as the federal Constitution. But all those years in between are just people like, what if we didn't have a governor? Or, what if we elected our state Supreme Court? Or what if we granted the right to vote to everyone? Like, people are just debating and trying out different things. Or what if we let the people write the Constitution? What if we wrote them ourselves but told them they had to agree to it? No, well, that's not gonna work. Like, it's just a series of experiments.
Like these guys, like everything is like, what if we did this? And then they put in 50 amendments and did it. And then like they'd send a guy in a wagon and it would take him like 8 weeks to go like, yeah, they said no.
There was one time, there was a constitution, maybe it was Pennsylvania, where there was a draft.
Have you not read this?
No, I forgot it all.
How far did you get in this book?
I forgot it all. There was a state constitution that was written, and then it went to the towns for ratification, but by the time they called for the vote, the printed copies of the Constitution hadn't reached the towns yet. Like, it's actually just really hard to travel. Like, think of Western Pennsylvania or Western Massachusetts.
Sure.
It just takes a long time to get around.
And also, there was a discussion, as you lay out, of who was even allowed to weigh in, and should it be property owners or just white gentry or people who paid enough in certain taxes. And all these different things, but what it does is I don't want to say humanizes, but it's a product of administration, and it was almost a bureaucratic process. Whereas I viewed it more as a moral process previously. And I think it was infused with morality, but even then, boy, they're very aware of slavery's shadow, and they make no bones about it.
Yeah, I think it's far more sort of contingent and accidental than we probably carry around in our head. The idea of, there was this bunch of guys in knee breeches in Philadelphia, and the sun came through a window, and George Washington said, "Ta-da!" and there was the Constitution. And it's like there is that moment, right? There's famous speeches at the end where, Franklin says, like, "I consent to this Constitution, sir, because although I don't think it's the best that we have." And, there is that. There are a lot of, like, iconic moments in the history of the Constitution.
Right.
But there's just a mess all before it that involves a lot of things like people who were enslaved sending petitions to their state legislature saying, "Oh, when you're writing the Constitution, by the way, please end slavery. It is completely inconsistent with the philosophy on which this country is being founded." So, I wrote the book because I just wanted to recover this, much messier, more contingent, a lot of agitation. There's a bureaucratic part of it, but then, these guys are meeting in conventions, and, at the time they called everybody who was agitating who's not in the constitutional conventions in the states and in Philadelphia, the people out of doors. And it's like, we are the people out of doors.
We are all out of doors.
And
the other thing is, there are a lot of women's conventions.
Yeah.
Who get together and they draw up their own things, and they talk about how this Constitution, I thought there's a really interesting area in here where you talk about the protection of women, and sort of they discuss it as literal rape, as though, because British soldiers who had been in there and had been quartered in Americans' houses would, and so they viewed this as a way of protecting women and viewing the country in that same way.
Yeah, there's this whole, I mean, the reason we have like Lady Liberty, or, you know, there's also Britannia, right? That we have these allegorical women that represent the nation. There is a way in which in the Revolutionary era, women were always figured as the victims of British oppression, allegorically, like the rape of America by Parliament is this, like, the most popular woodcut of the time, or engraving of the time. But there also was a lot of rape that women dealt with during the Revolutionary War, as is the case in all wars.
Right.
And so
as a weapon of war
as a
that
weapon
they
of
would
war,
use.
Right.
Yeah,
and so when you read, okay, so there were no women at the Constitutional Convention, but all those guys had wives and sisters and mothers and daughters who were writing to them and expressing their views. Like, one of my favorites is Benjamin Franklin's sister, who writes to Franklin and says, like, I hope while you're down there in Philadelphia with those wise men, she's being a little bit ironic.
Right.
I hope you remember to turn the swords into plowshares. Like, I'm not down with, like, celebrating war in your new code of laws.
I thought Adams writes to his wife.
Yeah.
He gets a little cheeky.
Yeah, he's a bit of a git.
He's a bit of a git, but he does. He almost, in some ways, because she's very clearly pushing for, I guess, what you would imagine to be. Maybe not the rights of women. I don't know.
Yeah, well, she says, look, like, all men would be tyrants if they could. That's the principle on which the country's founded, right? Like,
that's right.
Like, power corrupts.
That's
so
right.
We have to have checks and balances. We have to write down our laws that limit the role of government and document the rights of the people, because left to nature, all men would be tyrants if they could. So she's like, also, husbands are also going to be tyrants. So we need to have rights. Please don't forget to grant rights to women. And he writes back, you know, as to your new code of laws, madam, I cannot but laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet she wanted to hit him in the face with a frying pan.
She writes to her friend Mercy Otis Warren, who's like, what about if we wrote a petition to Congress? Like, let's do this together.
Right.
And I found that really tantalizing. I'd never come across that letter. Everybody knows the kind of Abigail Adams letter to John, that exchange is.
Everybody, no, Harvard professors know that. No, here's what everybody knows. The founders created 3 co-equal branches of government, and then there was Vietnam. Like, nobody has any idea about any of this. I think that's the point. And the point is, there is a danger in not knowing this, because it allows us to make presumptions and assumptions that lessen the work that we have to do to make change. You know, you talk a lot about this in terms of amendments that the founders put into place through Article 5, the idea that this was not the end-all be-all document, that it was going to have to be changed. And by not understanding what their thought process was leading up to it, I think we've lost sight of what that amending process should be.
Yeah, and just the commitment to it. I mean, I was really struck. I hadn't thought that much, honestly, about him. And I, like most people, to the degree that I had a kind of history of the Constitution in my mind, it's really a succession of Supreme Court cases. Oh, well, there was Dred Scott. I know about that one. You know, there's Lochner, Brown v. Board of Education, Roe,
Oh, my God, I could teach at Harvard.
Right, like those are, you're like, okay, I know that.
Those too.
That's right. That's what you kind of think. Like, okay, the
Yes.
Supreme Court just decides, and that's what the Constitution is. And that's kind of how it's taught, too, right? In law school, that's how it's taught, like just a list of cases. But when I went back and did this research, it's like, wow, like, you know, the philosophy of amendment, the idea that we can make our lives and our government better and more responsive to the needs of the people, is actually the foundational principle of written constitutionalism. Like, if you're going to write it down, that's great. Then everybody can read it. Like, that's really important. But you have to have a way to change it.
Right.
And there really was no provision that the Supreme Court would be changing. I mean, that's a practice that evolved and is now, considered standard and part of our constitutional tradition. But the philosophy of amendment is the thing that we abandoned. And it's, you know, it's hard, but even if you didn't have like a list of amendments you wanted, the idea of it is actually so beautiful. That is the moral idea, right? That is it's like this commitment to mending. Like the word itself, kind of the 18th century meaning of it is like inseparable from mending, like repairing a textile, like
and convening,
like making amends, mending your ways, like these kind of deep ways of thinking about. Shouldn't we be able to make things better? Just because we've written them down, does that mean we can't still aspire to make things better?
Do you think that we have grown to use the Supreme Court as a moral crutch because the process of amending is so arduous? You know, it took the Civil War for them to decide that black people should be able to vote, and then certainly, you know, Jim Crow South pulled that all back, you know, and women at the time were like, wait a minute, so black men get to vote, but women don't get to vote, and then it took till the 20s till that happens, the suffragette movement. Have we lost sight of what it takes to organize in a meeting, grassroots, relentless effort to create a lasting, because an amendment, you can pass a law, but a law can be repealed. An amendment is different. Is that what we've lost?
An amendment is different, and many of our amendments overrule Supreme Court decisions. That's what they were for in the first place. Like the Supreme Court strikes down a congressional law to establish a federal income tax, says that's not in the Constitution, Congress doesn't have that power. Ultimately, we get the 16th Amendment in 1913 that says, okay, Congress can have this power. And without an amendment, many gains are just reversible. They can be overruled by the Supreme Court. They can, like if you think about like environmental protection, right? 1970, Nixon says it's the environmental decade. I'm going to be the environmental president, and we get the Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, Endangered Species Act, National Environmental Protection Act. All those things are being rolled back. Like those were not constitutionalized. They're really important laws, and they had really important consequences. But there was a proposal for a constitutional amendment guaranteeing environmental protection as a constitutional right, and it doesn't get anywhere this time. That's sort of the last amendment we were able to amend the Constitution. So you think about that, like, it would be a different world if that had been constitutionalized. But
it probably goes both ways. I mean, I would imagine
totally both
that
ways.
You know, look, we could argue Roe v. Wade did a similar thing, which is why I think people now view those, what they might have considered to be rights, as being vulnerable, because I think they're realizing, oh, the Supreme Court, I mean, look at the shadow docket that they're literally like on one-page thing going like, the president can just take billions of dollars, and as long as it's for like foreign money, he can just take.
I mean, it's a little bit
crap,
like
which one? Which, like, no,
you know,
I'm not winning. I'm
the
just
reductionism
playing,
of the mass shooting analysis, where you're going to just say, was it a red
wait,
shooter
which law
or a
are you
blue
talking
shooter?
about?
I'm sorry, I don't watch
environmental
this show.
stuff.
I don't care for it. So I don't know.
I heard they were talking about that.
Well, I think, you know, it's reductive. It's like, okay, so it's just generally the case. Sadly, people aren't as principled as you'd wish. Like if conservatives are not in power in the court, then they see constitutional amendment and they think the court shouldn't be making decisions. So if liberals are not in power in the court, they suddenly want to talk about constitutional amendments and they don't think the court should be making decisions.
Are we all originalists when we're not holding the power? Is that how originalism works?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. I wasn't sure.
No. No. We can be intellectually inconsistent without being originalists.
Oh, okay. All right.
Those are two different forms.
They are. Because that's what the originalists would say, is it not? Is that the amendment, because they placed it in there, if you don't use the amendment, you can't do anything.
So the original,
but it doesn't specify
like
it's
not the original
how
method
that's enacted.
of interpreting the Constitution. It's a political product.
I don't see any issue with it.
The 1970s and 1980s.
Right.
There's nothing that specifies exactly how that's going to take place. So the meaning, the method by which that's carried out could be interpreted, or it could be done in multiple ways.
So they understood themselves as living in a time and being politically part of the moment.
Yeah, they were working. I mean, they're again, like it's brand new. Like they're working out. Well, how are we going to interpret this thing? Like they're working it out. There's different kind of competing theories, and they change over time. But the originalism that dominates the Supreme Court today.
It makes sense. Like that's one of the responsibilities of the government is to provide a defense for
fiscal and social
the
conservatives
state,
who
whatever state they have to be a part of.
Court, like starting with Brown v. Board of Education.
Yeah, I'd say if they're responsible for protecting the public from
that's judicial. This is like
judicial activism.
From adversaries,
legislating from the bench.
It makes sense that the public would be the ones to
you want to change the Constitution, you should try to amend it.
Financially
and they try to amend
that.
the Constitution, but they don't have the votes. They want a right to life amendment. They want a balanced budget amendment. They don't have the votes. So then they were like, oh, you know what? We do want to change the Constitution. We're going to take over the federal judiciary. But we've been saying for decades.
Wait, the one that's talking here?
From the
You're talking about the one that's talking, being interviewed?
Our new judiciary appointment, our new judiciary appointees be able to change the Constitution without seeming to be changed in the Constitution. So they, well, what we're doing is we've devised this new judicial interpretation that we're not changing the Constitution, we're restoring it to its original meaning. So it's a way to change the Constitution while pretending that you're not, disguising it as restoration.
What's so interesting about that, too, it seems, is...
I wasn't even paying attention to what she said because I was busy talking.
An amending process, right, that allows us to change the Constitution. So you have to use that because that's what the founders put in there. But as you show in the book, the amendment process wasn't something that they held sacrosanct. Again,
more
the amendment process
constitutional
was
stuff than
born of a very messy, sometimes conflicting administrative and bureaucratic process. Even that was,
actually,
I don't want to say humanizes, but it's a product of administration.
I had to go back a little bit because I missed a lot of it.
It was almost a bureaucratic process. Whereas I viewed it more as a moral process previously. And I think it was infused with morality. But even then, boy, they're very aware of slavery's shadow. And they make no bones about it.
Yeah. I think it's far more sort of contingent and accidental than we probably carry around in our head the idea of, there was this bunch of guys in knee breeches in Philadelphia and the sun came through a window and George Washington said, ta-da, and there was the Constitution. And it's like there is that moment, right? There's famous speeches at the end where, Franklin says, like, I consent to this Constitution, sir, because although I don't think it's the best, it's the best that we have.
Being used during the founding?
There is that. There are a lot of,
what qualifies as originalism?
But there's just a mess all before it that involves a lot of things like people who were enslaved sending petitions to their state legislature saying, when you're writing the Constitution, by the way, please end slavery. It is completely inconsistent with the philosophy on which this country is being founded. So,
okay, gotcha.
I wrote the book because I just wanted to recover this,
literally,
much messier,
versus
more contingent,
a
lot of agitation.
Like
there's a bureaucratic
what was
part of
specifically written
but then,
versus what
these guys are
they
meeting
may
in
have,
conventions and
what
at
could
the
be
time
interpreted by what they meant. Is that
everybody who was agitating who's not in the constitutional
understanding that
conventions
correctly?
In the States and in Philadelphia, the people out of doors? And it's like, we are the people out of doors.
We are all out of doors.
We are the outdoors
the other thing is there are a lot of women's conventions.
Yeah.
Who get together and they draw up their own things and they talk about how this Constitution, I thought there's a really interesting area here where you talk about the protection of women and sort of they discuss it as literal
honestly,
rape.
If you think that this
British
author is lying, then pick up the book and see what the sources are, and check out the validity of those sources. Maybe
women and viewing the country
maybe she had access to pieces of information that you didn't. You know what I mean?
The reason we have Lady Liberty, or there's also Britannia, right? That we have these allegorical women that represent the nation. There is a way in which in the Revolutionary era, women were always figured as the victims of British oppression, allegorically, like the rape of America by Parliament is this the most popular woodcut at the time, or engraving of the time. But there also was a lot of rape that women dealt with during the Revolutionary War, as is the case in all wars.
Right.
And so
as a weapon of war.
As a weapon of war, right. And so when you read, so there were no women at the Constitutional Convention, but all those guys had wives and sisters and mothers and daughters who were writing to them
a book like that,
their views. Like one of my
it's
favorites
going to have
Benjamin Franklin's sister
sources cited. You know what I mean?
Writes Franklin and says I hope while you're down there in Philadelphia with those wise men. She's being a little bit ironic.
Right.
I hope you remember to turn the swords into plowshares. It's like I'm not down with celebrating war in your new code of laws.
I thought Adams writes to his wife.
Yeah.
He gets a little cheeky.
Yeah, he's a bit of a git.
He's a bit of a git, but he does, he almost, in some ways, because she's very clearly pushing for, I guess what you would imagine
if you read any of Marshall's cases, you see
maybe not the rights of women, I don't know.
Yeah, well, she says, look, like all men would be tyrants if they could. That's the principle on which the country's founded, right? Like,
that's right.
Like power corrupts.
That's right.
We have to have checks and balances. We have to write down our laws that limit the role of the government and document the rights of the people, because left to nature, all men would be tyrants if they could. So she's like, also husbands are also going to be tyrants.
No, I feel like
so we need to have rights. Please don't forget to grant rights to women. And he writes back, you know, as to new.
I'm not keen on taking a single.
Yeah.
I bet she wanted to hit him in
Supreme
the face
Court justice's opinion from hundreds of years ago.
Like, what about if we wrote a petition to Congress? Like, let's do this together.
Right.
And I found that really tantalizing.
I'm sure that's how he understood it.
Everybody knows the kind of Abigail Adams.
Who knows? He's human too. Maybe he could have been wrong.
No, Harvard professors know that. No, here's what everybody knows. The founders created 3 co-equal branches of government, and then there was Vietnam. Like, nobody has any idea about any of this. I think that's the point. And the point is, there is a danger in not knowing this, because it allows us to make presumptions and assumptions.
Who's to say that he wasn't wrong in his interpretation?
That lessen the work that we have to do to make change. You know, you talk a lot
his
about
interpretation
this
of someone else's
terms
interpretation.
Of amendments that the founders
I'm sure you played that
put
game where
into place through,
you have like 20 people in a room.
Article 5, the idea
you line them up against the outlining the wall.
The end-all be-all document, that it was going to have
to tell the first person the story and see how much it changes by it gets to the end of it. Like, it doesn't even make it more than like 2 or 3 people and the story's completely different.
I think we've lost sight of what that amending process should be.
Yeah, and just the commitment to it. I mean, I was really struck. I hadn't thought that much, honestly, about him. And I, like most people, to the degree that I had a kind of history of the Constitution in my mind, is really a succession of Supreme Court cases. Oh, well, there was Dred Scott. I know about that one.
Good for him.
There's Lochner, Brown v. Board of Education, Roe,
Oh, my God, I could teach at Harvard.
Right, like those are, you're like, okay,
I know those too.
That's
I mean,
right.
congrats.
That's what you kind of think. Like, okay, the Supreme Court just
I mean, that doesn't say much.
That's what the Constitution is. And that's kind of how it's taught,
You only wrote
too, right? Law school, that's how it's
out
taught.
of
Like,
hundreds
just
of
a
cases.
section,
I mean, that's cool that, like,
but when I went into this research,
everybody agreed, like, if I go, you know, watch a, like, if I go watch a Texas Rangers game, most people are going to agree that,
to the needs of the people is actually the
you know, they're
foundational principle of written
on what the
constitutionalism.
Texas Rangers should do to improve their,
that's great. Then everybody can
their
read
record,
it. Like, that's
you know,
really
improve their
important.
chances of getting to the World Series again.
You have
That
to have a
doesn't-
way to change it.
Right.
And there
I
really
don't
was
know.
no
That's
provision
like
that the
borderline
Supreme Court would be
sycophancy.
changing. I mean, that's a practice that
When everybody
evolved
agrees on
and is
everything
now,
like that,
you know,
it
considered,
kind of worries me, actually. Like,
standard
that sets
and
off
part of our
red
constitutional
flags.
tradition. But the philosophy of amendment is the thing that we abandoned. And it's, you know, it's hard, but even if you didn't have like a list of amendments you wanted, the idea of it is actually so beautiful. That is the moral idea, right? That is it's like this commitment to mending. Like the word itself, kind of the 18th century meaning of it is like inseparable from mending, like repairing a textile, like
and convening,
like making amends, mending your ways, like these kind of deep ways of thinking about, shouldn't we be able to make things better? Just because we've written them down, does that mean we can't still aspire to make things better?
Do you think that we have grown to use the Supreme Court as a moral crutch because the process of amending is so arduous? You know, it took the Civil War for them to decide that black people should be able to vote. And then certainly, you know, Jim Crow South pulled that all back. You know, and women at the time were like, wait a minute. So black men get to vote, but women don't get to vote. And then it took till the 20s till that happens with the suffragette movement. Have we lost sight of what it takes to organize in a meeting to meeting, grassroots, relentless effort to create a lasting, because an amendment, you can pass a law, but a law can be repealed. An amendment is different. Is that what we've lost?
An amendment is different, and many of our amendments overrule Supreme Court decisions. That's what they were for in the first place. Like the Supreme Court strikes down a congressional law to establish a federal income tax. says that's not in the Constitution. Congress doesn't have that power. Ultimately, we get the 16th Amendment in 1913 that says, okay, Congress can have this power. And without an amendment, many gains are just reversible. They can be overruled by the Supreme Court. They can.
I wouldn't say that they were wrong.
Like environmental protection, right? 1970,
I would just say
Nixon
that they're
says it's the environmental decade. I'm going to be the environmental president, and we get the Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, Endangered Species Act.
Basically, like as simply as I can put it, is that times change.
All those things are being rolled back. Like those were not constitutionalized. They're really important laws, and they
keeping
had
the
really
foundation
consequences,
is important.
There was a proposal for a constitutional amendment guaranteeing environmental protection as a constitutional right.
Understanding that when the Second Amendment was ratified, weapons were different.
So
that's what I'm trying to say.
It would be a different world if that had been constitutionalized. But
it probably goes both ways. I mean, I would imagine
totally both
that
ways.
Look, we could argue.
I don't think
Wade did a similar
what was
thing,
written,
which is why I think people now view
as something that should be
what they might have considered to be rights
adhered
as being
to literally,
because I think
especially as times change. Just maintaining the foundational intention is what
they're literally like on one-page thing
what's
going
important.
like, yeah, the
you know
president
what I mean?
can just take billions of dollars and. As long as it's for like foreign money, you can just take.
I mean, it's a little
like, should people be able to defend themselves with firearms? Absolutely.
The reductionism
but
of the mass
just saying
shooting
that
analysis
the
where
right
you're
to bear arms
was it a red
means
shooter or a blue shooter?
that anyone should be allowed to own any caliber of weapon in any amount is just
it's reductive.
ridiculous.
It's like, okay, so it's just generally the case. Sadly, people aren't as principled as you'd wish. Like if conservatives are not in power in the court, then they seek constitutional amendment and they think the court shouldn't be making decisions. Or liberals are
I'll take your word for it.
They suddenly want to talk about constitutional amendments and they don't think the court should be making decisions.
Are we all originalists when we're not holding the power? Is that how originalism works?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. I wasn't sure.
No.
All right.
No. We can be intellectually inconsistent without being originalists.
Oh, okay. All right.
Those are two different forms.
They are. Because that's what
the and I would say I don't think people should be allowed to own cannons.
The amendment, because they placed it in there, if you
I don't feel
you can't do anything.
Yeah, so
I don't feel I'm violating any of my previous statements by saying that.
Interpreting the Constitution. It's a political product of the 1970s and 1980s.
Right.
When
the term, maybe.
The term, no, but also the idea.
Even the thought process.
Yeah, even the thought process. Earlier courts didn't really say, let's go back and consider what, Madison's notes on the Constitutional Convention said in order to understand whether there could be a.
So they understood themselves as living in a time and being politically part of the moment.
Yeah, they were working. I mean, they're again, like it's brand new. Like they're working out. Well, how are we going to interpret this thing? Like they're working it out. There's different kind of competing theories.
Yeah,
and they change.
I don't know.
Time.
They really haven't amended the First Amendment.
Today,
but they still have restrictions on free speech. So
and it is fiscal and social conservatives who opposed to the decisions of the Warren Court, like starting with Brown v. Board of Education in 1954. And they've said,
I know for a fact we've had this conversation before.
Judicial activism.
Judicial activism, they're legislating from the bench. You should never do that.
The fact that
if you want to change the Constitution,
free speech has been restricted in certain ways, but for some reason,
they want a right to life amendment, they want a
weapon ownership can't.
They don't have the votes.
Yeah,
so
I'm sure you did.
Like, you know what? We do want to change the Constitution. We're going to take over the federal judiciary. But
I don't remember.
We've been saying for decades that you can't legislate from the bench.
So
we have to have a way to have our new judiciary appointment.
But regardless of whatever the reason is,
be able to change the Constitution without
it's not going to change my mind.
So
you know what I mean?
What we're doing is
like this is something that should be regulated.
We're not changing
for the safety of the people in the same way that speech is.
So it's a way to
I honestly don't care what any legal code says.
Disguising it as restoration.
What's so interesting about that too, it seems,
that's where I stand
so
on the topic.
So if you say, well, there is an amending process, right, that allows us to change the Constitution, so you have to use that because
I'll recognize and admit that maybe it can't.
The amendment
based on the legal code, as you're mentioning,
that they held
I will recognize that and I'll accept
the
that.
Amendment process was
but I'm also going to stand firm that
messy,
it should be in some way. You know what I mean?
Administrative and bureaucratic process. Even that was compromised for a variety of different reasons. So I don't even know that you can point to the amendment process. It seems like the Supreme Court, Marbury versus Madison, was the moment they went, there is no originalism, because in the Constitution, there is no, only the Supreme Court gets to interpret constitutionality, and there certainly is no amendment in the Constitution that suggests that. So didn't we leave that ship in 1803, or is that the wrong way of thinking of this?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's no pulling back judicial review. There's maybe.
I just mean by doing judicial review, you've removed yourself from originalism because that's not in there.
Yes, fair enough.
Good night. For real?
Yeah, for real.
Did I just get a B?
No. You know, no one gets B's anymore, John. I don't know.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Paying attention?
I forgot about that. That's when the parents come in. How dare you? I spent $300,000 a year at this stupid college.
I don't know the letter B anymore. My outfit stops today.
It's really, you know what? It's awful, isn't it?
It's awful. Yeah, it's embarrassing and inexcusable.
Can you even write "see me" on the thing, or no? Even that's over.
No, that's sort of suggestive. I think is the problem.
It is, right? And you can't do anything anymore. Oh, poor Democrats. Is the idea of putting this out there then to give us a sense of the roadmap and the inconsistencies so that we no longer view things through a more orthodox or fundamentalist lens? Like, it is this.
So what would lead her to that opinion then?
It became that,
you know what I mean?
Because of all these
I'm sure there's got to be some justification for it.
And is that instructive for people as we move forward?
Like, she's not uneducated.
First of all, it's important to have a more democratic past if you want to have a more democratic future, right? You have to see, like, there's a world of people who are agitating for different kinds of change. Like, not like all change is great. Like, a lot of the people that I write as character sketches in this book.
If Stephen Miller was saying the same thing she was, I'd be like, maybe I should look into that.
But they really worked hard on them, and they really influenced
maybe I should double
in doing so. Even if, you know, they didn't get their amendments through, or maybe they did. Some of them they did. We just actually need a more complex and richer account of how Americans have viewed the Constitution so that it doesn't seem immutable. Not to say we shouldn't care about it, we shouldn't value it, we shouldn't want to uphold it, we shouldn't want to hold our leaders accountable to it, but that at the end of the day, it is actually our Constitution. And I think we have really, I would say most Americans don't even know the U.S. Constitution can be amended. It hasn't really happened lately. And even state constitutions, like, we don't hold conventions anymore. I think that the things that people fought and died over a revolution.
Is that an assumption you're willing to make, that, like,
the 750,000
someone that did that much research for that large of a book, that expansive of a book,
a better account of that to get our
didn't read any of those decisions?
You know,
I don't know. I find that highly unlikely.
In a marriage, you kind of need to know, like, your family history. Like, you have like an account of the past.
Wow, that took a weird turn, Jill.
Okay.
That took a super. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
Just in your daily life, like, you think historically all the time about how did I get there with this friendship? Like, oh my God, this person, you know, 20 years ago we had this fight and we're still fighting over that.
Sure, no, yep, we all think that way.
Okay, maybe that failed. I'm sorry.
I love it because it reminds people that democracy is a participatory sport. And that when you go through that, you see this is about, and the more people that participate, we won't always be
at the end of the day,
outcome, but you have to be
like, even if you do
process. And boy,
have that
valuable thing.
those feelings about what she's saying,
information in this entire
like,
book is that
does your gut honestly tell you that whatever it was, her opinions, whatever she wrote, was done in bad faith?
Altered the
you know
logo
what I mean?
of James Madison that is their logo.
Like, even if I'll concede the possibility of her opinion being skewed,
also with Robert Bork's son,
I don't
think he was like
get the feeling that it feels like a factual analysis, you know, based on
I love it. The book is called We the People. It's
whatever
available now. And again,
sources she might have come across.
So
you know,
and engaging and
it doesn't feel like it'd be a bad faith meant for to propagandize, you know, anti-constitutional ideology. You know what I mean?
Thank you for even taking the time. Jill Lepore.
It's interesting, isn't it? All that, hate speech is, you know, facts don't care about your feelings, safe space. And now hate speech just means...
It was all projection. Of course. I'm sitting in the US and I'm trying to tell Americans, this is really bad because the UK traditionally was insulated from the kind of far-right politics that you've seen on the continent.
I have huge amounts of respect for people who happen to be Christian, Muslim, Jewish, whatever. But God is King is a catchphrase being used by this far-right religious movement in the United States, and they were yelling it here. It's got nothing to do with British culture. That phrase has just been imported, and it's associated with the likes of Charlie Kirk and that.
Is Keir Starmer helping Farage simply by his existence?
He's the midwife of a Farage government.
The Greens have just elected a very lefty, charismatic leader, Zach Polanski. Is this a threat to Labour, or is it actually helping Farage? You said you went to Palestine. Was it your first time?
It was, yeah. An entire people are, before our eyes, in the West Bank being driven from their land, and in Gaza being exterminated with our support. And we can do something to stop that.
I'm Mehdi Hassan.
I'm Owen Jones.
And we are too outspoken. Owen, welcome back.
Well, I did. I think welcome you back. You come back to Britain.
We're in London.
Yes.
We're in London.
We're here.
We are in the UK.
On home turf for me, certainly.
10 years after I moved. Yes, 10 years this year since I moved.
Tail between your legs, fled to foreign shores.
Fled. I may have to flee those foreign shores at the current. The way those foreign shores are going.
I wouldn't joke about it. I actually think there's a very high
plan B.
Yeah, I think with the general sort of fascism, it's not actually funny. I genuinely think there is a risk of that happening to you and a lot of other people.
I would. My suggestion would be
about how free speech
this.
Doesn't matter anymore in the US. It doesn't matter what your citizenship status is. They want to be able to
revoke
passports, visas.
You know, look into what it is that she wrote. Figure out why she came to that conclusion.
Donald
you know.
Trump. Yeah, it's scary.
It's interesting, isn't it? All that hate speech.
Like I can't.
You know, facts don't care
I am
about
not
feelings,
knowledgeable enough.
And now hate speech just means
it was all projection
to be able to say one way or another.
I mean, we said this
over
again.
There's
there's a ruse, all the rest of it.
You know,
and now we have the state
based on the things that you've told me
about what criminalizing, critiquing, or opposing the state.
He wants to
like what you say makes sense.
Conspiracy charge.
But who knows? Maybe if I read that book, maybe her justification is going to make say also.
He sat there, didn't
and
he?
then at that point, it's going to be.
Can we look up how to make that happen?
You know, up to me to figure out which way is up,
what American democracy
or which way I want to be up. You know what I mean?
The ability to make fun of your leaders in
public,
all right, protest them in public. Apparently now it's not just a crime; it's a RICO crime. It's a conspiracy.
He said,
I'll check it out once I
just
land somewhere.
An ABC,
get where I need to go.
An ABC journalist said, "What is hate speech?" And you know, what does the Attorney General mean? And he said, well, I think people like you coming after me saying nasty things about me. You know, you've already had to pay up all this.
He's the whiniest, thin-skinned little snowflake that we've ever had in our public life. It's insane how perpetually aggrieved he is.
And that is what the ideologues around him know, because he's not an ideologue. He's not there sitting around going through the intricacies of white nationalism.
If I click
and all
out of
this
screen, it minimizes it.
That's where he is. But
it's not one of those games
know
that
how
you
to
can,
manipulate him.
pause,
They know he's thin-skinned.
I mean?
They know they've got this big agenda.
Like if I were to minimize the screen, then get attacked by a pirate.
But I said before he became president,
I'd get blown up.
Those
so
people
yeah, let me land at this place and I'll check it out.
Crisis, maybe a terrorist attack, maybe some protests or riot or whatever, and they would use it to try and drive through attacks.
Yes, it is the original
to
article.
Shut down democracy, and that's what they've done with Charlie Kirk. It is a Reichstag.
I guess.
What
did the revision say?
That's how a lot of them see it.
You know what I mean?
They see it as a means to criminalize the opposition. And I mean, they're talking about, you know, these big networks.
Because it doesn't matter what it said before.
George Soros, who's the traditional bogeyman of, for example, the Hungarian regime. They use that shut democracy to the left. And you know, you kind of think like Zoran Mandani, hopefully, if he becomes mayor of New York, he's already said he'll take over New York. I mean, it's not. This isn't just.
They've talked about challenging his citizenship. I mean, this
it does. Yeah, it doesn't matter what the original articles of the amendment say. It matters what was ratified.
Myself, you mentioned Hungary. Oh, and we've talked about this before. This is a global phenomenon. I'm here in the UK just a few days after a far-right march.
It does matter what it said before because the changes were
people
the agreed upon legal definition.
For this march that was organised by Tommy
I mean,
Roberts,
if it didn't matter what it said before, they wouldn't have changed it.
Keep track of whether he's in
so
prison,
obviously it did matter.
Whatever latest crime he's committed.
You know,
I'm sitting in the US and I'm trying to tell Americans, this is really
for example, if you're getting
like,
we'll say use the military as an example. If you get
that you've seen on the continent,
if you get one
a Le Pen do as
supervisor telling you to go left, and then 10 minutes later the supervisor tells you to go right, you're going to go right because that's the most recent one. You know, something has changed.
The Conservative Party. Elon Musk, the world's richest man, tunes in to incite some violence at the rally. What did you make of it?
If one definition is argued, but negative.
The phenomenon you can see in Britain is exactly the same as the phenomenon happening across the Western world.
And it is
then
that legal definition is
one. It's an economic system
you understand what I mean when you see it.
You know, produces rising levels of insecurity, stagnating living standards, deteriorating public services. Two,
like if someone's convicted of a crime,
Democratic or U.S. Democrats
legally
they're to come up with answers to address
guilty
those
of that
problems.
crime.
And
but then if it happens to be 5-10 years later, there's evidence of their innocence,
conjuring up a monster which
then
devours them.
It doesn't matter that they were previously convicted, even though that was legal.
You saw that in the US, right?
So like
conjured up,
logically, this doesn't. It just doesn't make sense to me at the end.
I mean, and here what you saw way back, David Cameron, Liberal Conservative, after the economic crash when the bankers plunged the economy into catastrophe and bailed out, and then he went big on immigration being a massive problem. Immigration levels were high, and they didn't come right down as they were demonized.
We'll use the Constitution as an example. It's perfect. If they're proposing an amendment, and the amendment gets revised, during the process, the final approved amendment is what's going to be in the Constitution, not the pre-revised version. You know,
sort of conjures it up as well. She goes on
and that goes with any legislation that's.
But we didn't see a rally like this.
No, this
is a very now moment.
This is the biggest far-right demonstration in British history. This is more than the black shirts of Oswald Mosley.
They will say it's not far-right, it's patriots holding St George's crosses. How dare you?
It's patriots who demonising an entire minority, as they did in the 1930s and 1940s, this time Muslims, with the most vicious, vitriolic anti-Muslim hate speech imaginable.
But stopping off in between to grab a samosa and some Indian and Middle Eastern food.
Enjoying the benefits of it, but and portraying the left as this, catch-all term of the left, as this enemy within, this subversive movement that's morally decadent, and that is allied to aliens to destroy Western civilization. It's fascism all over again. It's the same tune they sung in the 1930s and 1940s. They just swapped this time Jews for Muslims, and then now swap it, and they're also talking about the left in exactly the same way.
And they also honoured Charlie Kirk at this rally too, which is kind of bizarre because I would guesstimate that 98% of the British public had never heard of Charlie Kirk prior to his awful, horrific assassination last week. Is that, again, the Americanization of British politics, and especially the British right?
Well, yeah, because one of the quite sinister things I heard being yelled at that rally was God is King, which is this term which is being used by the US far right. I'm not a religious person. I have huge amounts of respect for people who happen to be Christian, Muslim, Jewish, or whatever. But God is King is a catchphrase being used by this far right religious movement in the United States, and they were yelling it here. It's got nothing to do with British culture. People don't talk. That phrase has just been imported, and it's associated with the likes of Charlie Kirk and that. But
why was a nationalist rally about the UK addressed by a South African immigrant to the United States, Elon Musk?
Elon Musk.
Why did he beam in? What's he got to do with the UK?
Well, I mean,
other than lying about
for every 30,000, huh?
He also keeps saying you need to have an
election.
That's
not.
Can someone? Do
we still have one representative for every 30,000 people?
Can he afford one guy just to sit down and explain to him how British politics works?
I think he's been generous there. What he's doing in practice is calling for a far right coup. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to use his power and muscle as the richest man on earth, and someone who is a media mogul, who's got vast influence because he controls a massive social media platform, to try and overthrow a British government. I have no, there's no love lost. But
they are legitimate elected government.
They are under our electoral system. They won that election. Now, I think what's disturbing though is what this is a really important part of the phenomenon. After World War II, we sort of did all this. We did the Nazi and fascist thing. Didn't pan out very well. Led to mass ruin and tens of millions of people being exterminated. There was an agreement, wasn't there? Which was you had a cordon sanitaire, which is this is as right-wing as this legitimate. Do not pass that point. Beyond that point is not legitimate.
And even Margaret Thatcher signed up to that. When the National Front famously was on the rise in the early 80s, late 70s, the Conservative Party basically absorbed.
If there's a nuance, a specific nuance
they neutralised it.
They didn't go around.
But the modern Conservative Party is not doing that. Kemi Badenoch is saying that Tommy Robinson, she won't criticise or condemn Tommy Robinson.
Elon Musk.
She won't condone.
And he's calling for violence on the streets. These are people who are, you know, look.
No, I'm not recognizing it right offhand.
Being arrested for holding placards opposing genocide because they prescribed Palestine Action, which did peaceful, non-violent
what am I missing?
in opposing the genocide. They support locking those people up. But if you stand, you know, they won't even condemn someone speaking in front of hundreds of thousands of people, calling for violence on the streets of this country. He's not even.
Just to remind everyone what he said, whether you choose violence or not. This is Elon Musk. He said the protesters face a genuine risk of rape and murder. We know from who. Whether you choose violence or not, violence is coming to you. You either fight back or you die.
It's not.
It's not
incitement.
It's not what I call ambiguous.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
What the hell is incitement?
It's not what I call ambiguous. So, so what's happened to the Tories now, and this is everywhere.
Okay.
The centre right, what used to be known as the centre right, have either been replaced by far right movements in the continent.
Yeah, well,
or
if that were true, then convicted felons should be allowed to own firearms as well.
With the Tory leadership, they just now
keeping
they're talking.
That means
very
their
similar
right
ways
to own firearms is infringed.
Nigel Farage, who's got his own Reform UK party. Politically,
so there's already hypocrisy
there between them anymore. So they've all veered off to this.
If we want to, if we want to, play semantics, then convicted felons, regardless of what the crime may be, should be allowed to own firearms.
Which can't address the problems, but is also accepting their
policy.
But
obviously, that's not the case.
Rhetoric,
so, which means
just legitimizing them. It's shifting debate.
It can be infringed.
That's all it ever does. That's what it's in Europe.
In which case,
the same thing is happening
there should be legislation to prevent people from owning cannons and fully automatic firearms. So
popular, charismatic, substantive resistance.
That is a semantic to be factually correct.
Support, and the mainstream media is
like I completely forgot about the shall not be infringed garbage
discussion we need right now. Big media outlets cover up and skew
because it obviously doesn't mean anything.
Which is why I've been losing sleep to bring you
convicted felons aren't allowed to own firearms.
But I can't be everywhere at once. Ground News is a platform that gathers thousands of stories and organizes them for you with the context that matters. Ground News uses
I'm sure I've thought of that in the
technology
past.
to bring you
I'm pretty sure that's come across my brain in the
surveys
past.
the media landscape to figure out which stories are receiving little to no
and
coverage
that would
on
actually
either side
explain
of the political
that would partly
spectrum.
explain why I
Click
feel
on
the way that I
blind
do.
spot tab and you'll find
Not
this
the government
story,
and the
for
Constitution
instance,
has been
about
followed
the
a long
latest
time. We
ICE
both know that. Yeah.
Compare the way it's being framed in each headline. You'll see
it's
which side of the spectrum is covering it.
When it comes to the Constitution and the government's implementation of it, it's a heads I win, tails you lose
news to be informed.
strategy.
In one click, you'll see the stories beyond your bubble, so you know that you're getting the full picture. Don't miss out. Scan the QR code or go to ground.news/Zeteo, ZETEO, to subscribe. You'll get 40% off the unlimited access Vantage subscription. That's less than $5 a month. So what are you waiting for? You mentioned Palestine Action. This Labour government prescribed Palestine
well, they don't
Action.
even have to play the game.
The new Home Secretary is a Muslim who went to Palestine marches in the past, Shabana Mahmood. She's backing that prescription. At the Palestine march a week ago,
they kind of have to play a game.
809, an insane number of people.
They have to, at the very least, pretend to care sometimes.
A little old lady vicar, like you can't make this shit up. Like central casting of people you would not arrest at a protest. At this past weekend's far-right protest,
they have to pretend to care sometimes.
People were arrested, even though they actually
to placate
police,
the
they
masses.
injured police, broken nose,
in that
skull
sense,
injuries.
they kind of do have to play the game
taken to
sometimes.
hospital.
24 people arrested at a violent rally. 890 people arrested at a non-violent rally.
Yes, otherwise.
How do we explain that
revolution?
disconnect?
Yeah,
the world turned on its head. In fact, this anti-terror legislation was introduced in 2000. And at the time, that was under Tony Blair. And at the time, every time a critic suggested that this would be used to attack civil liberties, they were accused of scaremongering. If you look at a graph per year since 2000 of the use of the Terrorism Act to arrest people, you suddenly see this massive spike.
I gotcha.
And if someone back then was going to look at that spike and go, oh wow, what happened there? Must be some terrorist insurgency going on. Oh no, it's some people holding placards opposing genocide. Ridiculous.
I'm just saying, like,
so
if we...
It's ridiculous. It's obviously obscene.
I guess when I say we, as in like the masses, the general population,
I don't live here anymore. So
want to
anecdotally
actually
the polls. I've got some polling I'll come to.
Make a positive difference, a positive change.
Well, most people don't.
We have to start playing the same games they are.
But the polling shows. I mean,
but they must see images of like little old ladies.
I don't know what the latest poll. There's only one poll done before all of that, and it did show at least 30% opposed Palestine.
You know what I mean?
To the
we kind of have to. We can't.
You know,
like
most
this
people
is the
don't know
playing
about
field.
it other than being told in the media there's this big, scary, extremist terrorist organisation.
Well, we're never going to
It's
be
now
able
illegal
to enact
mount a
positive
defense of
changes
Palestine
in
action
any way.
because if you mount a defense
we
of Palestine action, then you break
playing
the law. If
the
I
game
said
the
I
way
support Palestine
they
action
want
right
us to
now,
play,
then I'm
you know?
liable to be arrested with a
If
prison
you delegate
sentence of up to
lawmaking
14
power
years.
to the executive
That
and
is
the First
insanity.
Amendment
But
law.
And yet,
Yeah,
Elon
for
Musk,
sure,
by the way,
Congress
to go back to Musk, who's obsessed
at
with the
executive.
UK,
Yep.
been going on about the end of the free speech, the fall of the UK, has nothing to say about this. I haven't heard him say a word about this piece of legislation, which is the most anti-speech legislation we have right now. In the UK.
I mean, it's the same, you know, in the United States, J.D. Vance, he goes off to do this big speech about free speech in Munich, and now you get the biggest crackdown on free speech
He's like,
in
if
the
you
history
see
of
someone
America.
celebrating Charlie Kirk, call his employer.
But the reason it's really dangerous is that to link together what we saw this weekend is, you know, I can see this country descending into fascism. I honestly can, in a way that I couldn't before.
Do you see Nigel Farage? We've talked about this before. You said you could see him being the next Prime Minister despite having, 5 seats in Parliament. I think he's got a defector from the Conservative Party now, Danny Kruger.
Yay, semantics.
Do you still see that? Do you see it more likely than the last time we spoke?
I mean, under our
it's like
system,
the recent case where
majority, hypothetically, on 27%.
they were arguing.
That's how the electoral system works. He could win a lower than that.
Facilitate and effectuate.
Is the mere existence of Keir Starmer, who 69% of Brits disapprove of, that's you know, right at the beginning of his premiership, we're not that far into his prime ministership. He's just lost his deputy prime minister.
Yeah, but remember,
director of strategy
they have
resigned over
they have to legitimize
explicitly
it,
racist comments about Diane Abbott.
Which
that's why all this
they already knew about,
that
propaganda.
They also knew about Peter Mandelson. Jeffrey Epstein made him ambassador to the US.
Goals.
He's now been fired.
Regardless
after the emails
of
came out showing
whether
how close him and Epstein
it's
were.
Actually, whether it can or cannot actually be applied, it still has to.
He's the midwife of a Farage government.
It still has to be legitimized in people's eyes.
The Conservatives preside over the worst government.
But see, the thing is, it wasn't legitimized in people's eyes. You know what I mean?
You know, the worst squeeze in our modern history. NHS on its knees, the country just falling apart, constant scandal, constant turmoil. People wanted something different.
It was interpreted that he was using the tools given to him
by taking away
in order to effectuate change,
which was something to help them heat their homes.
But
wanted to hit
today,
huge numbers of disabled people into poverty, which then blew up in their faces.
They're trying to construct their own tools,
doesn't have a vision
and
for the
that's kind of the way I
see
it.
The problems that we have. They've got this ideological straitjacket in terms of what they can do with the economy, and that means they won't increase taxes on the rich,
and that's
for
definitely
example.
Shouldn't have happened.
And as a result, they're desperately unpopular. They don't have
I
a vision.
completely disagree with
All
that.
They have, the people who run the Labour
that
Party
court case, 100%.
is a hatred of the left.
But
And
what was
Morgan
the makeup
McSweeney,
of the
who's
court
chief
when they
of
did
staff and the real
that?
Prime Minister.
It wasn't a court that leaned
space. His own advisors
towards
briefed
supporting
to journalists
FDR's
early
policies
this year for their book.
You know?
that he thought he was driving the train, but they'd actually put him in front of a driverless district light railway train.
Oh yeah.
You know, and these. So Morgan McSweeney is this guy who just hates the left. He's in charge of the country, and he doesn't have a vision.
But the left feel that hatred. They're defecting in big numbers.
Yeah, that's freaking disgusting.
I saw a poll: 26%
that is a period,
of his Starmer's 2024
an action
electoral
that
coalition
no one in the United States should ever
to the Lib Dems, to the Greens, to the Nationalist parties in Scotland and Wales. Is this the end of the Labour Party as we know it, or the two parties and the Conservatives are draining people to reform?
I'm talking about.
Is the Labour Party losing a lot of people to these new left
at what
parties?
point in his administration
the
was that case with the farmer and the wheat? At what point,
they're going to have a vote of their members.
What's it called right now? Your party.
Yes, a holding.
Like, was it year 1?
I think
was it year 12?
Just call themselves the People's Party. It just seems like
well, your party with Jeremy Corbyn, former Labour leader, Zara Sultana, former Labour MP, they've launched this party. The Greens have just elected a very
what was
lefty,
the makeup? How many had he appointed
at
that point?
Is this a threat to Labour, or is it actually helping Farage?
Well, I mean,
and by the way, I don't agree with that decision.
Line, isn't it?
Isn't it true?
You know?
Mathematically,
no, because I think what people need to realize.
I just want to clarify as as supportive as I am
back in the last
for
election,
the
people who were told, if you vote reform, who were told
the actions of like New Deal policies, a way to redistribute wealth.
There's been amongst
to help
huge numbers of people who voted for the Labour Party who did before.
Solve
they have crossed the Rubicon, as far as I'm concerned. They will
Great
never
Depression
vote for them ever again.
Problem.
So they'll either sit at home or not vote. Now, what will happen?
Okay, but whether they sit
at
home
that's about halfway.
and not vote,
not the end.
or vote for Greens.
Oh, he appointed
or your
7
party,
by then. Okay.
That still helps Farage.
Well,
are we disputing that?
Killing it.
I'm just looking at the math. If reform is going to benefit from Labour defectors,
I'll tell you why. Because the key battlegrounds that the New Left Party will be fighting are in the main urban centres: Greater London, Greater Manchester.
Look at how much
Merseyside,
progress
so
we made socially after that.
Contention.
Reform are not in contention. But you'll be defeating Labour MPs.
Yeah, and
therefore making it easier for them to form a majority.
Wealthy, they were still able to claw their way back into
Labour won that
into
election,
controlling everything, even after that.
The Brexit part, Reform UK, Nigel Farage just weren't anywhere.
Won't somebody think of the wealthy
people?
people?
The whole point. Aren't you making the point of the critics then?
No.
Because if they're just displacing Labour MPs,
they only
then
owned
they're reducing
2 railways. They want to own 4.
I think the reason at cross purposes in terms of
sad for
what the
them.
outcome, in my view, needs to be, which is a hung parliament. I don't
Very hard to aim for a hung parliament, though.
Well, I mean,
fuck them.
Look, the reality
people
is Labour are going to lose all these seats at the moment because people don't like them.
And he didn't either.
The argument you're making, which is a good one, is if it's going to be a hung parliament, you increase the number of actual left
New Deal
parties vying for a coalition.
Absolutely, which can then, for one, what needs to happen is change the electoral system. Because at the moment, Reform, because under our electoral system, you're right, there is the danger of Reform.
Oh, I was just using that as an example. It could have been any
on a low vote.
Any business, any manufacturing business, like
their voters, they're the
prior
ones losing those votes. Well, they are.
Or towards the end of the Gilded Age, there were like
fault that they lost
5 business owners that owned just about everything in the U.S.
Yeah,
and I don't know the exact number, but you get my point.
Do you think you supported the Greens at the last election?
Yeah, I voted for the Green Party. Yeah.
Do you think that in seats where it's a Reform Labour
so no, like I legitimately don't
should
feel
Greens and I know we're very early days, but I'm just thinking theoretically, as we think about these new parties, would
again,
that be a
it all
place
comes
where you
down
think
to
the Greens
intent.
and your party shouldn't get involved?
Well, I think people just have to assess what the political background is at the time.
Awesome.
And I think
he appointed 7 of 9 justices that ruled in his favor, but guess what? Not as many people were starving.
If you look at the polling of Reform voters at the moment, on some questions they're more left-wing than Labour voters. And actually, if the left gets itself together, they could get vote. And that, look, I remember in 2017. So in 2015, Labour lost the election badly under
maybe if they had actually done it the legal way
under Jeremy Corbyn,
prior to that, if they hadn't allowed these robber barons, these oligarchs to take so much control of the government leading up to that,
30% to 40%, and some of those votes did go from people who voted.
He wouldn't have had to do all that stuff. He wouldn't have had to do all that, push through all that New Deal stuff that can be interpreted as unconstitutional. Like
the danger with the left not getting their act together is a lot of people are fed up with the system and the way society is running, and they don't like Keir Starmer.
What can be wielded for good can be wielded for evil.
Reform, go to Nigel Farage, and I think if the left get their act together, then some of that can be won over to an alternative, which says, well, actually, we need to tax rich people to invest in the economy, and life's not going to be made any better by punching an immigrant in the face repeatedly.
Are you a fan of the Corbyn Sultana party?
But what's the reason that?
Do you know what?
What's the reason that revolutions happen?
I'm like,
it's because trying to do it the way that the government tells them they can or can't do it doesn't work.
I want them to get their act together.
It's not about expedience. It's desperation. People were starving to death.
And compelling, which
I don't think that the New Deal policies were out of expedience whatsoever.
Internal wrangling. Partly
that's not.
On the left.
I don't believe that for a second.
For my own mental health, I'm partly like, do I really listen?
In my entire life, I've never come across internal wrangling on that.
But that's what. I think they need to, because there's still a long time the election. That's it's 4 years in theory.
I think there was a recognition.
I think if the left gets their acts together, they
that a few amount of people,
a
select few people were screwing everybody else over.
Is a right-wing Tory.
What happens
this feels
if
very
the
familiar to me. People are saying, look at the way that Bernie Sanders has managed to capitalise on anger that Democrats haven't.
Then we spend another couple decades of people starving.
That blames not migrants,
fuck them, I guess. As long as we follow the Constitution.
But blames
0.1%,
big corporations. Mamdani's showing that they're doing that in a place like New York. You mentioned people in Britain crossing the Rubicon. They will never vote for Labour again, no matter what, especially under Starmer. That is partly or primarily because of Gaza. A lot of people are upset about the British government's role in this genocide. They've been locking up pensioners.
Maybe it would have gotten overturned earlier. Who knows?
Oh no, if we get this big authoritarian right-wing government and you've
maybe
already got
we wouldn't have stayed segregated until like the late 60s, early 70s.
It gets a little bit hard.
Same thing happened last year. It was like, oh, it's going to get worse. And it did get worse, but it was very hard to make that case when it was so bad last year as well. On the Gaza note, do you think the Labour government now saying all this, Israel's doing bad stuff, we're against the invasion of Gaza City, annexation's bad, we're going to support a two-state solution. What is that? Is that too little, too late? Is that realizing that they're on the wrong side of history?
They're still. Last week, the British government declared officially.
That's another thing that freaking bothers me. Like,
that was their view
this
that
country
Israel
is wealthy enough to have.
That's in defiance of the consensus
this
of
week
to give everybody like
International Commission said
decent health.
They're still providing crucial components for F-35 jets. They're still doing intelligence sharing.
Just like not even wealthy, but like a survivable wage, just to have a roof over your head
on British soil.
Just hosted President
and enough food to eat.
Exactly. They just rolled out the red carpet for him.
Like we are a wealthy enough country to do that, but no, we'd rather spend $1 trillion to like 4 government contractors.
There's $6 billion worth of trade between Britain and Israel. They can impose sweeping sanctions.
It's absurd.
When I just come back from Palestine, and what was really driven home to me by Palestinians.
Yeah, that's capitalism, race at the bottom, of which the people
about 30 years too late.
Congress
They said that's something the British did in the 1990s.
Not
when Palestine's literally being wiped from the face
no,
of the earth.
See,
and they said they're not doing that for us. They're doing that for domestic political purposes. They're doing that for you guys. So you stop complaining, and they say we're actually doing something when they're not doing something substantial.
I remember the 2001 Labour Party conference. I was there sitting in the crowd. It was after 9/11.
I say like the
UK joined the war in Afghanistan,
the first 10 amendments were seen as I can see those as a foundation, but like I'd say especially like
and he said, I think he name-checked Gaza
after from
this was going to be
from the end of the Civil War until today. Like I don't see any of the amendments being anything other than desperation.
You said you went to Palestine. Was it your first time?
So I don't.
It was difficult. I wasn't sure I was going to.
Child labor amendment made right after the lockdown.
Brilliant Palestinian Christian organization.
But then again, that doesn't matter because you see Arkansas passing legislation to allow children under 14 to be allowed to work. So obviously that doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, we end up in Jerusalem. Yeah, I mean, it was. They revoked my ETA three
again.
days
like
after
you can honestly see.
They gave it to you in the first place.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised. They were. I mean,
you could see the child labor one being out of desperation. You know, because that wasn't that part of all the union stuff that was going on.
You know, even I think it's
like where a large portion of the country was unionized. And they're like, or they started becoming unionized.
Video
and police were killing striking workers.
Is a shocking experience. When you see a
so they're like, okay, well, in order to get our manufacturing back up and going, we have to do something. So again, it's still desperation. What do you think about Trump making such that men with beards can't join the army? Beliefs being a Sikh aspiring to be in the army is kind of heartbreaking.
300 or 400 illegal Israeli settlers.
So I was in the army for 10 years.
All over their land.
The excuse that they gave when I was in there about beards is that it doesn't create a proper seal on the gas masks that that you're assigned.
It's tighter around the people's necks in the West Bank.
However, that is absolutely not true.
Is just
like
to get rid of the
you can create
it's just so obvious.
A seal. I guess it just depends on the thickness of the beard. But they put even if you were allowed to based on religious beliefs,
you know, I met a Palestinian
they still put I think they put a limit on how like thick it could be.
And you know, we went to Ramallah and all the rest of it. He's been to Jerusalem once in his life when he was a little kid.
Regarding Trump saying that men with beards can't join,
and you know he's in his
I don't know. That doesn't.
I mean, it's
if you.
That doesn't sound very manly to me. It's kind of like counterintuitive to what they've been saying for years.
White,
citizen
who doesn't follow foreign affairs. What would you want him to know about Palestine?
No, I definitely didn't have an issue growing a beard. That's for sure.
That there are people
I hated shaving.
who are being driven
but
from
the problem
the land
is like
they've lived for.
As soon as my facial hair gets to be like a quarter of an inch long, my whole face gets itchy. So I hate shaving, but I hate letting it grow out. I'm stuck.
You know,
stuck in a limbo.
Your land, which you've been living on for generations.
But honestly, like if you're aspiring to be in the army,
and then the army comes to back them up,
as a veteran myself, my suggestion would be wait until we get a reasonable administration.
And that you know, that our government's arming and supporting that.
Like,
you know, they have third class, fourth, fifth class rights.
I would not recommend anyone join the military, regardless of their financial desperation at this point.
Commit genocide against these people.
So that's my recommendation to you, Judge
entire people are before our
I can't.
eyes,
Oh yeah, because of the religious thing.
And in Gaza being exterminated with our support. And
you know what? Honestly,
we can do something.
I would recommend you see that as a blessing.
But you know, if
that you can't join,
already, its government's taking
that's how I would see it.
Israel should be in Eurovision. Or the Spanish
like you don't want to be a part of this administration's military. Like, is that really what you want? Like, do you want to
this isn't making any.
You want to be deployed into American cities, you know, to
the West
to do military training exercises on U.S. citizens? Like, is that really what you're aspiring to?
The world, everyone can see that. That
so,
would mean the world will
if your answer is yes, then
further into anarchy, and people are getting radicalized.
So that's something I can't help with.
Because we're arming a genocide. I mean,
if you're not fond of the idea,
the argument's been made for a while.
Of being deployed to American cities to run training exercises against American citizens, then you probably shouldn't even consider it.
Bet Salem, the Israeli human
not the militia was being deployed, not national.
Maybe a little
doesn't matter. National Guard, whatever it is.
How enduring?
Still part of the military.
The change in opinion.
You're still deployed. You still have orders.
The cynic in me looks at, for example, 52%
of
Americans have
you know what they're doing?
First time ever a majority.
They're issuing orders, but their orders are only for like 29 days.
God forbid there was another major terror attack in Israel. People would immediately
come on! Since when has that? They aren't legally. When has that ever stopped them?
I just wonder how much there's also a fatigue.
The orders that they're being issued are for 29 days, and the reason they're doing that is because as soon as they hit 30 days, they have to pay for like all of the like healthcare and food and stuff for those.
You're always more optimistic and hopeful than me. How enduring?
For the deployment
is at a governmental level.
We kind of have high sense of justice, so I guess not.
Look, direction of travel for a start. I mean, look, 50% of Americans think genocide has been committed. 35% think not. And
I'd burn it all down, I guess.
Like 3 years ago.
No, like I don't even think like I don't even have a burn it all down mentality.
You can speak
Mine,
you can speak about critically about Israel.
I would say
in the United States, full stop.
Here I am freaking on Twitch saying to get rid of your Prime subscription, but yeah, like stuff like that, you know.
And you know, there's the Iraq. I know people come up with Iraq and what lasting consequences. Well, I think they would.
I'd promote a
actually from Iraq.
More of a
not always good because
active,
I think Donald Trump wouldn't be president without the Afghan and Iraq
active inaction.
Lots of
you know what I mean?
Led to what happened. I agree.
Like the only way to get this current administration
to
make
its own right. I
any changes
the other week. I've been on quite
or to convince the corporations from capitulating to his threats is to hurt them financially. That's the only way.
Where you watch the genocide, extermination of children.
Yeah, they really don't. Like, if you look at it, like, think of
is live streamed
philosophically.
The people perpetrating the crime.
Like, what does it mean? They're just words on paper.
It's not like Iraq. We're like, oh no, we're
if you get a large enough group, group of people.
By the sectarian
especially
strife,
a large enough group of people that are in power,
so it's not like I'm
if you can convince them to not care about what's written on that paper, it doesn't matter. You're right, it doesn't matter.
Every single day.
You know,
I think that has changed people.
Literally doesn't matter.
I honestly think.
And you still think there'll be a reckoning?
It is just a piece of paper with words on it. No different than like a second grader practicing cursive in a notebook.
Is that we didn't get a reckoning for Iraq, right? Tony Blair is busy advising, apparently, allegedly, Donald Trump on how to get rid of the people of Gaza via consulting.
Did you get the International Criminal Court issuing arrest warrants during the Iraq War? No, you did not. Did you get an International Court of Justice case against Britain and the United States during the Iraq War? No, you didn't. Did you have...
But all the Iraq War criminals are still...
I agree, and this time we can't let them get away with it. But this crime is much worse.
Yes.
And it's much more documented and confessed to. I mean, just as an example, the US and Britain did commit lots of crimes in Iraq, which were, I'm afraid, hidden from view, which people don't know about. That's not the same here because of, you know, that's why they keep trying to murder all the journalists, but it's because of social media, new technology.
The Haditha massacre wasn't done on cell phone selfie cameras.
Exactly. I just think this is of an order that's different. The other point is the West is much weaker. Its power in the world is much weaker than it was. So it's more vulnerable. That's why the global South is you know, kind
South Africa led that case,
and they wouldn't have done that a while ago because they wouldn't have
had been threatened.
No, exactly. And the idea the International Criminal Court would stand up to Britain. You know, he said, Karen Khan, the chief prosecutor, he was told by a global leader that this court was built for African thugs in Russia. You know, this wasn't supposed to turn on the West. I just think things have shifted. Look, it might. I do keep saying when I say there's a reckoning, it might take 2 years. It might take
have every law just on the tongue.
There's no statute of limitation on genocide, but I think this crime is way too big. And look, just quickly, could you imagine AOC becoming president? I wouldn't rule it out. Would you rule it out? No, exactly.
Like, I sincerely wish that every single administration, every single representative,
could imagine the change of government in the United States,
was willing to adhere
this terrible crime is committed
to
well, it's what Barack Obama should have done.
laws,
Instead, he came
regulations,
in
rules, norms,
exactly.
and if they were focused on using the current system
imagining a future
to help people,
summit of Prime Minister Farage meeting
then there wouldn't be any issues.
Now that would be a summit
but
worth being a fly on the wall.
When you have
maybe she can impose some sanctions on us.
Administrations, legislators, whoever it may be, Supreme Court justices, that they spend all of their efforts to find loopholes and bypass the system for their own purposes. That's why there's so many problems.
Let's leave the prediction in.
I think we could end up with I think we might end up with fascism for quite a long time.
Yeah, that I have predicted. That's not really more a prediction. That's more just an observation. No, it's happening in plain sight.
I think we're going to go through a really grim authoritarian fascist phase.
Stop. We're ending with a hopeful note.
I think we'll get out of it.
We'll get out of it.
It'll be bad, and then it'll be after a really grim period of struggle.
But we will get out of it.
Yeah,
I'm Mehdi Hassan.
I'm Ryan Jones.
We're too outspoken.
See you next time.
Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notifications. For exclusive content and to support our independent, unfiltered journalism, head over to Zeteo.com. Your support matters.
Welcome everybody to Crystal Kyle and Friends. Today, obviously, my lovely wife is not with us. She's actually on a field trip with one of the little kids, so she's doing her motherly duties at the moment. But I'm here nonetheless, and we have an awesome interview for you lined up with Ken Klippenstein, independent journalist. Ken, thanks for joining me, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, great to be with you again, Kyle.
So, dude, you released this report, and it is absolutely terrifying. I covered it on my show. It's a gigantic deal. So just to break it down for everybody real quick, Trump signed this directive, this NSPM 7 directive. And in that directive, basically what he says is these things effectively sort of put you on the government's radar, that perhaps you're either a domestic terrorist or aiding and abetting domestic terrorists. And it includes things like anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the U.S. government.
No, okay, so let me make it clear. I have nothing against wealthy people.
American views on family.
It's
same thing for traditional American views on religion. Same thing for traditional American views on
what I'm against is the fact that if somebody that has $999 million, $999,000 gets so butthurt about not being able to have that extra dollar. You know what I mean? That's what bothers me. And the fact that
so
it is,
executive
like,
orders,
once somebody gets that wealthy, the only
and executive orders by nature are kind of more micro level,
like,
sort of do
the
this.
only thing that's on their
example,
mind is accruing as much as possible at the expense of everyone else.
Removing the trans from government websites.
That's what bothers me.
Very specific, very narrow. Tends
what
to be smaller bore,
give them a dollar?
Like just
it should be taxed at 100%.
In the case of
100% of that dollar you give them should be taxed
on national security, which this
That's
was.
What I
the
think.
7 at the end refers to the number that, like, there's only 7 of them. Number 6 is classified. We don't know what number 6 is. Many of them are classified. In this case, for whatever reason, the Trump administration decided to make it public. And I think because of that distinction, the media has missed the story.
And they get to choose where that tax money goes?
Inaccurately reported as an executive order, even by places that
we don't.
I appreciate, like C-SPAN, mainstream media organizations, several of them getting this wrong. I think because of that, it's kind of been brushed aside as, another one of these things.
They're humans.
But a national security presidential memoranda is not.
What
that is a high-level
strategy
document
just
that
like
tells
us.
the entire national security state, from the Justice Department to FBI to all across the.
You think I want them to spend that dollar in tax money?
You're going to get promoted.
Like,
you're going to advance by making cases around these, by investigating these things,
to
by putting
benefit lobbyists. That's going to help overturn
things.
that law. No
and
thanks.
It spells out how they're going to do that. And I think one particular alarming part of this directive is that, unlike the National Guard deployments, which I've tried to not be alarmist about,
it's
and
really
say
not.
that those things are concerning.
Not when they already have
corrosive
seriously.
To
okay.
culture. But the reality is,
here's an exercise
I
want you to do.
Because of posse comitatus.
Instead of calling them billionaires,
Trump has bumped into a lot of complications.
Say it out.
That, and that's
say
why
the
you
whole.
see troops in
say
DC
999,999,999
But in the case of this memorandum,
say it every time you think of a billionaire. Say that out and tell me that it's not ridiculous. Okay.
These are essentially police across the country.
No, absolutely not. No, it's not a trade-off. No, the trade-off is that they get to have the wealth.
And so what Trump is doing is he's tapping those JTTFs,
$999,999,999 worth of wealth. That's the trade-off. They get to keep that. Congratulations, they have won.
And the difference between that and the National Guard,
what I think is more absurd is that
there's no
Federal
posse
Reserve
comitatus
that made that possible.
JTTFs, and there are something like 4,000 officers. They could grow that. From here, a lot of them are FBI,
yeah, obviously,
but also
if
local
like
cops and law enforcement, they're basically
half
deputized
of our
into this federalized force that answers directly to the federal government. And
if half of everybody's dollars were just completely wiped out, just completely disappeared, disintegrated,
so Trump can
the relative value would still be equivalent. You know what I mean? Like instead of a car costing $30,000. A cheap car costing $30,000, it would now cost $15 because everybody has exactly half as much as they had before. So the amount itself is not what's important.
I think like, all right, well hold on. When I go out there and say the U.S. ranks 37th in healthcare in the world, and that we're the main problem when it comes to the lack of global peace because we wage most of the wars in modern era, something like that is probably categorized as anti-Americanism, right?
Yeah, the thing is, the director doesn't define it, but when you look
think about a time
when they signed in the Oval Office afterwards,
in our history, recent history, you know, where
kind of described what it was doing in very
more people were successful.
He comes out and he just says, "Look, this is our
than any other time."
I'm paraphrasing only slightly here.
We had a thriving middle class.
All of government war on the left.
And
so even though the
one person working a full-time job was capable of providing for a whole family.
Sebastian Gorka,
and
the head
that
of
was when
in the White House,
we had,
did an interview a couple hours
you know,
afterwards,
the highest like marginal tax rate for the wealthy.
I found that major law firms, respected law firms in Washington now, are advising clients that include nonprofits and NGOs, hey, you guys better tighten up around this stuff because this could affect you, not just in terms of
but these like
Treasury Department,
wealthy people, these bored wealthy people that they, you know, instead of freaking retiring with hundreds of millions of dollars, they had to stick their nose in everyone else's business, kept chipping away, just so
even though the
they could own that much more of the wealth.
Phrases like anti-Americanism are to avoid invoking explicit.
What happened to the jobs that middle class?
That's certainly not how it's being interpreted. All the experts are interpreting this to mean a war on the Democratic Party.
If you think it started in '92, you're mistaken.
Groups, entities, and even individuals, not just organizations, even individuals. So it's really sweeping and really partisan in nature.
So, and when they say something like anti-capitalism,
oh, no, like,
what I think of is like, you know, Zoran Mamdani was on CNN yesterday.
It definitely started way before that.
You have Bernie Sanders has been saying that forever. You have DSA, Democratic Socialist of
1889-ish.
America. I mean, this is a group that they're open about what label they are.
No, I would say it started pretty soon.
Democratic primaries, but according to this directive, a group like that is just wide open to be.
I'd say it started right around the civil rights era.
By the authorities, correct?
Is when
and another thing that's been misreported on all this is
when the wealthy started using their wealth to chip away
criminalizing domestic terrorism.
The attempts to
terrorist organizations, which is narrowly
have a
true,
better
but that
distribution
doesn't mean the FBI can't investigate someone for domestic terrorism. In fact, the FBI has now and has had for years domestic terrorism lists, and so what these designations internal to the FBI do is it allows them to take the gloves off and adopt practices that they wouldn't be able to for a normal criminal subject.
In the mid-60s and
all
70s.
the lack of a law around domestic terrorism means is you can't charge them with terrorism in
Maybe
court.
that was their way of fighting back against the civil rights movement. It's like, well, if these
bring up
if this middle and lower middle class, if they don't have the financial capability of participating, then they're not going to, you know.
And I think Washington is kind of,
Reagan,
to the extent that I've seen it
commented
on, they're kind of like, oh well, there's no domestic terrorism. This just must be more of Trump's, you know, flapping his jaws and saying things. And I can understand why you would have that reaction because there is a lot of stuff that Trump says that falls in this category, but that's not the case here.
I think
all these different categories.
The main parabolic launch point.
While the administration is sometimes careful in its rhetoric,
terrible
to say,
wealth distribution that we have now,
this violent
I would
fringe,
say
these categories that you
started
just described, that's gotta
after
be
the Nixon
millions
resignation.
And millions and millions
That would
of people,
be
not just anti-capitalism,
my best
which
guess.
surely is that, or anti-Christianity, but anti-traditional family.
If you look at,
and it's like, what does that even
you know,
mean?
what
Is that just like a bachelor?
Rupert Murdoch and
It's
his
like,
cronies
now,
did,
you know what I mean? Like, this is
following
tons and
that
tons of people.
resignation.
Or it could mean, you know, like we're going to go after.
You know, they made it a
pro-abortion
point
groups and say
to do
you guys
whatever
are
they
against the
can,
traditional
whatever
family
they
because
could to
you're in favor
keep
of murdering the unborn or
a
whatever the fuck.
Republican
Like,
president from ever
there's ways
having to go
spin
through
it.
that again.
In your eyes, is this
majority middle class
basically
manufacturing
like
jobs,
a new Red Scare or McCarthyism, but effectively against anybody who's a left of center?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah, totally.
But the issue
you know, I
with all
characterize
of
it as the biggest
competitive advantage is that it only
seizure
enriches
of power
the rich
on the part of the national security state domestically.
Yeah, like I
since the
said, I
Patriot
don't know
Act.
what the
and
like it's one of those things
Congressman
where I don't think there's
Ro
any one clear
who I think
answer.
he
Like
said
I
he
don't think
started his
there's any
career in
one
opposition to the Patriot Act. He went a step
aspect that's
further.
going to
He said it goes
resolve
farther than the
all of
Patriot
it.
Act.
But
and so
you know,
we have
let's start
officials
with
now starting to talk
how about
it.
we
I wish
start
there was
with
more of it. There was a story
going
in,
back to a higher marginal
where
tax
they
rate
asked
for
the
you know people who make over
highest-ranking Democrat in the Senate,
not people
Senator
who
Dick
make
Durbin,
because
and
remember once you're wealthy
bear in
you
mind,
don't
this guy,
really technically get
is the ranking
paychecks,
member of the
so you
Judiciary
can't really be taxed on
his
paychecks.
Explicit job
if you don't
is
have
to oversee
paychecks.
things like this. He says, I don't know what that is. I haven't seen that. So he doesn't know. And then they
So
asked
once
Alyssa
you-
Slotkin, a member of the Homeland Security
once you
Committee,
have,
senator
I
from
would say-
Democratic senator from Michigan. She also says, "Oh, I haven't seen that." So it's like Congress,
trying to think, like,
specifically, not
let's
just
say
Congress,
10
but
million.
the people specifically tasked with overseeing
At the bare
these
minimum,
things.
once you
In
get to
Slotkin's
10
case,
million
it's
in
particularly
wealth,
egregious because she
like not
won't stop
10
talking about
million
how she worked.
earned
and the
per
CIA
year, 10
had
million in
this
wealth.
national security expertise.
At
She's
that
just
point,
completely
that's
MIA
where
on
it
this
should
issue,
really
as
start to
is
take off
almost
in
the
terms
entirety
of
of Congress. At this point, I
taxing.
think
You know what I mean?
3 members have even said anything about it.
That's my opinion.
So
That
I'm
would be a
trying to just
start.
draw attention to this fact so people can, because the document
I don't
speaks for
want
itself.
I don't
can
want
provide you
lawyers, I
context,
don't want
but a lot of what
doctors,
we've
I
been
don't
talking
want
about, it's
them
right there in
to
the document,
have
which you can go
you know like a
online at my
70%
newsletter,
tax
click on
rate.
and
That's
open up and
ridiculous.
see. We're
That's
not,
absolutely
you know,
absurd.
we're not making this stuff up.
It's truly shocking. And I highly recommend
we work
everybody
in
go read the
Texas and bring
entire
back
thing.
domestic manufacturing
so
and fixing the job market.
is the idea here, because some people would say, okay, they might come after you for stuff like this, or come after different groups for stuff like this, but it's going to be basically impossible for them to get a conviction. I mean, we've even seen
how about
there was
this?
some, like,
Tell me what you think of this
Reagan
idea.
Who castigated Trump and did like this
Anytime
brutal
a
decision where he
government
was saying,
subsidy
"You're
is
taking away the
used
free speech rights of these
to
pro-Palestine
for the
folks, and it's very
benefit
obviously against
of
the
a
First Amendment."
corporation,
And so in other
company
words, like,
corporation.
even right-wing judges
For
were
example,
like, this
let's
is,
say
like, you can't do this. This is a fucking joke. But is the point
Tesla,
here that
like
even
how
if
much
they can't
how much in
get a
corporate
conviction,
subsidies? Let me
they can
finish. How much of corporate
still
how
ruin
much
people's
in
lives
federal
just in the
subsidies
process of
has
investigating
Tesla
them and harassing
and
them
SpaceX
and taking
been
them to
given?
court anyway,
Right?
which requires massive amounts of legal fees, which will bankrupt a lot of people and
Hear me out.
bankrupt a lot of these groups. Is that the idea?
I
that,
think
like,
that any company and
even though they
corporation
know they're doomed
that
for failure, I
receives
don't know why
federal
there's fireworks going off
subsidies,
for-
since those subsidies are provided by
even
our
though they
tax
know that
dollars,
they're doomed to failure, like this
that
isn't gonna
we
work
as
in
the
court,
taxpayer
that,
should benefit
like,
from
you
a
could ruin
profit
people's lives
sharing
anyway,
system.
just by dragging them through a process
So,
and harassing them with the
if subsidies
powers
are
of the
used,
state.
then
so
we
state
as the
coercion
taxpayer
exists on
should
a
see a
continuum.
return on that
At
investment.
one extreme,
That's
there's
my
like
opinion.
throwing someone in a camp or something. But then on the
Not
other
any
side,
corporation,
there's what's
cities
called
are
chilling of
considered
speech, and we are
incorporated.
already seeing that take place. I have talked to multiple people at NGOs and
No, if
nonprofits
cities
that
have
are
a
saying,
surplus,
we are changing our activity and
give some of it back to the people.
to preempt problems that might
I don't
arise
know,
from
like,
this national security
anything
order.
that
So
our
they're
tax
speaking
dollars are
differently.
used
It's
for,
affecting there's squelching
like
speech
like I'm not talking
The
about
question is how
cities.
far
Like
is
that's
that gonna
that's a
go?
different. You know that it's
when
different
it
than like an
comes
actual
to
company.
What could be
You know,
brought to court.
like
Again, I would
who else? Like
guess
weapons
that,
manufacturers.
You know, a jury of
you know
peers
those that
or
are
judges
giving
gonna look at
getting
something like Christianity and say, okay, this
government
is just patently
contracts right
incompatible with the
from the
Constitution,
Pentagon.
blah blah blah. But that doesn't mean
Our
that in the
tax
course of
dollars are
investigation-
used
So that's just the predicate for
toward an investment in those companies.
Those things necessarily.
So
and the question is, what will they
any
find
revenue that
once they have predicated
that they receive?
Maybe they found
we as taxpayers should get a return
any
on
number of things.
That's my opinion.
Conceivably, they could find other things, and the effect.
And I don't think that's absurd.
Is going to be what I was just talking
about. That's capitalist,
if
you ask me. We make an investment.
Be more cautious, which is not what you want. You want people to feel
it makes a profit.
To go out and say
we get a return on that profit. That's capitalism. Like that's not even socialist.
And again, we're already seeing. It's not hypothetical. We're already seeing the effects of that because
I'm not taking someone else's tax dollars. I'm receiving the profits from the investment of my tax dollars.
Adopting different practices because of it.
What's your take on how much
I don't think that's absurd.
The whole of government will comply with such a ridiculous order because
Damn it.
I covered the other day, of course, Trump and
Damn it,
Hegseth talking to the
I
generals.
wanted to listen to this video.
And, you know,
You're
the
fired.
sense I got, and I think the sense anybody got, watching that and looking at the pictures coming out of the audience is
I
that you
wonder
had
if they
all
still
these
consider
generals and
states
admirals who
incorporated
were
because
like,
they
what the
refer to the
fuck are we
state
doing
government
here?
as corporates.
And
Who
they kind of
knows?
understood that these people are like ridiculous. Like, this is a joke. What's
Damn
happening
it, I missed
right now.
13
And
minutes
that
of
actually
video.
gave me a little bit of hope.
You're fired.
And it is absolutely terrifying. I covered it on my show. It's a gigantic deal. So just to break it down for everybody real quick, Trump signed this directive, this NSPM 7 directive. And in that directive, basically what he says is these things effectively sort of put you on the government's radar. That perhaps
you just
you're
put the board of directors
either a
of every
domestic
company
terrorist
in
or
jail.
aiding and abetting domestic terrorism.
No.
It includes things
no.
like anti-Americanism,
I am not for that. I do not support that
anti-Christianity,
whatsoever.
support for the overthrow of the U.S. government, extremism on migration, on race, gender, hostility towards those who hold traditional
Unless they're
American
actively
views on
killing
family.
people.
Same thing for
You know,
traditional
like
American
if
views on
a,
religion,
for example, let's say
same thing for traditional American views on
a
morality.
healthcare company
and so that's
is
obviously
denying,
they're casting a
cancer
very,
treatment
very
for
wide net
somebody
there, but
that
let me start with this.
could survive that cancer, but they're denied the treatment and then they die because they didn't receive the treatment because they couldn't afford it, then yes, they should go to jail for that.
Executive order and why this actually makes it way
I know
more
someone
serious
who
than if it
recommended
was an
that.
executive order.
Yeah, so unlike executive orders, of which there are over 200 at this point,
I don't
and
think that they should be killed in the street for it.
More micro level, sort of do
but
this.
should they
for
receive
example,
jail
one of them
time
was about,
for denying
gender
people health care that could potentially save their life
from government websites,
when
things
they
like that. Very
paid
specific,
for
very
that
narrow,
health insurance? Yes, they should go to
tends
jail
to be
for
smaller
it.
bore, more
100%.
open to like just rhetorical sort of flourish. In the case of presidential memoranda on national security, which this was, the 7 at the end refers to the number that, like, there's only 7 of them. Number 6 is classified. We don't know what number 6 is. Many of them are classified. In this case, for whatever reason, the Trump administration decided to make it public. And I think because of that distinction, the media has missed the story. In fact, I've seen it inaccurately reported as an executive order, even by places that I appreciate, like C-SPAN, mainstream media organizations, several of them getting this wrong. I think because of that, it's kind of been brushed aside as, another one of these things. But a national security presidential memoranda is not.
This is how you can tell when somebody does not engage in critical thinking skills. Because saying abolish the Senate because it's corrupted by corporations,
these are our priorities.
That addresses the symptom. It does not address the disease.
By making cases around these,
and
by investigating these things, by putting resources.
The thought process I go into if I see a problem, like
how they're going to do that.
Is this a symptom or is it a disease?
One alarming part of this directive is that unlike the National Guard deployments,
Senate,
which I've
House,
tried to
representatives,
not be alarmist about and say
that is a symptom
those things are
of the disease, which is
corrosive to
money,
culture.
too much moneyed interest in our politics.
So
that is the disease.
Trump's bumped into a lot of complications around that, and that's why you see troops in DC milling about, throwing trash away, because they don't have authority to do a whole lot else. But in the case of this memoranda, it taps the authority of something called Joint Terrorism Task Forces, JTTFs. These are essentially police across the country. They exist. JTTFs exist in every one of the 50 states. This was established after and in response to 9/11.
I don't think that's an unreasonable strategy when you're approaching something.
We're just describing anti-Christian,
I think that's the easiest way to get somebody to
the difference
understand
and the National Guard is
critical
they can
thinking
engage
skills.
In law enforcement. There's no posse comitatus
what is the
when it comes
symptom,
to
what is the
GTTFs.
disease.
And there are something like 4,000
what
officers.
caused the
they
accelerated
can grow that.
corruption?
And from here, a lot of them are FBI,
the
but
untreated
also local
symptoms,
cops and law enforcement. They're basically deputized into this
or
federalized
the untreated
force
disease,
that answers directly to the federal government. And again,
if you have a brain tumor,
authorization of
a Tylenol might stop a headache.
The governor might not be aware of what's happening,
but it's
Trump
not going to
lasso these guys in.
It's not going to cure the
out
brain tumor.
At will, and they can do all sorts of things.
What
that the
caused
National
the Senate
Guard
to stop
so
being
I think
accountable
he's going to move
to
towards
their
this
states?
as a tool. I
would say that is a lack of participation on the account of
what
everyday
these things
citizens.
mean. So when I read
people that
anti-Americanism
do not
get you on the list, I think like
I say non-voters.
Right, well, hold on. When I go out there and say the U.S. ranks 37th in healthcare in the world,
I would even go a step further and
we're
say
the main problem
specifically
when it comes the lack of global peace because we wage most of the wars.
I don't want
to
say uneducated.
Something like that is probably categorized
because they might actually be really smart
right?
people, but I'll say like politically ignorant.
The directive doesn't define it.
Non-voters.
But when you look at
that would be,
when they signed it in the Oval Office
that's
afterwards, Stephen Miller, who's the Homeland Security advisor,
the voters
kind of
were not holding them accountable
in very
to their states,
terms. I was sort of shocked. He comes out and he just says, "Look, this is our." I'm
but
paraphrasing
the people
slightly here.
make
He
up
says,
the
this
states.
This is the first ever all-of-government war on the left. And
if
so even
the
though
people
the
hold them
document is sort of
accountable,
not
then
to
they would
explicitly
inherently
say the
be
Democratic Party,
accountable
not only
to their
is
states.
he saying that, Sebastian Gorka, the head of counterterrorism in the White House, did an interview a couple hours afterwards, essentially said the same thing. And then subsequent to all this, I found that major law firms, respected law firms in Washington now are advising
of that state
clients that include nonprofits and NGOs,
hold them
hey,
accountable
you guys
by
better
voting them out of
around
office when they're doing douchey stuff.
Could affect you,
then
not
they
just
would
in terms
inherently
of the Treasury Department, which in the directive is told to go and monitor these organizations for all the stuff that you were talking about before. So they're worried they might lose their tax status, but in addition to that, criminal sanction. So even though the document is careful, I mean, as careful as phrases like anti-Americanism are to avoid invoking explicit partisan politics, even though it clearly does, that's certainly not how it's being interpreted. All the experts are interpreting this to mean a war on the Democratic Party and its associated groups,
not by the political
and
entities,
even individuals, not just
Republican
organizations,
center.
even individuals. So it's really sweeping and really partisan in nature.
So, and when they say something like
the political definition of a state is like a nation.
Zoran Mamdani was on CNN
like you could say
he's a Democratic
France is a
socialist.
state.
You have Bernie Sanders has been saying that forever. You have DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. I mean, this is a group that they're open about what label they are, and they also run within Democratic primaries. But according to this directive, a group like that is just wide open to be investigated effectively and harassed
I'm
by
playing
the authorities,
semantics
correct?
now.
Yeah, and another thing that's been misreported on all this is
my bad.
This idea that there's no law
frog-eating monsters into this.
criminalizing domestic terrorism. It's focused on foreign terrorist organizations, which is narrowly true, but that doesn't mean the FBI can't investigate someone for domestic terrorism. In fact, the FBI has now,
but
has
you know
had
what I
for
mean,
years, domestic terrorism lists.
It's ultimately
so
the voters that are responsible
internal
for
to the FBI
holding their elected
allows
officials
them
accountable.
to take the gloves off and adopt practices that they wouldn't be able to
at the end of the day
for a normal criminal subject. And all the lack of a law around domestic terrorism means is you can't charge them with terrorism in court. That doesn't mean you can't investigate them for terrorism and then after the investigation bring up
own, I guess.
other charges that are on the
Who am I to
It just
judge?
means you can't charge them on that specific thing. And so there's been a lot of confusion around this, and I think Washington is kind of,
we already
to
have,
the extent that I've seen it commented on, they're
we
kind of
deep
like,
fry
there's
everything.
No domestic terrorism thing. This just must be more.
Which one do you
of
think
Trump's,
is healthier?
Flapping
frog
his
legs
jaws
or
and saying things, and I can understand
deep fried chicken
why
legs.
you would have that reaction, because there is a lot of stuff that Trump says that falls in this category.
Biscuits and
but
gravy.
That's not the case here. And
Louisiana's
more to the
French.
Point,
Don't they eat gators?
all these different categories that he was describing. While
maybe
the
they're just
administration
hungry
is sometimes
people.
careful in its rhetoric to say, "Oh, we're talking about the radical
it
left,
was.
this violent fringe," these categories that you just described, that's got to be millions and millions and millions of people, not just anti-capitalism, which surely is that, or anti-Christianity, but anti-traditional family. And it's like, what does that even mean? Is that just like a bachelor? It's like now, you know what I mean? Like this is tons and tons of people.
Or it could mean, like we're going to go after pro-abortion groups and say you guys are against the traditional family because you're in favor of murdering the unborn or whatever the fuck. Like there's ways to spin it. In your eyes, is this basically like a new Red Scare or McCarthyism, but effectively against anybody who's left of center?
The entire land was Native American.
Totally.
So.
I characterize it as the biggest
colonialism
seizure of power on the part of the national security state domestically since the Patriot Act. And Congressman Ro Khanna, who I think he said he started his career in opposition to the Patriot Act, he went a step further. He said it goes farther than the Patriot Act. And so, we have officials now starting to talk about it. I wish there was more of it. There was a story in, I think it was Courthouse News recently, where they asked the number 2 highest ranking Democrat in the Senate, Senator Dick Durbin, about it. And bear in mind, this guy is the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, meaning his explicit job is to oversee things like this. He says, I don't know what that is. I haven't seen that. So he doesn't know. And then they asked Alyssa Slotkin, a member of the Homeland Security Committee, Democratic senator from Michigan. She also says, oh, I haven't seen that. So it's like Congress, the people, specifically, not just Congress, but the people specifically tasked with overseeing these things. In Slotkin's case, it's particularly egregious because she won't stop talking about how she worked in the CIA. Have this national security expertise. She's just completely MIA on this issue, as is
but you want to know what does?
Congress. At this
Capitalism
point, I think
supports
3
colonialism.
members have even said anything about it. So I'm
like,
trying to just
seriously
draw attention to this fact so people can, because the document speaks for itself. I can provide you context, but a lot of what we've been talking about, it's right there.
Capitalism
in the document.
is more important to this
online in my newsletter,
country
click on
than
and open up and see.
constitutionalism.
We're not, we're not making this stuff up.
It's truly shocking, and I highly recommend everybody go read the entire thing. So is the idea here, because some people would say, okay, they might come after you for stuff like this or come after different groups for stuff like this, but it's going to be basically impossible for them to get a conviction. I mean, we've even seen this. There was some like Reagan appointee who castigated Trump and did like this brutal decision where he was saying, you're taking away the free speech rights of these pro-Palestine folks,
and you see,
very obviously
you see how important it is.
So in other
you
words,
see how
like,
important capitalism is.
We're kind of like, this, like, you can't do this. This is
when
a fucking joke.
You have the Democratic Party
even if they
unable
get a conviction,
to
they can effectively
support a Democratic nominee.
Lives, just in the process of investigating
like
them
it's
and
clearly obvious.
And taking them to court anyway, which requires massive amounts of legal fees, which will bankrupt a lot of people and bankrupt a lot of these groups. Is that the idea that, like, even though they know they're doomed for failure, I don't know why there's fireworks going off, right? Even though they know that they're doomed to failure, like this isn't going to work in court, that like you could ruin people's lives anyway just by dragging them through a process and harassing them with the the powers of the state.
Yeah, so state coercion exists on a continuum. At one extreme, there's like throwing someone in a camp.
I'd like
or
to
something.
see
but then, on the other side, there's what's called chilling of speech, and we are already seeing
like
that
to
take
see
place. I have talked to multiple people
the
at
Supreme
NGOs
Court have like
and nonprofits that are saying we are changing our activity and behavior to preempt problems that might arise from this.
I recognize that the Constitution exists, and you know what? I'll actually agree with you that if it was legitimately followed,
the question is how far is that going to go?
Then I don't think we would have as many problems as we have today. But
what could be brought to
since
court again,
exceptions are made
I would
for those in power to not follow it, then I am not going to adhere. I'm not going to handcuff myself if I want to see changes being made. You know what I mean?
So that's
I'm not going to play like if they're playing
they're not
baseball with 2 hands. I'm not going to try to play against them with one behind my back. It's ridiculous.
Once they have predicated the investigation. Maybe they found an error in your taxes. Maybe they found
you'll just lose.
It's any number of things. So conceivably, they could find other things, and the effect of that is going to be what I was just talking about. Is going to be people are going
to see
be more
the
quiet,
Supreme
and
Court
be more cautious, which is not what you want. You want people to feel comfortable to go out and say. And
what is it when there's like alternate justices?
And again, we're already. It's not hypothetical. We're already
kind of like think of it
because all these legal
put age limit.
All these
age
law firms are advising their clients, and the clients themselves are adopting different practices.
I'd say like 20 years in service,
What's your take on how
like
much
80 years of age.
The whole of
you know what I mean?
Will comply.
No, I want to go 75.
Because I covered
so that
the other day,
once
of course, Trump and Hegseth
one of the justices reaches either one of those benchmarks, whether it's 20 years as a justice or 75 years of age, whichever comes first, they're automatically gone, and the next alternate steps in.
And they kind of understood that these people are like ridiculous. Like this is a joke. What's happening right now?
I would
even
propose
gave me a little bit of hope in the sense that maybe there's still some degree and some level of professionalism.
One of the first
so
things,
order something that
the
goes
first
too far
presidential
in the eyes of
appointments,
some of these people,
like regardless of
cancel the next election, they'll be like, we're not
which
we're not going to allow you to do that.
What's your
executive? Sense of, all the people at the
one
FBI,
of the first appointments they make is for an alternate
that
justice.
They're all like on board for this, and they're willing to do
and then
all
they
this
just
stuff.
like
I mean, just the fact that somebody obviously
put in,
leaked
they
this
cycle
to
through,
and is
cycle
a
through.
whistleblower. That also sort of gives me hope that you got somebody there who's like, this is obviously
the difference
wrong.
Is not
We
following
shouldn't be
the law,
doing
but
this.
preventing
What's
the
your
other
sense on
person
that?
from burning it. So
you're absolutely right to raise that point. And that would be the question. I will say I agree with you on the military, but the military is a culture.
Yeah, they sure as heck don't want normal people to rewrite it.
I mentioned this recently. I've had a leaker in literally every single one of the National Guard deployments. And in every case, they were motivated in large part by feeling as though they shouldn't be marching around American cities, even if they're not carrying out law enforcement. The same sorts of subtle effects that I was describing before. It will make people uncomfortable. It will make people more nervous about going out. That was their concerns.
And just once the fight is over.
Yesterday, I reported on a letter.
That's the thing. Like, I don't want to burn
commander, it. The brigadier general in charge of who leads the
you misunderstand.
Oregon National Guard. in preparation for the deployment.
I hope I didn't give that impression.
To his, to the troops, basically
I don't want to burn it.
Yes, this is awkward and this is weird, and
I just think
understand that you all feel this
there
way.
Should be,
and basically admitting that it's like, yeah, this is we shouldn't really be doing this.
You know,
so I think your
logical,
point is well taken.
Reasonable
on
adjustments.
That culture of professionalism, that history.
Again, I go back to
the
Second Amendment.
Security. Right. And it's
like I think a logical,
like
reasonable adjustment.
DHS is literally we are older
is
than
that
the Department of Homeland
convicted
Security
felons, violent offenders especially, should not be allowed to own firearms.
The culture is just much less professional.
Mosquito?
That's part of why they are flush with cash now, but desperately
I
going
think
out trying to
that's a
hire because
logical
nobody wants to work there. If you look at the employment satisfaction survey that the government does,
remember, but you become no better if you burn it once the fight is over.
Bottom of all federal agencies, ICE, Border Patrol. So it's a much different culture. I think they have I think in Border Patrol's case, it's the most corrupt agency in terms of federal charges being brought against their agents of any of the federal law enforcement agencies. Yeah, it's really I can't remember.
What's Kitty? What's meow meow?
So I think that what you're saying definitely applies to the military, probably to the FBI to a lesser extent. But then by the time you get to Department of Homeland Security, I just don't. I don't really think
all right, fine. Where you at, Kitty? Come here.
Good people.
I'll give you pets while I'm parking my ship.
Huge agency,
come here, stupid.
The largest law enforcement agency in the country, bigger than the FBI. Tens of thousands of armed federal agents.
Would you burn the Constitution right yourself if you got absolute power, or let it be amended normally after the fighting is over? I'd go the amendment route.
It takes is each field office, say in the FBI, for instance,
but I wouldn't
have to create a set of priorities. And
I wouldn't leave it up to.
Special agents are promoted based on how many cases.
I wouldn't leave it up to the
whatever the top priority is, second priority,
the ruling elite.
So the question is,
to be the
how many
final
knuckle-draggers are you going to be able to get? Who are going to say, "Ooh, here's an opportunity for me. If I make some really ambitious
the final say as to what that amendment looks like."
I would guess you're probably going to be able to find some people who will do that.
It'd be more of a collaboration, between the people.
In Border Patrol.
Nobody knows what a community needs more than the people in that
as
community.
Well, but again, it's a continuum, and that's what's so subtle about this issue.
Collaboration with
again, I've
people.
Seen this mainstream response like, "Oh, Trump says all kinds of crazy things, nothing."
Like some sort of local
I'm not
representation.
Talking about, are people going to get rendered to get more? I'm saying where in that continuum
experts,
between chilled
in the
speech,
field,
already seen,
and not just one or two,
and then crazy
not
arrests
decided on ideological grounds.
And I'm sure that'll be somewhere between the two.
That's why the federalism exists.
Yeah, and to your point,
exists.
I mean, ICE is truly out of control.
And then,
I just saw yesterday. I didn't get a
when
chance
I say
to cover
professionals,
it yet,
I mean like.
But ICE apparently ran over a guy with a car, killed him, and then lied about it.
I paused
at
a great part.
This is on top of them, just basically
economic
like
experts,
domestic Gestapo,
legal
where
experts,
they round up innocent people, have no due process, they're waiting outside of courtrooms, covering their faces and things of that nature.
Healthcare
so,
experts.
As far as like government agencies go, this is a truly rogue regime.
Like just
a
large swath
like
of like
literally Trump's Gestapo
experts in various fields.
That he wants.
If I had the opportunity, if I were a dictator for a day, no, I would not burn it down.
To the agency, and they're like. They're extremists.
But
they're,
I would,
they were
I would use
white nationalists or Proud Boys, and they listen to the call.
I would use every
if you need a job,
aspect
we
of knowledge possible
that used to be there,
in order to find a way
that perhaps was there
to
before is now not
promote
there in any way, shape, or form.
So
that's really
entrepreneurialism.
Really not good,
just look at how desperate they are trying to recruit.
Yet
because
at the same time,
now,
over $100 billion. They got over $100 billion, which makes them bigger than like the Israeli military and a lot of other militaries.
Normal people just aren't stepped on.
I think more than twice the number of
just
amount of money for personnel than they had previously.
Just every ounce of wealth squeezed from them like a sponge.
And that's a reflection of these problems I was describing before, which is like the ground floor level employment satisfaction. And you can imagine what kinds of people you're going to attract if you're lowering standards beyond what they already were with all the problems that those brought. And these crazy memes that they're posting on the official ICE account. What kind of person do you think is that's going to get to apply? Probably someone disposed to carrying out the stuff that we've been talking about.
Any amendments
and
to the second
I did cover this,
until the original
but now
militia
you
loyalty
have some
system
police departments that are feuding with ICE because the police departments are saying this ICE agent berated me and acted totally unprofessionally, and my officers got pepper sprayed because they're so lenient with the pepper spray, and we want them out of here. So this is unlike anything I've ever seen. I mean, even Trump's deploying of the military and the National Guard and all these different places.
That would require.
You really get the sense that he's having Texas National Guard invade Chicago, Illinois.
In the case of the Second Amendment stuff,
a red state
again, I would still consult with
repeat that all over the country. It's this is how
community leaders.
No, there's there's
as well
a very
as
serious
experts
federal
in the field,
imposition
you know?
to states' rights issue here. Because again, they have come up with such an ingenious system. In the case of the military, they're really restrained not just by the professionals, but by the actual
remember
laws
we were talking about this before, where I said that
rules of engagement.
I think it's reasonable for militias to be
restriction
allowed to
engaging in law enforcement. But in these JTTFs, they are so smart. This is such a smart way to get around that exact
firearms that may not be accessible to the public, as long as they are
federal agents, FBI
stored
agents,
in the same way that we expect our military to store them, like in arms rooms,
any law enforcement
where every single weapon that's checked out of an arms room is assigned to a specific person.
That I don't think people are ready for, because they've looked at a lot of this stuff. I personally have criticized
so you know exactly who has what weapon.
In large part theater. But I don't think that's the same here.
I think as long as a militia would adhere to those same, standards, I would have no issue with them having access to
really just like standard
firearms that the general public might not be allowed to.
This is something that Crystal's pointed this out to me too. The only reason why we're not in the crosshairs is because Trump is such a fucking boomer that he doesn't realize there's this whole world online, and there's people online that are way left of Jimmy Kimmel, right? But he's focusing on like Jimmy Kimmel and stuff. Right. So who do you think? Because in my mind, I'm thinking of like Planned Parenthood, for example. They could be targeted. I'm thinking of like, just like Alex Soros, the son of George Soros. Apparently, he's got this like big money liberal network where he funds like liberal politicians, just standard like center-left corporate type Democrats. And I think those people, are actually most in danger. And I don't think they realize the distinction that those people make between like liberals and leftists, and they look at people like me, oh, Kyle's crazy, when it's like, no bitch, you're in the same boat as me, because they call all of us communists. If you're slightly left of center, you're a communist to these people.
Civilian militias legally allowed.
Hey guys, just did a great interview with Ken Klippenstein for Crystal Kyle and Friends. So first of all, definitely subscribe to his Substack. He's doing some incredible investigative journalism stuff. This is stuff that unfortunately not many people are doing these days.
So you don't think that they should be held to any federal regulatory standards whatsoever?
Interview. Sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack.
I'm going to go extreme here. You would like to see a militia not adhere to federal regulatory standards. So at the far end of the extreme, it would be permissible for a militia to own like a tactical nuke. Loyalty system. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Okay. I had to clarify.
Mother Mary Comes to Me, which is centered around her rather complex relationship with her mother, the late Mary Roy. And I'm delighted to say the one and only Arundhati Roy joins me now here in New York City. Welcome. Such a pleasure to have you here in person. So glad that you're on this book tour. You have written a lot of books, a lot of famous books, best-selling books, fiction, non-fiction. This is your first memoir, Mother Mary Comes to Me, which I urge you get
state
a copy
missions
now.
run by state governments are different. I trust my local
Touches on a
government
lot
more
of
than the
topics,
federal government.
but it's
Yeah, and keep in mind,
around
local
your
government isn't
complicated
typically
relationship, I think it's fair to say, with your late
politicized.
mother, Mary Roy, who died in 2022.
I think that's important to
She
note
was a
as
very
well.
well-known women's rights activist. She was a well-known educator. She won a major case at the Indian Supreme Court. What was it about her that made you want to make your memoir, make her the focal point of your memoir? And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, she was also an inspiration for the character in God of Small Things as well.
She liked to think so.
Oh, she said so in interviews. Okay.
But what was it about her? Well, she as you said, she was an extraordinary person. She belonged to this very small community in Kerala called the Syrian Christians.
Lady's quiet.
Married outside, left her husband.
I have to skip that. I can't stand when I can't hear someone.
Quick break, and should be back with former Congressman Bowman in just a moment. We are back. Sam Cedar on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome in studio the former congressman from the 16th district
another reason why I want the
in New
dual
York,
enlistment
Jamal Bowman
of the government from being able
Congressman,
to
real pleasure to have you in studio.
Space.
Very excited to have you.
Other things to stop.
It's an honor.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Honor to hang out with you.
I think like if the federal government wants to deploy the National Guard, I don't think they should just be able to snap their fingers and federalize them. You know what I mean?
Very exciting.
Appreciate that. Last time I saw you in person, we were masked up at your victory party after the primary, I believe. Might have been
2020?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, that was a really exciting night.
That was very exciting.
Yes.
Very exciting. That was a long time ago. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. But you've been giving off like Princess Leia Star Wars energy lately, just on the interwebs. You've been killing it.
Yeah,
appreciate that.
It's a bit of an addiction. I can't stop yelling at people or getting into fights.
Like,
but
I like what I'm seeing. And it's not just you. Who's the chick from the other? I don't want to talk about the shows, but it's like
I've had it, Jennifer Welch.
I think that's her. Is that the one with Cenk? Is that her?
Oh no.
Who's that?
That's Anna, but I've had it as the ladies like that have been. I don't know,
yeah.
after.
It's like white women attack. You know what I'm saying? It's like the chick with Cenk is Emma.
Yep.
Crystal Ball is all. I'm like, yo, y'all need to come together and do like some stuff.
I agree with
call
that.
it like her talk.
You could call it.
Okay.
Yeah, man, but appreciate you.
Thanks so
much.
Absolutely. That's high praise.
All right, let's talk about some. I want to talk. I mean, obviously, like there's some very broad themes that I want to talk to you about. All of them, in one form or another, deal with
clear violation of the spirit of
not
Article
just
1,
our,
Section 8
you know, our democracy. You know, to the extent that we have had one, but also trying to improve on it going forward.
I think what's absurd is if like
all of the stories that we have this week,
the federal government gives
one
funding
form
for a
another,
specific person, like let's say Medicare or Medicaid,
play into that in a way
like
that.
I think it's ridiculous that the state's like, nah, I don't think I'm going to use it for that, fam. You know what I mean?
For years, I've been doing this for years, and
so until any of that is on the table,
quite
I can't
apparent that
negotiate
like
on any
there has
federal
been this sort of a
firearm
creeping
regulation.
fascism. Even
I don't know.
this
I feel like
week,
those two things can be mutually exclusive.
Of Democrats or
I don't see an
society
issue
at
with
large.
making
I'm
those
talking to
mutually
media
exclusive.
too, to hold the Bush administration responsible for violations of the Hatch Act 20 years ago are coming back to bite us in the ass just this week.
I guess they are intertwined, even based on what I said earlier.
Let's start in Chicago.
No, never mind. I retract that statement.
These
I was
ICE
incorrect.
raids
I see how they are intertwined now.
Have gotten
Sorry, I had to think for a second.
bolder and bolder. They were threatening to go into Chicago, and Pritzker, I think, did a very good job of basically, at the very least, posturing in a way that we're not going to roll over for this.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point, there were
Imagine,
reports
like,
that the Texas National Guard
this is how I
was starting to
see
stage
federal
outside of
funding
Illinois,
that's given to
and,
states for
Pritzker
specific
said,
purposes.
You're going to meet the National Guard
and the
from
state
Illinois,
getting to choose
and
what
we'll
that's
see
for.
what happens.
Imagine your grandmother gives you like $20
but
for Christmas.
ICE still feels like that
and they're
they
like,
are trying to
hey, you can
prove that
take
they can
this
do
next
this
time you go to
stuff,
like Toys R Us or not Toys R Us, but like Best Buy. You know, get yourself something.
What governors say.
And your mom's like, nah, you know what, fam?
Is, I think,
I'll give you $5. I'm gonna keep 15.
That ICE has
and I'm gonna go get myself a bottle, a box of Franzia.
Supposedly,
like,
Black Hawk helicopters.
That's how I see it.
On the roof of an apartment building in Chicago, they supposedly had FBI and DEA. This is a big apartment building in Chicago.
If you're protected
ended up
by your
arresting
state militia,
37
then your
people.
only
We
defense are
don't
the weapons you
know
can own.
anything
Yeah,
about these people.
I
But
came to that
listen
when I said I
this
retract my
report
statement.
from
That's
Eyewitness
the exact
News,
conclusion I
ABC
came
in
to.
Chicago.
So I get
I
it.
spoke to one woman who actually lives in this building, and she says she was detained by ICE agents overnight, and she says they took everyone and then asked questions later.
They just treated us like we were nothing.
Pratishu Fisher said she came out to the hallway of her apartment complex on the corner of 75th and South Shore Drive in her nightgown around 10 Monday night, only to find ICE agents yelling police.
It was scary because I've never had a gun put in my face. They asked my name and my date of birth and asked me did I have any warrants, and I told them no, I didn't.
She said she was then handcuffed and released around 3 a.m. Fisher says she was told if anyone had any kind of warrant out for them, even if it was unrelated to immigration,
constitutionalists are
Citizenat video shows the
ones that
chaotic scene overnight.
that criticize the abolish ICE movement, but they're really regretting
like Watson says they
not being a little bit more vocal about that now.
Flashbangs go off.
They was terrified. The kids was crying. People was screaming. They looked very distraught. I was out there crying when I seen the little girl come around the corner. Because they was bringing the kids out too.
It's weird that they raided a home that was not full of immigrants, right? Is that weird, or is that just am I weird for thinking that's weird?
He said, "Them kids."
Watson says budget trucks and military-style vans were used to separate parents from their children. Other neighbors say they saw agents destroying property to get in the building.
And they had a big 15-inch chainsaw with a round blade on it, cutting this fence down. We're in the siege.
They shouldn't be able to choose. You should read the militia act.
The FBI did confirm this morning that they did help the U.S. Border Patrol carry out a targeted immigration enforcement operation in this area. They say they have been supporting these efforts at the direction of the U.S.
Like when it comes to like helping people, I'm not going to pull any punches. But when it comes to oppressing people,
this is just
like you got to know that about me by now.
Armed federal agents in military fatigues busted down their doors overnight, pulling men, women, and children from their apartments, some of them naked. Residents, witness said, agents approached or entered nearly every apartment in the 5-story building. U.S. citizens were among those detained for hours. On Wednesday, toys, shoes, and food were still in piles in the building's hallways. Property managers were seen throwing mattresses and broken doors into dumpsters.
And you know I love good process.
The Department of Homeland Security, Border Patrol, FBI,
that means the process
Bureau,
works.
ATF.
But seeing how bad people are screwed over now,
DHS said
it's clear the process doesn't work.
Quote, are believed to be involved in drug trafficking and distribution, weapons crimes, and immigration.
But that doesn't mean like
that's a pretty low standard. The feds
if a tornado or a thunderstorm blows some shingles
to be frequented by
off your home,
members and their associates.
You know, let's say it even tears a portion of your roof off.
To support the assertion,
that is not an excuse. It means your roof needs replaced.
Of the Venezuelan gang.
But it doesn't mean you have to
Trend to Argua members have been charged and detained in the city recently as August.
Completely destroy the entire foundation of the home. And that is how I feel about our system, our government,
one of the many
system.
residents detained by federal agents during the raid, a U.S. citizen, he said agents broke
right now,
through his door
we have a tornado
and dragged him out in zip ties.
that is blowing the roof off
Johnson
of our home.
said he was left tied up outside the building for nearly 3 hours before the agents let him go.
The
I asked the agents why they were holding me if I'm an American citizen.
They
said
need to do what we can
I had to wait
make
until
sure
they
that
looked me up.
A stronger
I asked
roof
if I had a warrant. I asked for a lawyer. They never brought one.
In the future.
They used flashbang grenades, as we heard in that video.
It flows like prune juice. Nice.
Watson, one of the people living there, said she saw agents dragging residents, including kids, out of the building without any clothes on into U-Haul vans. I think it was actually budget vans. And kids were separated from their mothers. Stuff was everywhere. You could see people's birth certificates and papers thrown all over. Water was leaking into the hallway. It was wicked crazy. Jones, who lives on the 4th floor, said most of his neighbors were Venezuelan and often took turns cleaning the hallway because the property owners did little to maintain
in the primaries.
They were cool people, Jones said as he looked into his next-door neighbor's unit. They didn't speak a lick of English, but we used translator apps to talk to each other.
I don't
Classic Trend to Argua
where the
activities,
where the cliff of authoritarianism
taking care of the
I don't know
public spaces
if we're
in their buildings.
Just that
there
one
yet.
other paragraph
I don't know
there, I
if
think
we're
is
hanging
too.
off of
Jones
it.
and
I don't know
Johnson
if we've
said
already
they
fallen
the landlord
off.
would
I
kick
honestly
out
don't
the
know.
remaining residents from the building, which public records show had previously received code violations. Owners
no
of the property
English,
could not be
get
reached
out.
for comment.
Oh, come on
This
now.
is the second story we've covered.
Even
where
Americans don't even speak good English.
Seemingly slumlord landlord basically has blamed Trend de Aragua
Oh, come on now.
for the dilapidation of the buildings and are using
90% of our
supposed
ancestors
gang
didn't even speak
activity as a
English.
pretext to
We've been walking.
both
Mayor Nesper,
like
welcome.
neglect the tenants there
I don't know how long
and
you've
then
been
try to kick them out because
listening, but
clearly
welcome
they
back.
may
I saw you in here
wanna
yesterday.
raise rent.
We've been walking
I mean,
very
this is
thin
an
rope for quite some-
epidemic.
Yeah,
Satire
man.
is king.
I mean, you know, when you look at the building, and I know a little bit about Chicago, not
This
a
is
lot,
true.
but that sort of building.
Did you know one of our presidents spoke?
could
Was that
presume
his
it's
official language?
It's in a lower
was he,
income community.
Was English his second language?
With people who are, you know, working class, you know, living their lives with their families, with their children day to day, going about their business.
And one didn't even speak English as their which one was that?
For no reason at all, come under attack by
that was Dutch.
ICE and our federal government with pipe bombs
Did he own a Dutch oven,
the trauma
but
of their children and the families and the people that have to go through that, who did absolutely nothing wrong, and probably many of them have never probably gotten in trouble with the law at all, and they have to live through that.
Some days I feel like we haven't gone off the edge.
That if
I'm reporting
there
you to ICE.
were,
Oh, please do.
you know, if this building was a crime,
do I need to remind you that I support the Second
building
Amendment?
Community. One of these residents probably
For
would
that
have
awful
mentioned
joke.
something like that. Oh, we've been having problems with our neighbors, and
Come on, man.
because in my experience, many people
I'm a dad.
are
I'm allowed to
shy
have dad
say,
jokes.
That's
the whole point. They're supposed to be
doing
cringy.
this or that or whatever.
They're supposed to be so
But
ridiculous
that's not
that
what
you like.
I heard innocent
You pinch your
people
nose and you hide your face
pretty
in
much
shame.
trying to figure out what
that is the
F
objective
is going on,
in which
and
I feel
why
I
are
have
you
succeeded.
coming after us? And the story of the 67-year-old man is what we're seeing again in cities across the country. You're detaining and asking questions later. You have him in zip ties, sitting for 3 hours, only to let him go. Are you going to fix his door? Are you going to fix any of the doors that were broken? No, I mean, this is, again, you alluded to it in the intro. It's like, many of us have been warning about this kind of thing for many years. And now it's here. Like, authoritarianism is here. We are living through it right now. And yes, Governor Pritzker has been pushing back. Mayor Johnson has been pushing back. But this is what half of America, almost half of America voted for, and now we have it. And it's freaking scary, man. Like, it really is scary, and it can happen in any city, any community, at any time.
I mean, at one point it's going to happen here, right? I mean, we're already starting to see ISIS, out in maybe in Bed-Stuy, the Bronx, and it is no mistake.
They let this
there's two
happen.
things
We let this happen.
One,
you delegated so much power to the executive. He can use the vesting clause to reach out.
There's a chunk of the immigrant population is going to be living in areas with
even if he
more
didn't
poverty,
already have
lower
that
income,
authority
in buildings like that aren't necessarily being
No,
serviced by.
Yes.
I mean, broad strokes.
I think
but also,
people still would have voted
we
for
also
it.
know
To tell you the
that
there's
the non-immigrant
there's enough
population there also
smart people
has less political
whose
power, right? Like,
intentions are
nobody's
not
coming in to,
that are not well intentioned.
To do
There's
a
enough
raid
smart
like this
people that are not well
in a
intentioned
building in downtown
to
Manhattan
have been
or
able to
something
get
like
us
that.
to this point.
Because they're
Even
going to piss off
had
people who are going to be able to immediately
those,
get on the phone with a congressman.
Those
or,
consolidation
a city
into the
official.
executive not already happened.
So I imagine we're gonna see this in maybe sort of the outer parts of some of the boroughs, more low-income places in this city.
That can also be applied to the legislature since they are the same.
Like, what would you do? Like, I mean, this is the thing. It's like.
And what sucks is like
from a
people are so
perspective,
sycophantic
but also from the perspective of somebody who is like a congressman.
For Trump,
what
so
do
far
you do
up
in
his
that
ass,
instance?
like.
And it's not like
there's
the
no way
New
that
York
the
Police
legislation would
Department
even
nor
make
the
an
Chicago
effort
PD
to
is particularly like
get some of that, get some of their powers back. Like they wouldn't even do it.
It's good relationships with immigrants and low income people, and particularly Chicago. It's got some really bad history, but.
Yeah, man, I mean, listen, right now I have the privilege of having served in the House of Representatives, right? And so that privilege comes with maybe law enforcement treating me differently. But I also have instincts as just being a person who has, I have little sisters and children, and I used to be an educator, so I'm a very protective person in my nature. And so, I mean, this year we've seen Senator Padilla be tackled by ICE agents in California. We've seen babies being ripped from mothers. We've seen mothers tackled right here in New York City and at the courts. Brad Lander's been arrested multiple times. We've seen other elected officials arrested multiple times.
Oh wait, there's more. He has the power to do a lot, but as soon as you try to dispute the executive theory,
I'm talking Jamal Bowman's instinct is to get in between the agents and whoever they're trying to take.
Which is dubious of this law.
In addition to that, and this is kind of what I've been doing just on my own time,
not without Lochner or
just ensuring that communities like the one we just saw are connected to the right resources
I don't know,
and the right people,
until,
including members of Congress. And so, you know, Make the Road is an amazing organization here in New York that has like lawyers at the
I know what I'm trying to say. I just don't know. It's getting late.
Families and
yeah,
whatever their
okay,
needs
makes
are.
sense. My brain
Yesterday
is
I got
slowing down.
a random text, you know, from an immigration lawyer saying, "Hey,
our
migrants are being
elected officials are not going to make. They're not going to make an effort
to have
to
their
correct that
paperwork dealt with."
Until
we
start,
she was like, "Something seems
you know,
fishy about
making
this.
them
This is off."
pay the price
so I
for
texted
it
everyone
at the voting
right?
booth.
You know, AOC,
Until then,
Senator Gustavo
they're just going to keep
Rivera,
doing what they're
Carl
doing.
Hasty, everybody just like, hey, like Bronx residents.
So you know how far Trump can go? He can personally assume the passing powers of secretaries if he wants.
Looked into it and
just
like, yeah, my staff is saying.
Yeah,
like,
so
this is bogus.
that's
Tell
actually
people
important to
stay
note.
away,
Is like,
et cetera, et cetera. So
all
ICE is trying
as
to,
sycophantic
like,
as all of those people are that are in his cabinet,
to go to,
every single one of them has their own
get snatched up. And that's the other thing,
authoritarian
right?
aspirations
the Trump
in the future.
administration
you know?
promised us that they will go after
so,
the hardened criminals,
trust me,
right? The people.
Chances are that they know that.
Looking to bring harm to American
you know, even
citizens,
though,
quote unquote, and they're going after innocent
even
people,
though Trump didn't even know that he was supposed to uphold the Constitution, even though that's in his oath.
You know, finishing their
he's on
so
camera saying that,
and it needs to be repeated over and over again.
I guarantee you, the people in his cabinet know that.
Seeking asylum does not make
but
you
they
a
have
criminal.
they all have their own
like seeking asylum in the U.S. does not make you a criminal. You're allowed to do that. We have laws
authoritarian
that support you in
aspirations.
doing that, and then we help with the paperwork so that you
they
can
don't
become
realize
a
the actual.
citizen.
I guarantee
Trump
you,
is
Stephen Miller
treating
does,
every
and you got to
single
remember they have the backing of the
migrant
Heritage
as a
Foundation.
criminal,
you know,
treating
I
naturalized
guarantee
citizens
you
as
that
a criminal, and now
at the very least,
we're gonna see
Stephen
him
Miller does.
treat black
Guaranteed.
people as criminals, as he has always
You know,
done
the
anyway.
other ones,
well,
they're
can
like
you talk a little more about that?
Their
Because
heads
I'm
might be
seeing
so
how
far up
broken
Trump's
windows
ass they don't realize it.
Is basically now being
But
federalized.
Stephen Miller is
as
sadistic as he is.
I mean, they're
he knows what's
literally
going
breaking
on.
windows, but it's just this merging of using, say, you know, the expanded powers after 9/11, right? The war on terror, the Patriot Act, the increase in surveillance, that federal policing, and merging it with things like, you know, the gang databases that have kept so many communities in cycles of poverty, and using that
trust me,
as justification to deport people.
If they were able to bring back the Alien Enemies Act,
very much
trust me,
like,
they know about what you're talking
the
about.
way that
Someone has told them.
communities of
I guarantee
color
it.
and poorer communities and cities have been treated by local police. They've taken that in the Trump administration and put it on steroids to use it to purge and really ethnically cleanse these communities of immigrants.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. And it's not just the ethnic cleansing of immigrants. It's the, you know, and I never thought about it in these terms until you just asked this question. It's almost like the
to use that power is dangerous. It means he could personally execute the task of, say, the FCC director.
Black
I mean,
American
why would he do that?
Into
okay,
the prison
so think about
industrial
this.
complex.
Right.
Why would
so that
he
they can work as slaves.
dedicate more
so
of his time and effort to do that?
We're talking about communities that have been historically
appoint
neglected,
a sycophantic FCC chair that does exactly what he wants anyway.
That is historically devalued.
There's no difference, you know.
And globalization, where you know, manufacturing has gone overseas in a race to the bottom in many of our blackest cities like Detroit or
to
Philly
bypass
or
statutory
Yonkers.
protection and insulation.
And people were left with no economic opportunities. And,
but if there's no
more police,
but there's no
right?
accountability. He doesn't have to worry about bypassing anything. like the DOJ is not going to rein him in.
And so,
because again, it's
that's
he just appointed a sycophant,
and it's still happening today. And what we've seen that works, and
trust
again,
me, he's
the
like
Trump administration was serious about this, but we know
like he's in it for the grift. You know that, right?
What works
you know that he's just in it for the
investing in
grift.
hyper-local solutions in those particular
the power
cities,
and authority
like what
is a.
Mayor Brandon Scott is doing in Baltimore.
It's just like a bonus feature for him.
What Mayor Johnson is
he
doing
can
in
constantly
Chicago,
fire secretary and then acting secretary.
down,
Yeah.
It's happening in places across the country. And what we know, and again, we got to continue to say this. When you look at,
I know,
you know, murder per capita, violent crime per capita, death per capita, the numbers are higher in red-led states.
That's going to keep his sycophantic,
not in Democratic-led states,
secretaries in line. That's how he guarantees that they're going to do what he wants them to do.
That, yet Trump is doing
by him,
there, right? So this
I still think that Stephen Miller's a winner.
It's very scary.
In terms of policy, like these executive orders, I think they're coming from Stephen Miller.
People in the
I'm not even sure Trump can write at above a 5th grade level.
Falling into like self-preservation mode. Like let's just do whatever we can to stay out of the way, so we don't get caught up in everything that's happening. But they're going to come for us anyway.
He can. You know that he can pretty much fire whoever he wants now, right?
This is the immigrants are the sort of the low-hanging fruit of the day at different times.
Who's the only one? It's
in this nation's
history. Fed chair. I think it's the only one that the Supreme Court said he couldn't touch.
People. In other countries, it's been other people
for whatever reason,
marginal political power. Just to the point that Emma, that you were making in terms of like the stop and frisk, there's a lawsuit. There was this Alabama construction worker.
Only executive offers.
Maybe you saw the video.
He was powers.
Beat up by ICE in May, and he had shown them his real ID, like literally the real ID.
Dude, you and I both know that he could eliminate an entire department,
and they didn't believe
even if it was fought in court, the Supreme Court would just issue a shadow docket decision saying it's cool.
He then went back.
You know
to
that.
Work,
Like I know that you know that.
U.S. citizen, and then
they
got him again. Did the exact same thing on a different job.
Legally, you're probably right, but realistically, you know that I'm right.
In a class action suit demanding unconstitutional illegal immigration enforcement tactics cease, and in response, the Department of Homeland Security put out this statement. DHS law enforcement uses, quote, reasonable suspicion to make arrests.
I mean, realistically, I wish you weren't right. You and me both, my dude. You and me both.
Exactly. It is not probable cause. There is no... That is a novel use of reasonable suspicion to arrest people. Reasonable suspicion is when you can maybe search a car and find something that provides probable cause that a crime has been committed to make an arrest. What makes someone a target for immigration enforcement is if they're illegally in the U.S., not their skin color, race, or ethnicity, which is exactly the opposite
of what
DHS
unconstitutional laws you propose without amendments first.
Submitted to courts in California when they wanted to go after.
Hey, I think they should be constitutional.
Spanish?
All right.
That is reasonable suspicion that you're an undocumented immigrant. You're working, doing like some type of like landscaping, reasonable suspicion.
Look at it this way.
Et cetera. And that's
the things that I have proposed.
At this point.
I feel like they should be amendments.
Right? I remember many years ago. I forget how long ago it was, right? But
there was a show me.
Like I don't think that anything that I have said or proposed
is state law. That was
like, ridiculous,
I can pull you over
absurd,
and ask for your papers, and you better have
detrimental
them
to anyone's health and safety in any form or fashion.
Suspicion idea, and the reasonable suspicion was, okay, you have brown skin.
I don't think that I've made
you might be Latino. What's
unreasonable,
crazy about this, man? And it's just, I mean, everything is crazy about it. But like
unreasonable assertions about the way I feel that
Laredo, Texas, to meet
the government
CBP down
should be used to benefit the people.
To really. And this was before, so this was my first term in Congress.
Yeah,
I'm like, okay,
absolutely.
Let's get to the bottom, and I want to really understand what's happening with migration. So I went to Laredo, Texas, met with CBP, and then I literally went to Guatemala and Honduras with Ilhan and Corey, and shout out to my former colleagues, because we wanted to understand
it's frustrating because like until we can get the largest voting bloc, which are non-voters, until we can get them to change their vote from non-voters to something,
and Honduras,
we'll never see those significant changes. It is just going to be
an indigenous space.
It's going to keep getting used to just
stop the multinationals
hold people like
from
us
coming
down.
In and destroying their ecosystem.
Pass a bunch of amendments, see which ones stick. And
because it's
I'm even willing to say that like if my suggestion doesn't work,
70% poverty, no education
go back to where it was, reassess,
and so they migrate,
figure out why it didn't work,
leaves them vulnerable
and then
to
reevaluate.
drug trade and the gang stuff and all the stuff that happens in these places. And so they migrate to get away from that. But the multinationals are Western multinationals,
I don't even think
Canadian, European, American.
I don't think it's unconstitutional for any corporation that receives a federal subsidy. I don't think it's unconstitutional to require that company to distribute the profits with the people who
went to South
paid
America
into that
and said
tax.
we're open for business. Was it Hillary or Kamala?
I don't remember.
It was one of them.
Should get them to change. No thanks.
We can't talk
no
about
thanks.
ICE
like you don't understand, like,
and deporting migrants here without talking about
firmly believe
the root causes of
that
mass
the
migration.
overwhelming majority of non-voters, if they were forced to vote, like if it was a requirement for their citizenship,
are actually quote unquote criminals.
I do not believe that the majority of the non-voting bloc would vote for Donald Trump. I do not believe that for a second.
And they were being generous because I've heard numbers
about, I think,
like 95.
The overwhelming majority of those people, they just want
are coming seeking.
They just want to go about their lives,
so
take care of their families, go to work, come home, take their kids to soccer practice. You know what I mean?
People coming here.
I don't think that they have the same
right and.
Ill intentions that the MAGA voting bloc does.
Communities, because what I've seen in my lifetime in New York City, Black, Latino, or otherwise, most people just want to fucking chill, man. Like we want to go to school, we want to work, we want to be in community, we want to live our lives. We're not bothering.
Did you say tax? Then like.
And then you have someone like Stephen Miller leading all this ICE stuff.
I don't care how it's implemented.
And I'm sure you
That's
heard
just my
his
proposal.
speech at Charlie Kirk's memorial.
I don't think anyone.
I mean, this guy.
I don't think
is
anyone.
Like,
this would require a constitutional amendment.
I mean,
I don't think anyone should be allowed.
That's the thing with the fascists.
But it's like
based on our current.
It's like
based on the value, the current value of the
like,
dollar.
No one wants no smoke,
which should change based on inflation.
Live our lives.
I don't think that anyone should be allowed to own
this
more
guy, you can find
than
video of him as a teenager. Like torture and
$999 worth of wealth.
Being angry at.
I do not believe that.
But he's the one running this ICE stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a video of him at like some school event on a microphone screaming about why do we have to pick up our trash because we have janitors to do it
Stephen
for
Miller.
us.
I was just
this is the kind
about.
of person that gets off on.
No, I'm saying individuals, like
humiliating
individuals,
and we're
or.
I'm curious about this. I saw Hakeem Jeffries the other day declined to
I'd have to reassess how I feel about like a corporation
Trump is deteriorating
being responsible
mentally.
for that much wealth.
I
but on an individual basis,
if I were him, I would try to take political shots because they don't play by any rules. But like, that's just the tip of the iceberg, obviously. But Stephen Miller is basically the president right now. Like that's what it feels like to me.
See?
Him and JD
not the only one who feels that way.
Russ Vogt. Others, yeah.
And it just feels
they
like
shouldn't be allowed to do that. Like there should be severe penalties for that. That's bullshit. They're just they're basically screwing us over by doing that. You know that, right?
Idea that we just need a warm body.
Like their intention is to screw us over.
Rich,
and executive orders, right?
Yep, and knows how to.
Like no, there should be severe penalties for
Trump
that.
uses a Sharpie, and that seems to be where we're at right now. Like there's this rudderlessness and.
That doesn't
maybe
sound
not
very globalist of you.
That's on our end, but there's clearly it seems like the full-on fascists have taken the wheel, and Trump is along for the ride because he just wanted to get out of jail running this.
I'll take your word for it.
Very true, and he obviously has his own.
I got a potty. I'll be back.
Alignment to the ideology of white supremacy over the course of his career and his dad's career, and so he's right there with them. But yeah, man, I hate to be redundant, but it's a scary time, and I know we're going to get to what's happening in New York and what's happening in other places. I mean, if the people aren't going to stand up and take back our democracy now, I don't know what we're waiting for. Like this is the moment to do it, and it's not just with voting. Obviously, that's important. But it's with organizing, it's with our intellectual resources, our capital, our time, our building of community. I mean, now is the time to push back relentlessly on all of it. And if this thing has any chance of surviving, we'll see in 2026 and 2028 what that looks like. But this is some scary stuff, man. There's some scary stuff.
I want to circle back to New York City because I know you've been working in support of Zohran Mamdani, and but let's talk about what's happening on a federal level first in terms of the shutdown. Like, what's your how would you? I don't want to say grade, but like what are you seeing this time around in the way that the leadership is dealing with this? Because I mean, it's marginally better than the last time when it was easier for them to deny what was actually going on, I think, or what was about to happen, et cetera, et cetera. But what is your sense?
It's Congress is a joke, man. Like I mean, it's just so I'm not even really leaning in or really paying attention.
Are you
to
being
how
xenophobic? How dare you
it,
not sacrifice America for other countries?
I've been around this block like a million times, and when I say it's a joke, it's just particularly under Republican control.
I don't think of it on a
Democratic
country
control.
level. It's on a personal level. I wouldn't sacrifice.
Seek to govern. At least a moderate level.
I wouldn't
right?
sacrifice any
the Democrats
one person's well-being for another person's
do what's necessary to
wealth hoarding.
Ensure the government doesn't shut down. Like
freaking running around the country full of Smaug from The Hobbit.
And again, I've only experienced the Trump era. I don't know what it was like under Obama and Bush. They're not serious at all. And their whole thing right now.
Do they know they're not serious? I mean, I think so. When you talk to these guys in the hall.
I think so. I think they know, man, because again, I was there for 2 terms, 4 years, and I started to feel and realize like, this is theater. Like this is like wrestling. Like I'm just a character in this.
Like how do those offshore accounts benefit the country itself?
As the progressive guy, and that's just what at
least
I
see how it benefits the banks in those countries
because they get 6 years. In the House,
Congress reminds me of a bunch of preschool children playing point the finger.
6-9 months, and then you're running.
Well, see,
your hair's always on fire.
You're giving you're giving Congress too much credit.
Talking points and of the theater of what it's supposed to be. You play your role, and that's. And so for the Republicans,
they're trying to get people to not point the finger at them.
2, 3, 5, 10 terms.
I didn't do it.
They know what
it's not my fault,
right? And so it's just and it's heartbreaking because like a person like me and like Corey, who just shout out to Corey, she just launched a re-election campaign.
I'd say most preschool children
go there to like really do stuff for people
are more capable of.
We can't. I couldn't fathom like how we can't raise the minimum wage,
accomplishing goals.
The first iteration of Build Back Better didn't have anything for affordable housing. Like, what are we like? How does that happen? That the bill proposed by a Democratic president at the time didn't have affordable housing, and Maxine Waters had to force the White House to put it in.
I'll say at least the majority of preschool children,
middle school principals,
have a good sense of.
I got to make sure my kids are okay. I'm going to the most powerful.
This is going to hurt someone. I probably shouldn't do this.
Democracy, government in the world.
So in that,
we can't do
I would
basic
say
shit for regular
preschool children are more emotionally mature
when I see this government shutdown,
than
like,
Congress.
Okay, like Republicans are on their BS. Democrats seem to be holding the line a bit strong on certain things, which is a good sign because the last time it was a joke. And so hopefully Democrats will get some wins out of this. And hopefully sooner rather than later, the government will open back up. And I say hopefully because Trump and the administration is so unpredictable.
What is your sense of, from both the outside in, right? I mean, you've worked within the community. You know, like, what it feels like to hope to have some type of leadership or material benefit from your representative.
Let me know if the Cheez-It crunching is too loud.
Like, what is
it's showing up, it's picking, my mic's picking it up, but I'm not sure if you guys can hear it.
How much of a difference does it make when, regardless of what the material outcome is of this, but the stances that the Democratic leadership are taking this time versus last time, how much does that filter in how much does that impact what's happening to people's sort of like sense of what's happening outside? Like, I mean, is there I'm curious of what your sense is of that and what your sense is of their sense of it. Like, because a lot of times it looks like Schumer and Jeffries, they think their audience is basically just everybody in the Morning Joe studio, and there may have been
Especially
a time.
Schumer.
Yes.
Yeah.
But there may have been a time where that was largely true, but I don't think that's true anymore.
Yeah, I think, and it goes back to what I was saying before about being in the House and having to run every 2 years and your hair always being on fire. Every member is hyper-focused on their districts, right? Like hyper-focused, like what's happening in my district? What happened last election that led to me winning, and let me make sure I stay within that pocket so I can win again. And then Hakeem is looking at that as Leah Jeffries is looking at that, locally, but also nationally, right? And aligning with frontline districts more so than a vision of what America is supposed to be. So frontline districts are like swing districts, right? And so, what is it? What is it? DCCC, I think it is.
Yeah.
So they raise money to support swing districts, and these are important districts, right? Because you have someone like Jahana Hayes in the swing district, and she might win by like 0.2%, and we need to win that seat to have the majority. What's always frustrated me is in these districts, you may have 20-30% of people voting, maybe 35%. And so there's another 60, 70, 80% of people not voting. Like, could we put a plan together to maybe dramatically increase zero prime voters so that we can crush the next election versus just playing this moderate in the middle, not to lose versus play to win kind of politics? And so everyone, again, what Zoran just did with in the New York City primary. So everyone's hyper-focused on their district. Hakeem is hyper-focused on the country through the lens of DCCC, in my opinion, which I don't think is always the right lens. And many of them move, and I'll bring Schumer into this now, move in a way where okay, how do we win the majority here, win the majority there, through a narrow lens? And they're not, in my opinion, aware of what the majority of working class people in America care about. And it's just they're just moving with this DCCC, and then underneath that is the DCCC, the DSCC, the DNC, the political class, big money, special interests. So that is the brain trust of Congress, not the people. And what's so exciting about, I'll put myself in there, but me and Corey and AOC and Ayanna and Ilhan and Rashida and Greg Kassar and Summer Lee and Deal. What's exciting about us is we're about the people, man.
Right.
And this is supposed to be the people's house. And again, Citizens United, all that shit, special interests control that place.
But
hold on, wait, I just want to say, the consultant class believes that it's much harder to get that any part of that, whatever it is, 60% that doesn't vote, 40% doesn't vote, whatever that number is, than to convince some 5% in the middle that swings.
Of course, if Ezra Klein is leading that freaking conversation.
Yes.
Of course.
Often is.
I don't want Ezra Klein to come to the Bronx to try to persuade people in the Bronx to vote a certain way. That's the problem.
But let me
listen to Ezra Klein and John Podesta, and no disrespect, man, but dog. Anyway, finish. Go ahead.
Well, have you seen examples of because Mamdani was able to get a primary vote out that was the biggest primary vote in the history of the city, and so obviously mobilizing people who haven't voted in the past. So it's sort of there's evidence that can be done. It just happened, but it's disregarded because, well, it's young people, whatever the excuse is. But have you seen? Has there been an example, and we have examples of people who have done that in the context of that you mentioned, the squad, sort of largely from blue districts, so that's sort of discounted. Well, there's some But the idea that you can motivate people in a blue district versus motivating people in a purple district, it doesn't necessarily logically follow that you can't do that. I mean, there are every types of people in every district. Yeah. Have you ever seen a situation where somebody's perspective turned toward that way? Like, it's one thing to say, okay, I came from, I mean, I remember your race.
I'm about to say, I'm one of the examples, but go ahead.
I interviewed you when you were running in that primary, and you were an educator, and you came in with that attitude. Are there people, have you seen examples of people who came into Congress with a different attitude and then developed that attitude as a way of, like, this is how I can win in the future?
No. I wasn't there long enough to experience that in that way. But one person who I think kind of captures what you're saying, he was a House member that ran for U.S. Senate in New Jersey, Andy Kim.
Right.
So, Jersey can go either way. There's been Republican governors, etc. But I think the way he practices politics is a good way to practice politics, meaning he talks to everybody and he's great at communicating and he listens well. And he's really clear on his objective of serving people, but also making this a state for the working class in New Jersey, but a nation for the working class, right? Versus the special interests. And so, no, I wasn't there long enough to see someone like a Jahana Hayes, to use her example, going, with a very thin victory and then grow the electorate in her district and then crush it the next year. There might be one that I'm not thinking of.
I feel like Pat Ryan is, there's some issues that I don't necessarily, and he's 18th district in upstate, but he's a guy who's it was a weird time when he got in because he had to run 2 or 3 times in one cycle. But, and I don't love all of his issues, but he's pretty solidly in a economic populism and he was a county supervisor and a pretty good one.
This is what I'm saying. So that's a very good example, right? Of Pat Ryan, who's a bit younger, has been a good leader before then as a county executive, which is a big job and a serious job and a big deal. He did that effectively, got in, right? And I could definitely totally see him growing the electorate there. He's one of those kind of people. But again, they all fit a characteristic, right? So maybe a little bit younger, and by younger I mean under 50, right, or under 55, has done something before that shows you have some chops, right? I was a middle school principal. People may not think that's a big deal, but trust me, if you could run a middle school and engage the parents, respectfully.
There's a lot of different constituencies you've got to serve.
And there's a skill set that you need to do that translates to elected office, just like county executive or even a state rep or a local rep. And so, he's one example. But here's what I would offer also. I mean, you see the money that the political class raises, right? This money is rarely or barely invested in the work that we're talking about.
Yes.
It's barely invested in actually growing the electorate.
Well, that was going to be my question too, and it feeds nicely into it, is because micro-targeting a small slice of voters, and Schumer said this in 2016, that what's the quote, right, Matt? For every
a working class person would lose their Rust Belt and gain 2 in the suburbs.
Exactly. And so they seem to be hyper-targeting these suburban voters, and consultants get rich if you're micro-targeting a small sliver with TV ads, etc. What Zoran did, what you and the squad did, isn't getting people rich. People power doesn't get people rich because you don't get a percentage off an ad when you're door knocking. And that is I feel like a core of the issue here that we're not talking about, but it's the infrastructure is rotten because the incentive structure is rotten.
Yeah, and it's capitalism, right? So it's also greed, and everyone wants to make money, right? And again, Zoran is is a generational political talent, as AOC was and is, and as many others are. So I don't want to underscore that. But Pat Ryan doesn't jump off the page as someone, you know, super dynamic and charismatic. But I think he can do the same thing. And Zoran also did micro-targeting, right? Like all of a sudden we're talking about the Bangladeshi community in New York more than we ever have, the Pakistani community more than we ever have, the African Muslim community more than we ever have, not just Black, Latino, white, East Asian. We're talking about everyone. And the Democratic Party, to me, if it really wants to like fight back and save our democracy, you got to target everyone for real. But if you target everyone, you got to say something about Gaza. Now, if you start, you know what I mean? And so this is what I mean by like the special interests, right? And so when you can't, I mean, even before the genocide, I mean, they wouldn't say apartheid. They wouldn't say military occupation.
No, you had Israeli,
they wouldn't even say those words.
You had former Israeli generals and top politicians saying apartheid before a Democratic politician would in this country.
And I heard you on Crystal Kyle and Friends speak about how AIPAC tried to recruit you. Can you just quickly relay that story a little bit, because it was such a fascinating story.
So
we didn't
crazy,
get to it.
Man. Yeah, no, it's so crazy. I mean, you know, as a candidate, and you know, I launched in June 2019. The election was a year away, and it was before COVID. So COVID hit like February, March. So this was before March 2020. And yeah, I'm a candidate. I'm not even polling yet, right? I don't even know what the polling said. But AIPAC reached out to have a meeting. And they didn't reach out directly on their own. You know, they were shrewd about it, right? They reached out to a leader in the Black community who happened to work for AIPAC to try to get a meeting with me to tell me about AIPAC's objectives and agenda. This leader was in an organization called 100 Black Men, and he happened to be the executive director of 100 Black Men at the time. And he reached out to me. I said, hey, we can talk about 100 Black Men, but I don't want to talk about AIPAC. Now, thankfully, I was informed about who AIPAC was because I was endorsed by the Justice Democrats, and they were clear on who AIPAC was at the time. And shout out to, you know, Alexandra Rojas and Wali Shaheed, who was there at the time. They educated me, so I didn't meet with AIPAC. But AIPAC does that with any younger, promising person running for office or elected official.
And this is as you were running against Elliot Engel.
Yes, this is 2019. I'm not even polling. Like, I'm not even on the radar yet. And they're reaching out to have a meeting.
So they're covered. They're basically going into the roulette table, and they're going like, we're putting a bet on every. We want to put a bet on every single bet here.
We're putting a bet on everyone, and I'm sure if I was game, they probably would have took me to Israel, you know, during the campaign or maybe shortly after winning. But that's how they get down, and that's how they loop you in, and you know, the sell is also pretty good, right? Because we all want to fight anti-Semitism, and we all want to support a safe place for Jewish people, right? And so, you know, like, of course we support that. Of course we're down with that. They probably don't even bring up, you know, occupation or Palestinians or Palestine at all. They're just talking about their stuff. And so for me, I was lucky because I came in with JD, so I had that education. But there are elected officials all across the country, and not just congressional.
And they come in and they give a bunch of money, and it's almost like when you start making a little bit of money, you get a mortgage on your house, and then all of a sudden, like, wait a second, you're gonna cut my hours?
Yeah,
I'm screwed on my mortgage, my house.
And everyone hates fundraising.
Yes.
No one likes to fundraise.
Right.
And so when you run for office, for everyone out there, and I think people know this already, but I'll just say it, you got to dial for dollars, man. Like, you're calling complete strangers, you know, Jamal Bowman calling Sam Sater, you know, hey, I'm Jamal Bowman, I'm principal running for Congress, can you toss me a couple bucks? And you're doing that 3-4 hours, sometimes 5 hours a day for like 5, 6, 7 days a week sometimes. And that's what you're doing versus like my whack-ass opponent last term, George Latimer. He didn't have to dial for dollars.
Right.
You know what I mean? AIPAC said, we got you. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, you're going to have money in your campaign account, and we're going to establish this IE over here, this C4 over here, and we'll run ads for you. and we'll just run ads for you, and you probably won't even have to spend your campaign account.
Right. All you got to do is just go around and visit people.
That's right. Go around and visit people, and shake hands and all that, and we got you with the money. So they make it easier, and not just through them, through many special interests, but they're one of the biggest ones, obviously. That's how they, what is it, 70-80%? I guess Congress takes money from AIPAC, some crazy number.
That number is starting to drop,
which is exciting.
There's a story in the Times today about how, at least nominally speaking, the Democratic Party is moving away from AIPAC, and largely because of the protests and because of the work that activists have done, have made it toxic for people to take AIPAC money.
That's right.
And in your race and Cori Bush's race, were perfect examples of Republicans essentially, like, it exposed the Republican AIPAC pipeline, and that AIPAC has become not only, I think, for the supportive of the worst impulses of Israel, but also has become a fig leaf for Republican money and conservative values to undercut progressives
in Democratic primaries.
Yes.
So they're investing in the more conservative Democrat in a particular primary through Republican money. Like, these are Republican donors.
Yeah.
It's like the Bill Ackman in the Zoran Cuomo.
And he wanted to get Torres to jump into the race.
Oh my God, Torres, boy. I mean, yeah, it's crazy, but it's man, I hope we can figure this out, right? Because I mean, you talk about congressional approval right now across the country is 20% for Democrats and Republicans. It's just a joke. And you talk about national security, that's a national security issue. When people stop having faith in your federal or local government, and then this is part of the Project 2025 and Stephen Miller and all of their agenda as well. They want to privatize the federal government.
Totally.
They want to privatize America. So you fire 150,000 federal workers. You close the Department of Education. You
20% approval is a little generous.
You steal data from Treasury and all these places, right? You leave the people vulnerable to private takeover, which is what's happening right now as well.
So let's talk just a little bit about New York politics. We interviewed
just a little bit. So, I mean,
it does.
4 weeks away.
It does seem like
I was being,
it could be debated. That 20% number.
Exceed expectations. But we interviewed Antonio Delgado the other day, who I think he served with.
For a term.
Yeah. What's your perspective on that race, and how does that race impact Mamdani's race and what Mamdani might be able to do once he gets elected? Because that to me seems like the key.
It's a great question. It's going to be an interesting race. It's going to be a tough race. I think there was a time, post primary? No, post November. So I guess November 2024, where Governor Hochul seemed very vulnerable. Right, and you had people like Richie Torres out there talking junk and all that stuff that he might run, but I think she's stronger now, because I think she's been pushing back strongly against Trump. She something that's underreported. She put in this like cell phone ban in place in New York City public schools. I'm a public school guy, and all I do is visit public schools a few a week, and the teachers and everyone are raving about it.
I have a picture that I keep texting my son of, like, they have some type, I can't remember what his name is, but he's like some like Barney character who teaches the kids to put it in their pouches.
Yeah.
And my kid was so pissed about that, but I was so happy, I have to say.
This is what I'm saying. So that was a big thing she did. But to your question, point of your question,
she's about to send out checks for $400 to everybody.
That's a Trump move right there. Maybe she'll sign them. And, put
Can I just say, just on that thing, it is the greatest waste of money, it seems to me, because it's all going to be, subject to federal tax.
Mm-hmm.
So we're at a time where Trump is defunding New York State. We're going to be sending out money that New York State has already collected, that everybody has already sort of like emotionally let go of, She's just going to give them money as a way of inflating her value to them, and then you got to give that back to Trump, who is not going to send it back to New York. To me, that is, I mean, there's an opportunity there.
You know, people ain't trying to hear that though, right? They're like, "Yo, give me my check so I can do something with
smart
it."
By her.
Yeah, exactly.
She's trying to fortify her left flank.
Absolutely,
right? And that's why she reluctantly endorsed Zoran.
Well, this is where I was going, right?
Yeah,
and so, you know, she reluctantly endorsed. It took her a while, but she did. She did it before I came.
I dare to bust down my door.
And I don't.
Everybody has.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't know.
I think Andrew Cuomo is going to endorse Zoran before they do.
And I think Hakeem is going to do it. I don't think Chuck is going to do it. And
one of these days, ICE is going to be bold enough.
She did that, right?
To just bust down someone's door.
You know, Zoran has some very specific
and there's going to be
that are going to need state support.
Very staunch proponent of the Second Amendment behind that door.
If she leans,
even the free buses,
even the free buses,
shit's just going to go crazy after that.
But if she leans in and does universal child care, that's going to be huge.
How much is Delgado in the race forcing Hochul to do these things? Because the idea that he was that was my sense from the beginning of this.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't understand.
It's a race,
she
right?
Can't
just
allow
giving out like checks
there
to people.
To be space on her
if
left flank in a way that she could have.
If there's money in the budget to give them,
not in that race.
Like 100%. And
send the money directly to like their.
But that also means
the
like
utilities companies. Like, you know what?
After Zoran wins,
we'll cover the next 2 months of your electric bill.
Hopefully he wins. You know, he hasn't gotten there yet.
That way,
we need for
it won't be federally taxed.
To stay engaged.
You know? That could easily resolve that issue
next year. And so take a break, take a breather, but get right back on it because
like during the 2008 housing crisis.
That continues
instead of bailing out the banks.
Hochul as well.
So I'm encouraged by this because
use the money instead of giving it directly to the banks.
Mamdani won
use it to cover the defaulted mortgages, so the banks would still get their money, and people would get to keep their homes.
Where Kathy Hochul
doesn't make any sense.
Unable to
unless your goal is to benefit
to Mamdani,
the bank CEOs,
in that
in which case it makes perfect
Delgado
sense.
is going, and he's going to have that 12 to 18 months essentially.
I would say less than that. So like 6 to 12. So he's, God willing, he wins in November, right? The budget is due April, and so I think 6 months. You got to have a big win in that first budget. That's what De Blasio.
And that's where his peak leverage is going to be.
Correct, and that's what De Blasio did, I think, with universal pre-K. You know, I think it was that first budget. Even though, you know, Cuomo tried to stop him at every turn, I think Hochul would be more collaborative. I hope she.
I feel like what Cuomo did too at that time was put in a budget that was finite. Like there was not an ongoing, if I remember correctly, not an ongoing funding mechanism, and that funding mechanism only got put in place later after I think it was either Zephyr Teachout took a chunk out of him in the statewide election, the first run, and that's when he got a little bit weakened, and again had to tack a little bit to the left and couldn't afford that fight.
Yeah, he was such a
dick. He's a huge dick.
Yeah, man.
Bully.
Like just a bully.
Blue Trump.
You know, just operated as an emperor. So petty.
I sat in a room around that time with about 40 or 50 social people who ran NGOs. Some union people who all had dealt with Cuomo, and I can't remember who the Republican candidate was, but they're saying he is such an asshole in terms of like
this is a rerun. What the hell?
To axe our funding,
I just noticed that.
To
this is definitely not a
trash
rerun.
Our organizations that we feel like we might be better off with a Republican because they can't do this much damage to it. Now, this was a time when the IDC was still in progress, and thank goodness for Governor Nixon, who reversed all that her race against him.
Well, that's a really good point, and I want to just elevate that. Cynthia Nixon runs against Cuomo during a time where many are running against these IDC members in the state legislature. Cynthia gets about 35% of the vote. She loses, but many IDC members win.
She made the New York, the voters in those districts understood what IDC was.
That's right. That's right.
For the first time.
That's right. And so, because I because of ego and arrogance and all that, we're like, if you run, you got to run to win. You got to run to win. But our movement is not just about winning a particular race at a particular time. It's about moving the agenda, shifting paradigms, changing the conversation. I'll give you one very specific quick example. I was coming out the gym in Level Fitness, shout out to Level Fitness, at the cusp of the Bronx and Pelham, New York. Coming out the gym, random black dude is like, yo, you started a revolution. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? He's like, AIPAC, man, you started a revolution. Now we know who they are. This is a random apolitical black dude. They ran so many ads against me, right? And we told our own story about that. Everyone knows, everyone across the country knows now that they did the same thing to Carter. And so we my friend Mondale Robinson Cobb is a mayor of a rural town in North Carolina. He's like, yo, we gotta start framing Unicode as racism and reframing it as a win. Because the fact that they had to spend record amounts of money to get you out, and now everyone knows who the hell they are, that's a win for the world.
They become toxic.
They're so toxic.
Disempowered in that context.
That's right. That's right. So yeah, we lost seats. But shit, if JD comes back this term and gets 6, 7, 8 seats, which is not impossible because, funders are more engaged and small dollars are more engaged, I'll take that.
So, speaking of which, what are you doing?
I'm chilling, man.
Well, you've been phone back. You've been you were one of the earliest people on the ground for Zoran. Got to give a shout out. But we need you back in public service.
Oh, I appreciate that. I mean, I kind of feel like I'm in public service. I do my little political and education thing. I mean, I want to be the hood Ezra Klein. You know what I'm saying? I want to be like, I'm the what do you call the hood whisperer. Right, where I'm not talking to Ezra Klein, dumb shit. I'm talking to real people on the ground who we're trying to pull in. I mean that I don't know if you saw the ad that we did with Zoran shortly after the primary at the Wu-Tang concert.
Yes, of course.
You didn't see this, Sam? Oh, did y'all see it?
Of course.
Come on, Sam.
I mean, my husband's a big Wu-Tang fan. He was really excited.
Yeah, so that aesthetic, that political aesthetic is Jamal Bowman.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to grow that locally and nationally. I'll be in Minnesota in a couple weeks supporting young brother Omar Fatah there, who's running for mayor.
We interviewed him.
Yeah. So I'll be in Minnesota, and I think there's a Seattle mayor that is I don't know about. I'm learning about that one. I don't know if y'all know that one. You got to tell me.
Following it a little, yeah.
Okay, y'all got to let me know if this person is progressive enough for me to go and support them. But that's what I'm doing now, and by doing that, I'm given the opportunity to really connect with and build community. Which is what we got to do. We got to, if I could use my platform and my experiences as a way to organize and raise money and do all those things, that's what I'm going to do for a while. And then we'll see.
We just want to read an IM because this is a little bit navel-gazing, but I am curious. Montana resident writes in, if you read this while Jamal's still on, do Congress members or their staff watch shows like MR or other progressive commentators to get a sense of public sentiment, or even to see reactions to policy or speeches or anything else? Because we kind of have a sense.
Do we do that is the question?
Yeah, that's the question.
Yes, especially staffers.
Yeah.
When I was there, and just speaking for myself, I was so locked into trying to be effective at the job that I didn't know who was who out there in the podcast universe. But also, to be fair, this is a universe that has exponentially grown over the last
5 or
year
6
or
years,
two.
Yeah.
5 or 6 years, but I mean even the last year or two, right? Even more. And so, So yeah, but staffers, yes, like staffers are really plugged into, especially progressive staffers for like.
There's also,
offices.
I am quite sure there's some non-progressive staffers.
Yeah, probably.
Who check out just to see if somebody's, in any way mocking them. So
he changed his. I'm sorry, but I'm convinced he changed his glasses because of Sam's little bit about this. I am convinced.
Oh, that
I don't know if that's true.
Whatever.
So one quick thing about that. So like when I was there, I was surprised at how much we meaning the Democratic caucus followed and responded to mainstream media and allowed that to determine how we responded to X issue.
Yes.
Like I remember Steny Hoyer just standing up in front of us and like, yo, we can't do that because then CNN's gonna say this. I was like, who cares? Like, why are we using? Why is that the standard? Like, okay, of course they're gonna say that, but is it the right thing or not? Let's just do the right thing.
I have this theory that 90% of the music I listen to is basically from a 10-year period when I was, from 17 to 27. That's basically I'm locked in there.
You're probably right. Me too. By the way.
And Steny Hoyer, when he came in, CNN sort of exploded on the scene, and then Fox, and they're just locked in to politics that existed from 91 to essentially 2000. That's and completely locked in, and as far as they know, nothing has changed in terms of the dynamic.
And they don't want any criticism, so they don't want. That's the other thing. Like, how can we make this decision or take this vote, and how do we minimize the criticism or not get any criticism at all? And when I say they, I mean more like establishment Democrats, at least in my time there. As Squad, we did a lot of things that were controversial on the right and the left. But yeah, it's just like, how can you? Quick reference. I was listening to audiobook of Brene Brown, Dare to Lead. Shout out to Brene Brown. I just think it's a funny reference for me to make on the show right now. But she talks about courage, and she talks about courage and vulnerability, right? And how to actually exercise courage and leadership, you have to be vulnerable. Which means you're gonna open yourself up to taking lumps, right? You're gonna take a couple hits, but that's what leadership is. Leadership, it's doing the courageous thing because it's important and it matters and it moves us all forward, even though people don't get it. I don't see that level of courageous leadership consistently enough amongst our party.
Do you think? How much of it is generational and how much of it is ideological? Because I'm sure it's not one or the other, but the mix, because it's not really until I watched this in the media in the early aughts, reporters, writers, they could not handle the idea of what was happening with the blogs, where commenters were on the same sort of plane in terms of the medium where they could get criticism, because they're used to well, maybe there'll be a letter to the editor and then I got to go talk to the editor, why did you put this one in? It's criticizing me. I imagine politicians also, the only feedback loop that they were getting was maybe a writer, David Broder might take you to task or something like that. This is a much different environment where they're, for better, for worse. There's a lot more sort of feedback, and people who grow up, particularly as digital natives, or at least not as sort of their minds sort of ossified by the time it comes up, are aware that you're going to hear from everybody. There's going to be people who are going to criticize you. You just need to be able to maintain, watch the horizon, as it were, as and go through the waves. How much of this is generational? How much is ideological?
The signal versus the noise, right? I think it's definitely generational. but I also think it's I think it's both, and I think it might be ideology a bit more, just because I think the ideology of establishment politics is to maintain the establishment, and continue to be in support of incrementalism, in a way where you're not going to drastically change the lives or meet the needs of the most vulnerable people in our country. So when I say maintain the establishment, and since Citizens United, I mean, that's just been big money. You know, the establishment political infrastructure is supported by, you know, capitalism, you know, and what I call plantation capitalism, right? And so it all feels like it exists to maintain the racial caste system, the economic inequality, and even move further towards privatization of everything versus move towards actually helping working class people have dignity and the opportunity to access the American dream. And so that's an ideology, I think, that's in Steny Hoyer, who's been there forever, and Nancy Pelosi, who's been there forever, and some of the younger, more establishment Democrats. I mean, I run into...
How aware are they that they have an ideology? Because they certainly present, like, I'm not ideological about this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, because when I hear Ezra Klein talk, I'm like, is he even aware of, like, how he's coming off? Well, I don't know if he's even aware of it.
Can you like?
I have that question too.
That interview, I mean, I was shocked. We read Ta-Nehisi Coates' op-ed that prompted this interview that they did, and it was like got so much attention. People were really exercised about the Charlie Kirk, you know, kind of whitewashing of his entire career, and I'm seeing this almost like kind of debate online that represents so much of the fight within the Democratic Party. Like, there was major backlash from, I think, many communities of color to see this, like, very prominent Democratic, like, liberal pundit whitewash this racist. It was a bit, I don't know, shocking, I guess, to me to see how many people even cared. But you've referenced Ezra a few times, so I'm curious.
Man.
Like,
we've been so used to sandwashing
Coates is not exactly
Israel for the last
firebrand when it comes to
30 years.
Economic populism,
per se,
or at least that's certainly not where he was when he was sort of like on his rise. I mean, I think like he's far more, I think, conscious of the implications of race and of marginalized people, broadly speaking. I don't know where, on the sort of like
that was the
neoliberal, but nevertheless.
But Ezra seems totally oblivious to that, right? So when you say, Charlie Kirk was doing politics the right way, and much of, if not all of his rhetoric was just punching down on vulnerable people, and straight racist and sexist and transphobic, and then saying other wild stuff like calling for public executions to be televised, like just wildness, right? So how is that practicing politics the right way in alignment with the way Ezra Klein thinks we should practice politics? How is the action of going to colleges and having conversations with college students separate from what he actually said out his mouth?
And
like,
also,
how are we not
the guy's organization has a watch list of well over 100 professors. I mean, to my mind, my assumption, what it really is revealing about Ezra Klein is not as rigorous as he projects.
And that's why I was like, disorienting for me and like cognitive dissonance for me, right?
He had a brand, but this is a guy also, I have to say, who was saying that, was touting Paul Ryan back in the day.
Yeah.
And Paul Ryan was also just a paper tiger of intellectualism.
Yeah.
And so this has always been there with Ezra. It's just that there is an awareness by the Democratic voter. They are getting more sophisticated as to what is actually going on. You can see it in the numbers of like what they wanted for the shutdown. Like the polling numbers on this shutdown are very different than they have been in years past. Compromise, issues like this. There is an awareness amongst a set of Democratic voters who were sort of like the classic, I elect my people, you guys take care of it, I've got other stuff to do. They're aware that there's like, wait a second, there's a problem here. And the Republican Party is not, you know, sort of this is not Bill Weld anymore, or, you know, George Herbert Walker Bush. It's a different ball game. Now, I would also argue George Herbert Walker Bush was very problematic, but I was a little more sensitive to it.
No, but I think you said the right word, rigor, like the lack of rigor, right? Like the New York Times, you know, of course, a lot of criticism nowadays, but over the course of my life was considered like the eminent, you know, like the standard as it relates to like journalism and reporting and rigor in like all of journalism. And Ezra Klein is a celebrated columnist for the New York Times. So one would think that his level of rigor and intellect would be at a level that raises others up to reach a particular standard. Right. And when I saw what he wrote about Charlie Kirk initially, I just thought it was super lazy and like mad, like disrespectful, to put it lightly. Like Charlie Kirk was saying like, yo, you know, I'm paraphrasing here, black women are not as intelligent as a...
If I see a black guy flying this plane, I'm nervous because I think he's there because of DEI.
So Ezra, you're co-signing that? Yeah. Like, what? Right? With Ketanji Brown Jackson and all, like, crazy that he would even hint at co-signing that. But he did, and he did it openly.
Yep.
So Ta-Nehisi writes his piece, which was a great response in my opinion. Yep. And then they have this conversation, which, you know, I wouldn't even call it a debate. It's like they have this cordial conversation. And Ta-Nehisi basically, throughout the conversation, is Ta-Nehisi just pretty much saying, like, I'm black, this is America, this is how it always is, and that's why I feel the way I feel about it. And I can't believe you whitewashed him, you know, and again, I'm paraphrasing all of this, when he was, you can argue, a hate monger. And what bothered me about their conversation, and again, I can't even call it a conversation because it's Ezra on his platform asking the questions. Ta-Nehisi would say a particular point of view that I thought was very strong and powerful.
He wouldn't respond.
Ezra wouldn't respond, yo.
Listen, I got news for you. I've had him on this platform, and he has the exact same,
which is
same mechanism,
same disposition, which is not even, again, not just. That's not how you have a conversation.
No.
Conversation, you say something to me, I acknowledge it.
Yes.
I reflect, I have some reflection on what you said, then I make my point.
Yes.
So I respond to what you said first, then I pivot to like what I want. That's human communication 101.
Well, the part that
Ezra didn't do that at all. And so every time, I'm sorry, I'll let you finish.
No.
But every time Ta-Nehisi responded, and again, like, Ta-Nehisi and I are about the same age. Every book I read by him, I feel like he's writing it for me.
Yeah.
Black Men in America, he's Baltimore, I'm East Harlem, Upper East Side / right? So I feel like this is my dude. So he's responding as a black man with a certain level of passion and, of course, brilliance. And Ezra's not even acknowledging him. And I'm just like, this is what it is to be black in America. Like, we give you our shit, our pain, our suffering, our trauma, our perspective, our intellect, our history, our work ethic. We do it in classrooms, we do it in the workplace, we're doing it in this conversation with Ezra, and you liberal white man don't even acknowledge it. And then to make it even worse, you choose whiteness and to go even further, you choose white supremacy, the ideology. You're aligning yourself with that, just like Gavin Newsom.
Right.
You know, like.
But
so anyway,
but to add, I don't know if this part struck you, but for me, where I was like, oh my God, was when Ta-Nehisi goes into this, long, thoughtful piece where he speaks about what you're saying about how for Black people in this country, violence is a constant in politics. Political violence is a constant. And this was maybe 20 minutes in, and Ezra says, like, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but if we zoom out too much and give too much historical context, we miss. We're too deterministic and we miss the moment. And that was, for me, like a jaw-dropping moment where he basically said, I don't really care about systemic racism right now.
I've had white people do that to me in my life. The same exact thing. And that's literally what people like, who's a white racist on the Republic? That's what they do. Like they say, let's not look at history.
How long
right?
are we going to be talking
How long are we talking about, right?
Yes.
That's what they do. Yeah. And he's doing the same thing. And I'm like, dog, do you know what you're doing right now? And so anyway, we're talking about him, but now let's zoom out to the Democratic Party or the Democratic establishment. This is how they move. So, I'm the crazy one in Congress because I think we should have universal child care and paid leave and affordable housing for every American. And I speak out about it. I'm the crazy one because I'm yelling in the hallway at Thomas Massie about gun violence. So why don't you do anything? We just have more children. I'm crazy because I'm losing my shit in this place because we have a new mass shooting every month or multiple times a month or a week, depending on the community. And we're just going about our day like that. It would drive me crazy. And so, but for them, it's just the ideology. It aligns to one part of the caste system, and it's designed to just maintain that place. And so, and the right feels it too. That's why Trump's initial running on draining the swamp and criticism of it works because rural white people feel the same way. Like this is some BS, right? So that's actually a unifying thing if we could have the right leader bring it together properly.
Yeah, some measure of populism. The only thing I will say about Ezra's sort of like inability to understand or regardless of whether it's willful or not in terms of like to understand enough just basic that he wouldn't have written that about Charlie Kirk. Although I think maybe it was just sort of a lazy, like, I just watched, 5 minutes of him at a college. But I will say he did very similar thing to me as another white Jewish liberal, essentially, when we were talking about sort of broadly what impacts politics. He's very consciously, I think it's I've always had a perspective because I remember when he was an intern at American Prospect, and so it's been 20 years I've followed his trajectory, and I always thought it was an obliviousness, but I think there's actually there's brand management that's going on there, and a sense that that same sort of dynamic of there are certain doors I need to keep open that maintain my my status wherever it is, and one of them is to sort of ride above at various times some measure of investment in politics, like emotional investment, intellectual investment. Like there's always an attitude of whoa, you get carried away type of thing.
We gotta maintain this thing lest I lose my position.
Yeah.
In this whole grand scheme of things, right? And
the iron law of institutions, I think, is what Kevin Drum used to say. Someone would rather be atop. Would you like to ride the bench on the varsity team or be the captain of the JV. Like, that's sort of the...
Yeah, and you're progressive, man. You're not liberal.
I know, but
but we got to say that.
Yes.
Because when I first got into politics...
No, I'm to the left of liberal, yes.
Yeah, when I first got into politics and people would speak that way, I didn't know what they meant. Like liberal versus progressive. I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then in the 2024 cycle, I got introduced to the real Westchester County, New York. And it was just mad liberals.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
These liberals who, like in 2020, Black Lives Matter, George Floyd, they were progressive for 5 seconds.
Yep.
2024, they were all liberals. They was like, Jamal, you better vote for that extra $14 billion to Israel. I'm like, yo, they already defended themselves. This was like December, right? They already defended themselves. I don't think they need $14 billion more to keep going. Jamal, we can't support you if you don't. I thought you were Jews for Jamal. Like, this was a Jews for Jamal call I was on. I thought y'all were my people. They shifted. They went from progressive to liberal.
But isn't that though exactly what Ezra was saying about it's the Zionists? It's the same thing. History started on October 7th, apparently, and then let's not look too far into history and deal with like the whole slavery and the redlining.
I had someone tell me that we have to start this conversation on October 7th.
There you go.
I had that conversation at the breakfast last night.
But that's what Ezra. That's what Ezra said to Coates.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that liberal ideology to a degree?
And it's him saying, why are we losing?
Yes.
Well, why aren't we winning? Well, we're not winning because we're not aligned enough to Steve Bannon and Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuente. Like, we're not aligned enough to. We got to go a little bit. But again, full circle to the point I made about like the DCCC and Democrats in these swing districts, right? Like, again, you have people in these districts, which I would make the argument they're probably more progressive, but they're not voting because they're like, you're all full of crap. I'm not participating. But if we actually engage them in a way that was authentic and really rooted in making a strong democracy healthy for everyone, I think we could increase voter turnout. And we're raising hundreds of millions of dollars every cycle. Why don't we micro-target or strategically target the people who haven't voted, the zero prime voters?
Yeah.
That could change things.
All right, well, Jamal Bowman, it has been a real pleasure.
Thank
you. So much
man.
fun to have you in studio and have you here, and really appreciate the work that you have done and are doing. Thank you for making AIPAC toxic. Or at least making people aware of what they do, and love to have you back. And hopefully, we will have a cause to celebrate in about a month from now.
Yes,
the Mamdani hopefully win.
Absolutely, appreciate you. Thanks for having
again.
me.
All right, we're going to take quick.
This was like real Tiny D energy stuff, and I don't. Look,
you don't usually go there. It's usually me that goes for the micro penis.
I know. Yeah. I try to be the grown-up on this show.
Hello, everyone. This is JVL here with my best friends, Sarah Longwell and Tim Miller of The Bulwark. Well, we are recording this on a Tuesday, a little bit early this week, because the President of these United States brought together every general and admiral in the land, sat them down in a theater in Quantico, Virginia, and he and our Secretary of Defense, sorry, you're not actually the Secretary of War, that's just what you choose to call yourself.
It's gender-affirming care, kind of.
It is gender-affirming care. They had some things they wanted to talk about, and it was ridiculous and also scary. I think most people seem to be settled on the ridiculous part of it, and so I guess we'll just start with that. We have some tape about our Secretary of Defense.
Should our enemies choose foolishly to challenge us, they will be crushed by the violence, precision, and ferocity.
Dude's got such short man syndrome.
In other words, to our enemies, F-A-F-O.
Please clap.
You might say we're ending the war on warriors. I heard someone wrote a book about that.
Get it? Get it? He's the one who wrote the. So,
I bet he didn't write his book. I bet he didn't write his book.
Yeah, I wouldn't take that bet. The other side of that bet.
I guess I just have some questions for you, which is this real?
That's what I'm wondering. Can I start there? Can we just start there? Is this real life? Because I'm feeling disoriented today. I'm feeling a little bit. It's hard for me to be as outraged about this as I know I should be, because I'm wondering if I'm in a video game. I'm like kind of going around. I'm trying to touch people on the street. I was checking to make sure the plant was real. It's a real plant back here that I've got, and that can't be right. Like, I just haven't woken up yet. I was feeling a little under the weather last night, so I just am in a deep sleep right now, because like the whole Joel Osteen meets, remember the Tom Cruise character in Magnolia?
Yeah.
The Tom Cruise character in Magnolia meets like a kind of a down market Jesse Waters, like speaking to people that have, orchestrated complicated military campaigns against our foes, speaking to people that orchestrated the campaign to kill Osama bin Laden, and he's just sort of doing like kind of low grade Fox woke shtick for them. I just pitching his book,
calling them a bunch of pussies,
calling them pussies.
This is the other. Do you think that was lost on the audience? That his it was really a work down, right?
Yeah, that was the Tom Cruise part. It's like, you're a bitch. Like, you need to be a tough guy like me who allegedly assaulted a woman while my other wife was at home with her child, and who's done real stuff like drunk co-host weekend talk shows.
I haven't watched Magnolia in a while, but isn't sort of the end of the Tom Cruise character that he is like a broken person himself?
Yeah.
Why, yes, it is.
Because I will say... This was like real Tiny D energy stuff, and I don't look.
You don't usually go there. It's usually me that goes for the micro penis.
I know. Yeah. I try to be the grown up on this show. However, and obviously this is clown with flamethrower territory, because you always tend to, in some ways, dismiss the scary things that they say. For example, he talked in this speech about how there was a lot of enemy from within stuff. A lot of, they don't wear uniforms, so we can't find them.
That's Trump.
That's Trump.
Those are Trump. Sorry.
The president of the United States. Sorry, I was jumping ahead to Trump. And so it's not frightening. It's just so easy to see. It's just so easy to see how pathetic it was that Pete Hegseth called them all there so he could feel like a big boy standing in front of them, cosplaying defense secretary. Right?
Did it feel real to you, though? That's what I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to imagine being in the room with the graybeards and listening to this.
It had not occurred to me beforehand, but it occurred to me as it was happening. This isn't the rank and file, right? These aren't the people who are impressed with the fact that their Secretary of Defense can do pull-ups. Right? These are people who went to West Point, studied hard on how the military works. They care a great deal about the lines, the civilian military relationships. These are people who care about that stuff. And so I was very encouraged by the fact that this wasn't the whooping and hollering that you get sometimes when Hegseth and Trump are talking to enlisted people. This was the grown-ups, and the grown-ups seemed unimpressed.
Well, let me bring you down.
I hope so.
Oh, don't. I want to live in the world
So, JB, you weren't disoriented at all watching this? You just went straight into ominous? I was made unsteady.
So, I did have the feeling of, I can't believe this is our country. And listening to Trump as he was, because there was a lot of, I said this with Bill, if you were worried about it being triumph of the will, that's not what you got. What you got was fat Elvis sort of doddering around on the stage, hopped up on whatever.
I think maybe he needed to be hopped up on something. He
not
was
hopped up, but on so many painkillers that he could barely. Graceland.
I thought he was at 0.75 speed on my stream. I had to double check.
But it was a very serious policy speech, right? I mean, it was filled with ridiculous stuff, like I renamed the Gulf of America, and the AP was bad, and I won all of the swing states. Did you know I won all of the swing states in so many districts? And all that
paper. We needed the thick cut paper.
Thick cut paper, right? I said get them the best paper. All that stuff was there, but it was a serious policy speech. The policy was the military is going into the inner cities. There is a war within, and this is what we are going to do. And that's what he spent most of it's what he spent 100% of the policy time on. And I just, so he is telling this group of 800 people very clearly what he wants them to do. He talked about changing rules of engagement. If they spit, we hit, right? He made very clear that we're going to straighten out America's cities one at a time, and that you got to be able to really pound on people to straighten them out. And this group of generals may be all Mike Pence's. Well, we got 3 years for Pete Hegseth to do turnover and do deep dive research on reliability and figure out who is down with the program and who is not, and to transform the officer corps. And
when Pete said that in his speech, he was like, he's like, if you're not into the kind of microphallus Joel Osteen bit, then you can just leave and retire right now. And we already are too hefty on the officer corps, which may be true, but that he wasn't like, oh, we're gonna judge you on who is the best leader of men. It's like, we're gonna judge you based on whether you're on board with the speech I gave and whether you can do PT twice a year.
Yeah, and I want to posit this to you guys, okay? The central tension of MAGA, as refers to the military, is that they are like lethality warriors, raining death from above. Also, no wars. We don't ever want to be in a war. We don't want to expend. Why should we defend India from China? Why should we defend Taiwan? No, thank you. No, thank you. No wars. And so you would think to yourself, this doesn't make any sense, except that it does. They do want war.
Just with us.
With us.
With Americans.
Right? Their enemies are all domestic. And this is why
and some Venezuelans. A couple of Venezuelan drug dealers.
So obsessed with pull-ups, right? And so I said this about, we are undergoing right now in Ukraine what is considered a revolution in military affairs as regards drones. Drones are replacing artillery. It is one of the largest technological advancements that we've seen on the battlefield since the advent of guided munitions. It is utterly changing how wars are fought. Pull-ups have fuck all to do with drone warfare. They do have a lot to do with cracking heads on the street.
In fact, you might, just to expand your point, in fact, you might want to have some people who can't do pull-ups, who have purple hair, who have weird facial hair and beards, because they're
really good at video games.
Because they're really good at fucking video games, and they're really good at the technology side, or they're really good at math, or they're really good at the technology side of the drone warfare. And they are, better suited to adding to that, important part of military readiness, right? There's no, right? In this world, right? That could be. I mean, that's not everybody can just, has their own life experience to know that,
So I don't know. Do you guys have thoughts on this? Am I being too much?
I think a lot of it for me, and I don't know how we find this out, is I want to know how it was received by the people in that room, because as I was watching Trump, I know you can go point to the parts you're talking about and that they sound very scary, and if you just cut those parts together, it would probably be a very ominous speech, but it was woven together by a guy who looks like he cannot tie his shoes in the morning. I mean, the idea that he is has all of his faculties. Like, I cannot imagine the men and women sitting in that room didn't walk out saying, well, this is humiliating. This is embarrassing. I mean, all my thoughts were, if our enemies are watching, because he also, not just if our enemies are watching. So speaking of our enemies, like, there was a part in the speech where he called Putin a paper tiger again. He's sort of rambling on, but he makes it clear. He says the war should have been over in 2 weeks. Putin should have gotten this done in 2 weeks. He makes it very clear he's on Putin's side, and his only reason he's mad at Putin is because he didn't win the war fast enough. And so, like, if you're an American military leader, do you not hear that and say, this is an insane person? Like, I guess there was part of me that thought, it is good for them to see him up close. It is good that this is happening. What military leader could look at the man in front of them and think, yeah.
Oh, I'm happy to take orders from that guy.
Yeah,
that guy's real sharp.
Well,
he's on the ball.
Here's the problem with that, though. I agree. I think I agree with that. I have, again, I'm having trouble reconciling the fact that I'm on Earth right now, and that we're not in a parallel kind of timeline that I've been moved to. But I would assume that most of the military leaders are like, this is just unbelievably embarrassing clown show. And yet, okay, so let's say some of them take Pete up on this. They're like, okay, I'm going to check out. I'm going to retire, good life in Florida, get on some boards. That's nice, all right? The ones that are the most shook by this, or the most just like eye rolled about this, whatever their view is, like they self-deport from the military. And then there's another category of people that are like, this seems ridiculous, it's important for me to stay here, but their mission changes, right, to JVL's point, and like the mission and the focus becomes these deployments into American cities and maybe going after, who knows, drug cartels in the Caribbean. And the rank and file, the hooting and hollering guys, some percentage of them, not trying to, paint with a broad brush or impugn anybody, but like there's some percentage of them that are excited about that, like the going after the enemy within part. And these generals, like, or admirals, or, like it's their job to do what the mission, to follow the mission. Like, it's not admirals in this case, but, and then the guys go into the cities and start doing what Trump wants, like knocking head, right? Like, it didn't, like, feeling like, oh my God, this is crazy, I can't believe I'm in this life, and like, I'm gonna just try to be the responsible and sober one here, is a good thought, but it's like not that reassuring if the mission is going to be a domestic crackdown, right? I don't know.
I think you're right. I guess, yeah, I'm also just, because I guess a part of it is that, and maybe I'm just experiencing the same thing you are with, like, is this Earth? I just am like, everybody, we just watched this, right? We all just watched the same thing, because Donald Trump spoke for an hour and change. His eyes were barely open most of the time. He spoke so slowly. He was absolutely like the Joe Biden at the very end that we saw, that everybody was like, this guy cannot be president. Donald Trump was every bit as bad as that in this talk. Every bit as bad.
We defeated Medicare.
Hold on. Tim, are you kidding? He was slurring his words.
He was really, really bad. He was really, really bad. I'm just saying. You should go rewatch the last couple of months of speeches. That's fine. I don't know, not needing to nitpick. He was really bad and old, and he certainly was significantly worse than any other comp that you could have made besides that one.
Okay, fine. Okay, he's not even done with his first year.
Yeah.
And he sounds...
He's doddering.
He was out of his mind. And so I guess to me it was just so evident and so apparent that I guess I'm still trying to sort of take JVL at his point that because there's nothing you're saying that I disagree with. And in fact, it all very much adds up. If you take the rhetoric from today, which was directly to military leaders, on top of going into Portland, on top of the streets of Washington, D.C., having the National Guard. Like, Trump was sort of talking about this, about how these guys are picking up trash in D.C., and like, why are you doing that? And it's like, well, because there's nothing else for them to do, bro. Like, what do you mean?
That's because there have been no crimes in Washington, D.C. He said that.
Sure.
No crimes. There hasn't been a crime.
except for, of course, the RICO violation of him being yelled at in the restaurant, which
Tom
he
Homan.
also was like weirdly talking about. Yeah, Tom Homan taking bags of cash.
I guess that happens technically in Texas, but he resides in DC now.
Hey, JVL, just because I want to transition to your newsletter, because that's what I am primed to talk about, and because we are all, and I think it fits with what we just watched. I mean, I think it is, so why don't we move to that, because you and Bill did do a really good deep dive, and you guys watched every minute of that whole thing, and I think we can talk about what we just watched in the context of your newsletter.
All right. Before we do that, though, let's hear a word from our sponsor.
This show is sponsored by Rocket Money. A lot of people aren't aware how much they spend each month. Do you know how many subscriptions you pay for? What about how much you spend on takeout or delivery? It's probably more than you think. But there's an app designed to help you manage the money better, Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions. There are a lot of those out there, not the Bulwark Plus, of course. And actually, if you're listening to this ad, you're probably not a Bulwark Plus subscriber. So with the money,
right? So I
use all of the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/thenextlevel today. That's rocketmoney.com/thenextlevel. Rocketmoney.com/thenexlevel.
All right. So I sat down to write yesterday, and I went to the bad place. And I don't know if you guys remember this, but right after the election, I spent like a week trying to write, hey, maybe it's not going to be so bad pieces. And so I tried to like do the version of, what does it look like if it's basically okay? What if it looks like if actually everything kind of resolves itself, you know, on its own? And then I did okay, what is the worst case scenario? And I should say, when I say what is the worst case scenario, I don't mean literally the worst case scenario. The literal worst case scenario is nuclear holocaust and everyone dies.
So awesome. So we haven't done that.
We haven't gotten there.
That's great.
This is what I'm saying. So if you were looking at a distribution, if we ran a Monte Carlo simulation on this, you know, with a million outcomes.
Now I'm listening.
2 of them would have been nuclear holocaust, we all die. And then you get down to, you know, like the next 10 are that we have death camps set up with gas chambers, and then you start getting, so when I say worst case scenario, I really mean a like 98th percentile worst.
I think we're a little lower than 98. I mean, we're still here. You and me and Sarah, we're chatting right here. We're on YouTube.com.
We went to Toronto and no one held us up at the border.
Came back.
We had an amazing show.
My habeas corpus was not under any threat. My corpus stayed my corpus throughout the entire trip. So I think we can move it down to at least 92 percentile or so. Let's not gild the lily.
I love that for you guys. So here's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, when I did my what is a realistic worst case scenario, not a kaiju coming over the hills, but a realistic worst case scenario in November, I went back and I read that this week. And it strikes me that we are way past all of those red lines.
All of them?
Yeah.
Dark JVL didn't hypothesize a single negative externality that did not come to pass?
Dark JVL missed a bunch of things. Dark JVL missed the idea of deporting people to third-party countries and using foreign jail, like basically buying foreign jails. Dark JVL did not. Dark JVL saw purge of top military officials, and that was happening. Dark JVL didn't see Doge coming. Dark JVL did not imagine that USAID would be gone. So, and this is what I just want to talk to you guys about. Like, and this is, again, it's a sliding scale. You don't have to, we have not had kaiju or earthquakes or, you know, the seventh seal hasn't opened. But among the realistic worst case scenarios, I feel like we're pretty far past what most of them were just 9 months ago for what you thought we would be at here.
Tim,
September, October.
Is there any chance you went back and read the old one that he wrote?
I read the recent one, so I'm trusting his his rendition of his old.
His recap.
Yeah. Why?
So I gotta say, I went back and read the whole thing.
Yeah.
And it is prescient. It is
For the
one
second
of those.
time. That was the second time you'd read it, right, Sarah?
I mean, I know it must have been the second time.
I definitely read it the first time because I'm a daily reader of the best daily newsletter
Of course
in
you
the country.
And we all engage with each other's content regularly. That's great. Here's the thing.
Regularly?
It's just, if you go back and read it, it is a wild ride. And I was trying to remember what I thought of it if I read it the first time, which I'm sure I did. And like how I would have reacted to what's in there. But you know, JVL, I actually thought you weren't giving yourself enough credit because you did sort of say, like, we knew the Schedule F stuff, like, but you were writing at such a time that Matt Gaetz was still potentially the secretary, was still running the DOJ. And I was like, man, as much stuff as you got right, and then he did blow past it all. And even your stuff about immigration, where like, yeah, you didn't know they were going to do it to third parties. You were talking about how destabilizing it would be if Trump really did mass deportations, because you're like, where would they keep everybody? Well, we know the answer to that question now. ICE has become this massive force. Like, you actually asked a bunch of questions. You're like, well, some things would have to happen for this case to, and those have been answered quite quickly. It's like, well, we're going to give a ton of money to ICE, and ICE is going to build these new massive jails and detention facilities. Because you say it in your piece. I couldn't believe how on the nose your piece was in terms of predictions. Go ahead, Tim, do you want to add something?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I just clicked on it because I remember this now, mostly because I remember the neg of Freddie DeBoer saying that wildlife and environmental protections are one of his big concerns. It's just like, guys, you don't fucking know what's coming down the path if you're a lefty who has like bought into the BS that Trump is the same as every other Republican.
We might get rid of the NLRB.
Yeah,
like,
the
EPA
might be in threat. It's like, okay, yeah, buddy, yeah, that's not even more. That's done by 10 a.m. of morning one. Like you don't even know where this boat's going. No, I'm looking at it. I remember actually thinking at the time that I thought you underestimated the immigration threat, and I think I was right about that. Like even in the worst case scenario, because you like right here that you're like camps are a political liability. I was kind of like, well, yeah, I guess maybe, but like, but also he seems pretty committed to that, and Stephen Miller seems pretty committed to that. So so in that case, I think actually glancing through this, I think this was really more like a 75th percentile worst case scenario as it was written, not a 98th. The other thing that you write though that's worth talking about as you go back through this is he's going to break the Senate and the Supreme Court, and like he broke the Senate before without trying. The Supreme Court, like, jury is still slightly out on that. I know there'll be some listeners that like roll their eyes about that, but like he's tested them on some of these edge cases, right? And like the tariffs case will be interesting, but that's not even the big case. Like the big Supreme Court cases like come when like democracy is on the line. Like his personal rule of law. Yeah. What'd you say, Jim?
Birthright citizenship.
Birthright citizenship. Like his personal ability to do crimes. Like that. So he has like.
Cook.
Yeah,
Lisa Cook is a big one.
Yeah, so he's partially broken the Supreme Court in that case. Like they pretty much have carte blanche to do crimes now, which is
it's not that he broke it. They abdicated early. True. Like by doing we're going to give Trump presidential immunity. They basically took themselves out of a bunch of things. However, there's still a lot of things that they're going to have to weigh in on, and they've been a little bit here, a little bit there. Like we have seen them act appropriately. We've seen them act in ways that I think we think are inappropriate, but they have not laid down entirely yet.
The video of I haven't watched the Amy Coney Barrett's book tour. I've been meaning to do a video on it, I just haven't got around to it. And it's like it's simultaneously maddening and also like somewhat encouraging. That like she is like continuing to draw certain lines during that tour that would make the 98th worst case scenario would mean that she would break that red line that she's been drawing, which like on democracy issues and on a couple of various other constitutional matters. And so we'll see kind of how that. I think I would call that an open question at this point, and that's the one thing in here that's like not as bad as kind of what you would have potentially laid out as the worst case. But we're also only 9 months in, as you keep pointing out. We're also only 9 months in, and I think to me it's like that's like the thing that is just like it's important. It's a good exercise. It's important to put yourself in the mindset of like. You wrote this November 18th of last year. the first thing that I think about when I think of November 18th of last year is like my heart sinks into my stomach. Like, and I get that horrible feeling in my stomach when I just think about November of last year. And then the next thing I think about is like, you do start to kind of like think about where your head was at. And it's an important reference point to make sure that you don't get used to this stuff. Because there are a lot of people out there that I think are getting used to this stuff.
Yes.
And people that would have not imagined what he's been doing, you know, particularly within the agencies, particularly on the rule of law stuff.
Let me ask you both a question. Let's jump back to November 6th. Trump has just won, and you are sitting down with a bunch of his supporters, like, but serious ones, not the mouth breathers, but like Wall Street Journal editorial types. And you say to them, Pete Hegseth of Fox is going to be Secretary of Defense, and Kash Patel is going to be the FBI director, and Dan Bongino is going to be number 2. Do you think they would believe you and say that's fine, or would they go, "What the fuck are you talking about"?
I don't know. I went to that DealBook Summit thing, which is where, Kellyanne Conway, I was like, Kash Patel has an enemies list in his book. And I said, what do you think of that, Kellyanne? And she was like, well, I don't know. Maybe they broke the law. Maybe they deserve to be on there. And I made everybody stop. And I was like, why aren't you all more chilled by this? What she is saying is scary. And they all went like, man. And, and everybody just treated it like it was not as insane as it was. And it reminds me of, sometimes people say that I'm like too optimistic, but I have always believed we are underreacting to this part of it. But can I I just want to make one central point about reading both of these pieces, which again, I think are excellent. I think you were excellent then. I think this was an excellent reflection on it. But I am sure that my response, I don't know what it was when we talked about it. I'm going to maybe go back and listen. But my response is always then, you only lay out one side. You lay out the side of here's what Trump's going to do. And the question then is, how do people react when those things come? And I don't know for sure, but I think I suspected that if these lines were crossed, more would have been done by now. Not by the Republicans necessarily, because I think I've been pretty clear about Republicans' uselessness now for basically since post-January 6th. I am genuinely shocked that there hasn't been more pushback from Democrats, more pushback from the media. Like, the thing that I didn't contemplate was the total laying down of civil society.
So this is another thing where my failure of imagination, I did not predict how bad it would be. That CBS News would settle a ridiculous lawsuit, that ABC would settle a ridiculous lawsuit, that Larry Ellison's kid would buy CBS and try to turn it into Newsmax Lite, that Apple Computer and Meta, Facebook,
YouTube
and
just settled.
Google,
we should say.
YouTube just settled, right? YouTube just settled. That all of these companies would forget like staying out of politics. They would all decide, no, we're going to go along. I didn't see that coming. So again, worse than my worst case scenario. I didn't see that.
Yeah, I think that for me, you look at it and I would say it is chilling that it was worse than JVL's worst case scenario. So I'll just set with that there. I think we all were pretty clear that they were going to purge the federal government, though. Like, I the Doge stuff, like, I do think was kind of at a scale that I didn't expect. I did not have Elon Musk running roughshod all over the government and then quitting and then calling Donald Trump a pedophile and then becoming friends with him again, like that, like little very important subplot I did not see coming. But like, just the fact that he would put in clowns at the top of these agencies and that they would purge dissenters, I think is something that we all saw coming.
We knew.
Yeah.
Freddie DeBauer. I also I would like people to go back and read what some people who just looked at these through the lenses of the left, the way they were talking about it in terms of like the little pet policies that would go away versus the entire American experiment. This is where being on the side of democracy and not just a partisan really helps you out, because you can widen your aperture to the damage.
I guess my point is, though, I agree with all that, as it's going about as bad as I expected on that. I wouldn't say it's worse yet, though. Like, the worst for me, like the thing, like my deepest fear, thinking back, I don't know, on November 18th, but like as my thinking came into being between the election and January 20th, my deepest fear is that he'd put these people in, that they would purge their foes, purge any dissenters inside, and I'm talking about DOJ, power ministries, DOJ, FBI, Intel, and then they would immediately start using the levers of government to go after their foes. And I guess I would just say that is the one area that was my deepest fear, and I think that they're trying it.
Jim Comey was indicted last week.
Right. And it's been pretty ham-fisted so far. You know what I mean? And so like that is the part of like trying to navigate all this stuff, which is like, okay, like they're trying the thing I was really concerned about. There have been other authoritarian governments where that was their first priority, and they're pretty damn efficient at it. Okay, not only silencing foes, but jailing foes, killing foes in some cases. And so I do think that sometimes we throw out these terms, and it's like you say authoritarian, and authoritarian encompasses everything from like Kim Jong-un to Orban to us now, kind of. And it's like, okay, well, we're not at Kim Jong-un, Putin area on that. And so like to me, like that is the one, sort of vertical or whatever that I look at and say, okay, this is where I go from. This is like as you said, kind of like the worst case scenario within expectations of like how bad America could get with what you think about America, versus okay, now we've exceeded that, and now we're like kind of going into a place that is unlike America.
Marines deployed to Los Angeles, right? In November, if I say, 9 months from now we've got Marines on the streets of Los Angeles, would you have been like, that's alarmist,
true.
You're crazy?
No.
Like, that's catastrophizing, JVL.
Maybe.
I don't think I would have felt that way. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm just asking. I'm not saying that you would.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think I would have been. I think that's pretty in line with what I would have thought.
Yeah. Them looking for excuses to, put troops in the streets. I think we were all kind of like the military parades, the way, the politicizing of the military. We were all, I think, worried about that. I don't think, though.
Faster than we expected, though.
Faster than we expected, right. And also, but also, the reason we all have to say pretextual is because they do have to weirdly do these pretexts to avoid real public backlash. Like there is something. So I do remember. It was occurred to me. I was like, oh, I think part of what we talked about was, I think we did sort of our best case scenario too, at the time, and it was really that we end up being more of a kleptocracy. Right? It's less autocracy, and it's more that these guys are going to be corrupt and all the businesses. And I think to some degree we are getting that. We are getting an unprecedented level of corruption and business enrichment and all of these companies trying to get in with Trump. And in some ways, that might just put just the slightest bit of a harness on him. Just hear me out, because again, we're all just trying to see, but like, if you want to run an efficient kleptocracy, you still need business to function. You can't have people dying. And I would say maybe if you have your big board right now in terms of your over here is nuclear holocaust, and over here is these other ones. Like I think the middle part is, are they trying to kill people? Now I think to illegal immigrants, sending them to third-party countries where they are tortured, that's getting you there. But like one thing that has not happened in DC, for example, like you haven't had people get like shot as civilians. Like there's I do think that there's a middle part here that we haven't reached yet that is about violence against Americans, that is more like the cities all start to look like the protests in 2020.
Yeah, again, that I think gets me to, again, the word worst is really important here versus worse or bad or really bad, right? Because worst, I think that's another thing that I said and would say is like, in my worst case scenario, it was they do some sort of crackdown on protests. Somebody pops off and shoots a cop or shoots a soldier. They use that as pretext for more violence against peaceful protesters. We might be heading, we seem to be on the trajectory towards that, but that hasn't happened yet. That hasn't happened yet, though.
But again, this is like the timeline matters, right? I mean, if you were making that scenario in November, I don't think you would have thought, even with that worst case scenario, that we get there in 11 months.
No, I probably would have said the summer before the midterms. So
yeah, and we should,
we're on trajectory for it, right?
So we should talk about the going into the elections. Can I just go back to something?
Yeah, sure.
Though, and it goes back to this talk that he was doing. No,
Can you imagine Texas redistricting would happen? right? That's a crazy thing.
No, right? But this is how afraid they are of oversight. It's how afraid he is of oversight. Because I'll just say too, again, going back to the things that we didn't know that happened, that are, let's just put them on our side of the ledger, is that he's on his back foot on a number of things, not the least of which is Epstein, right? He has some fear around this. There are things I think he is afraid could interfere with his ability to have this complete control. One is Epstein. Can I just say the other one that I really do think this morning is just flat out actuarial tables. One of the things I think about all the time is if Donald Trump was 55 or 65 or even 70, I would feel very different than I do about him at 79. Nobody's afraid of that guy. I mean, they're afraid of him in the way that, again, like you're afraid of a toddler with a machine gun, but not afraid of him, I think, in the sense that, oh, this guy's got decades ahead of him as a strongman.
Yes, not decades. I think he's got years ahead of him as a strongman. Like I look at that guy and I see Castro. I see a guy who lives till he's 90. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? We'll find out. But your point is taken. I fully agree that if he was younger, it would be even more alarming.
JVL, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Because this is true even for me, who has to live in this minute by minute. Like, intellectually, I read your article and I say, yeah, like we are a little bit beyond what you would have thought is one of the, well, you know, again, not the most exceptional worst case scenario, but whatever, 80 percentile worst case scenario. And yet, maybe that's wrong analysis in some ways, or maybe we're thinking about it differently because it doesn't feel that way, right? Like it just doesn't. Like, you know, at the kids' soccer game, it doesn't feel like we're in 80% worst case scenario, and maybe that's because the 80% worst case scenario stuff are all structural things that are happening in Washington, and that means that we are projecting that will eventually result in people's lives feeling different, meaningfully different. Or maybe it's something about our psychology as humans and adaptability. I don't know. I guess because that's something I think we should at least grapple with, right? Where it's like, okay, yeah, on paper, yeah, you said this was worst case scenario, we're there, but I don't think that most people, like, there are exceptions, obviously, here at Micro, these are a few of them. A small business that's particularly affected by tariffs or something, right? Like, but like for most people, not really. Well, how do you explain that?
I mean, if you're walking around Washington, D.C. because you live there, looks like you live in an occupied city now.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, though. So it did for a while. There was like a minute where you're like, why are there sirens constantly? And like you're driving around, you see just a much, but mostly, we were talking about this some at the show, is it quickly kind of devolved, especially there was a difference between ICE and the National Guard. When they deployed the National Guard, it was like a bunch of youngish kids eating ice cream in their uniforms and people stopping and taking pictures with them, and they're planting trees and picking up garbage because there's nothing else for them to do. The part that's scary and that was really real there, but for a couple weeks now it's kind of calmed down, is them grabbing the Uber Eats drivers off their bikes on different streets and ICE being there and people yelling at them. And I would say there was a couple show of force situations there, but not in the way where everywhere you go, it's there.
No mask. I don't know anybody that's had an encounter with a masked person. Again, like the masked agent stuff is really bad. So I'm just trying to be clear about what I'm asking. I'm talking about people's real life experience. Like the masked agents are very bad, and again, you would put that on a written ledger on the side of this is worse than what I expected. I actually didn't really expect there would be masked immigration police grabbing people who are gardening outside their homes. But like, I don't actually know anybody. You know what I mean? It's not so prevalent that it's changing people's day-to-day lives. And so, does that mean that we're overstating it? I guess my question for JV.
Well, I mean, the goal of the authoritarian attempt is to control the levers of power, right? And the idea is that you don't have to touch people's lives until they're going to vote, right? At which point, you make sure that people understand where they're welcome to vote and where they're not welcome to vote. And You either accept election results or you don't accept election results. Right. I mean, this is, but like, I don't know.
Well, but then to me, that answer says though, like, we won't really know if we're in the worst case scenario until next year. I mean, honestly, like that's how what that answer says to me.
What we are, but again, it's a curve, right? It's like a growth curve, and we are on the curve, right? I mean, we are on the curve for an 80 or 90th percentile worst case, I think. And
see, I still think we do have a ways to go, but I also think that us debating that is only so helpful because we're like debating at the
only
margin.
9 months in. Of course, there's a ways to go.
Yeah. I mean, but when we end up debating within the margins of badness, I think it's important to say, and this is what I really liked about your piece comparing it, is how quickly we blew past a lot of the things that we looked at the time and thought, well, this would be the worst case scenario, and we are past it. And to Tim's point, though, and again, I'm going to just bring up the parts of the things that aren't in the article, which is, okay, so he's doing tariffs, but there have been moments of real pushback around this, right? Because they do have an impact on people's lives. And he's continued. I mean, he was doing this morning with the generals. He's like, my favorite word is tariffs in the English dictionary. It's tariffs.
More than wife.
More, yeah. Also, the N-word, my favorite. You can't say the N-word. Nuclear. This guy, what a despicable pile of garbage. Anyway, sorry, did you want to say something there?
No, I was just, well, if you did, either way, you can go. I just want to get back to your point about, I actually do think it's useful to have this conversation where we sort of discuss where we are in the process, and I'll explain why. But did you want to finish with your thought?
Well, now I don't remember what I was going to say.
Okay, great. Sorry. Well, that wasn't really my fault. It was your fault for doing the nuclear imitation side thing. I don't think I interrupted you, but if I did, I apologize.
You guys have really gotten his head about the interrupting.
The point that I was trying to make, which I do remember, is that you said that you don't know how helpful it is to like hash out the gradients of difference of where we are, and I just and my point is I actually think it's quite helpful. Number one, it's just important to orient you to where you are. It's good to know where you are in a fight. But two, I've been talking about this a lot last week, this is something I'm like just trying to balance myself in how I talk about this stuff. Are the people that listen to this, to us, and to everyone in our constellation, like, it is not actually useful for them to think that we're fucked. Like, totally fucked. Like, unbelievably fucked. Now, if we think that, everybody should say what they think, right? I'm not saying people should hide the ball. I think we should be candid. But I don't want people to, like, exaggerate because it's good for whatever. Because, like, it's good for exaggerating point. Because I hear from people that are like, well, what's the point? And if you get to what's the point, now we get into the Sarah speech at the end of every event. It's like, well, if it's what's the point, then why are we doing any of this? Like, let's all just like get drunk and hang out with whatever, parent or read books or do whatever.
Yeah, it's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine.
Yeah, joy out of that, right? And so to me, it's like, okay, it's important just to be clear-eyed about, okay, how bad is it? Where are we? Where are the points potentially to derail the curve, right? And like, and rather than, getting into, a place of total despair. Or a place of sanguineness, right? Like, I think both are dangerous, right? A pair of despair is dangerous. Fear that the wildlife and fisheries are the biggest issue is also dangerous, right? And so that's why I think it's a worthwhile discussion.
Can I push back on this a little bit?
Sure.
It seems to me that the most important task is convincing the marginal Trump supporters who are inclined to say, no, it's not actually that bad. I know it's not what I prefer, but it's not actually that bad. It is holding up a mirror to them and saying, if we had said to you on November 6th that this is what was going to happen, you would have put your head in it. This is that bad. And you know it's that bad. You knew a year ago that it was that bad. And this is just you rationalizing shit. Like, that I think is kind of an important task, because those people need to get off the bus.
I think that's a useful task. I don't know if it's the most important task, but that's not a task that I impugn in any way.
Pretty important task. But I would say, so Sarah, you said a few minutes ago that Trump is on his back foot. His approval rating today is higher than it was exactly 4 years ago.
Exactly 4 years ago when he wasn't president?
Sorry, no. Exactly 7 years ago.
7 years
exactly
ago.
8 years ago? Whatever. Right?
Yeah.
At this point, it is
Yeah.
first term.
Sure.
You do math.
But,
you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. And sorry, but I remember where I was going, and the reason I started imitating him on tariffs, and it is this point, which is things have also happened which have hurt Trump to some degree. Okay, so for example, the announcing of the tariffs, the market diving, the economy being on shaky footing, and things that could still happen that could further diminish his ability to have his authoritarian projects succeed, in part because Americans now are touched by things, right? And so those counterfactuals matter in this discussion. That being said, I think your point, though, about, because a lot of the things that we talk about, again, this is where being sort of the big aperture of democracy, also don't touch average people's lives, right? Until it gets to the economy going into a recession, until it gets into, the cops are in blue cities, right? They're not in sort of the average person's streets. And until those types of things happen and it touches people's lives, as far as they're concerned, and this is why the pretextual stuff matters, you can get in this argument of like, oh, well, DC is like a third world country with so much crime. You know, I mean, like the way that I think people who do not live in DC think about what has happened, like think about the way crime is in DC or in other cities that Donald Trump's talking about going into, they're like, well, he does need to do that, right? He's made up a reason, which is this crime, that he has to send people there. But there has been pushback in that when if the economy goes down, this is why the market drives me crazy. You know, like another red line he hasn't crossed is like firing Jerome Powell. And one of the reasons that I think he hasn't crossed it is because one presumes the market will react to that. So there are things that happen that back him off from the authoritarian project, and also the fact that he's getting rich, which he also doesn't want to disrupt.
He fired Lisa Cook and the market didn't react to that. I mean, he does socialize these things in an incredibly successful way.
So I'm not trying to give you like best case scenario. I think what I was saying when I was saying it's not that helpful to argue about where we are, what I meant to say is JVL is broadly correct. And I don't want to be in a position of saying like, oh no, JVL, it's not as bad as you're saying. I think it is. I think the question that we're wrestling with, and that I would say, is that on the spectrum of badness, I still actually think we have a long way to go. Like I think that, and I think you're right, I actually think we're in the kicking the tires phase. I think that a lot of the things that we didn't think about, or that we were thinking about but weren't sure how they were going to go, have materialized in a kicking the tires kind of way to reach into a bigger, and we haven't hit the bigger part yet.
So let me just, I do want to say, it is clear, as you say, both of you make this point often, and it's a true point and worth remembering. He can be brushed back, right? And we have seen that. There have been external pieces of feedback which have caused him to step back. Musk became unpopular and was a drag on him. Musk got thrown overboard, right? We had Liberation Day tariffs, which caused a huge market reaction. He then waited 2 weeks and started doing his, well, we're going to delay them, blah, 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 blah. So it's true that he can be brushed back from things. But the resiliency of his poll numbers over the course of the last 9 months is pretty shocking to me. I mean, they have gone down. They have not gone down nearly as much as I would have thought. This is based on economic factors.
Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? While Sarah shakes her head, not only am I with you, this really takes me to the dark place, and if you made it 51 minutes in, buckle up. He wins again today.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
If you ran the election again today, he wins again.
Yeah,
which is insane.
The only thing I wanted to say to JVL's point is that the reason that I think he does better today than he did 7 years ago compared to himself is because of our nervous systems. Is because of how we've changed. Not that he's changed. That back then, everything he did was much more shocking to the system in a way that today isn't.
He changed
That's a good point, yeah.
He changed the system. No, I totally agree.
That's crazy that neither of you are like, well, maybe, who knows, counterfactual, whatever, something could happen, different. No, we all it's just uniform agreement. It's funny, Alyssa Ferris said this on, I forget if it was on The View, I think it was on The View or somewhere, and I had somebody like, have Alyssa on and argue with us. And I was like, I don't know, I would love to have Alyssa on again. I love Alyssa, but I was like, we don't have anything to argue about. I was like, I agree with absolutely everything that she said. He absolutely definitely would.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to change. It'd depend on who he was running against. But this is the thing I hear over and over again from voters who are upset with Trump in the focus groups. And this is where people are like, why do you criticize Democrats or whatever? And I'm like, because guys, let me tell you something. Right now, when you say, are you upset with Donald Trump? They're like, yeah, I don't like what he's doing on this or that or the other thing, or he's going too far on immigration. I'm upset about the economy. You say, okay, I'm going to rerun the election with you. And the best you can get is that people sit out voting. They will not vote for Kamala Harris. Knowing what they know now, they wouldn't change their vote to the Democrat. And so, like, that is a huge problem to solve, guys. It's a huge problem to solve.
Yeah, massive problem. You think you'd do better?
If there was a snap, if this is a parliamentary system,
yes, that's what I meant.
Snap election. Yeah. If there was a snap election today, and Trump was running for a third term, which somehow the Supreme Court had blessed, and he's running against pick your person.
Give it time.
Make it Gavin Newsom. Make it Josh Shapiro.
Hakeem.
He wins. I think he wins that race.
I think my boy Shapiro would.
To this. They are habituated to this. I don't think if Charlottesville happened again, I don't think his numbers go down at all.
Well, his numbers could go. Yeah, no, definitely not Charlottesville. And there are things that could.
Because remember what happened when Charlottesville happened? His numbers nosedived.
Yeah, we live in a completely different world now where Megyn Kelly is basically just like, yeah, no, I know Tucker and Candace Owens are saying horrible things about Jews and Israel all the time, but like, I'm cool with that. They're my friends. I'm not gonna, leave me alone.
All of the comedians are going to Riyadh. And it's kind of a silly topic to bring up, this Riyadh comedy festival, but I think it's an interesting commentary on our society that is related to Trump. And maybe this feels like I have Trump derangement syndrome to bring this up, but like, our society has changed the last 8 years. The idea that a group of people, mainstream comedians, left comedians, not just right comedians, like right comedians, non-ideological comedians, are all going to Saudi Arabia to put on a show, to whitewash a fucking Sharia authoritarian that killed a journalist, that has slaves, that beheads and behands people. And there's like pretty little pushback. There's been a little bit. David Cross put out a really funny statement if people care about that. But like, and there's a part of me that it's like, okay, maybe this is part of the being a frog blowing in water, and like this is, and we've always been broken, and our society's always been like this, and like, and whatever. This is just the latest example. Then I thought about it, and I was like, no, there was like a big push. Oh god, now I'm blanking on it. To like not perform in South Africa. Our buddy Little Steven did that song. I'm blanking on the name of that song now. Fuck, it's killing me. I can't remember the name of that song. But like, that was like in the 80s, where it was, people still did it, but there was pushback. Like, there's no societal norm right now against just doing bad shit, saying bad shit, and doing corrupt stuff. And like, so anything that he does that's in that world, called Puerto Rico a shithole, said the Nazi marchers were very fine people, took money in a paper bag. That just isn't landing with anybody right now. And that's a cultural thing that I think is a change. Is that not a change? What do you think?
I think it's pretty.
I think it's yeah. And this is where I think that my biggest concerns around Trump are that I think he won the culture by a lot more than he won the vote, and that going forward, much more of the culture is going to be right wing in a lot of these ways, in part because Trump. Look, whenever people talk about this media idea, right, about how we need a left-wing media ecosystem to rival Trump's, the thing that I try to explain to them is that if you're going to try to like prop one of these up with dollars, whatever, Donald Trump built an economic slipstream behind him. He built an incentive structure for his kind of heterodoxy that propels right-wing media. It propels these comedians. Like, that's part of the way. The dollars, like, why are they going to do this? Why did the Live golf championship happen? It all happened because there's money. Because everybody knows we're for sale now. Everyone knows Trump's for sale and that American culture's for sale.
So this is one of the reasons I don't think we can go back. Because once you have corruption endemic in a society, you can't have it be where one party is pro-corruption and the other party is anti-corruption. Because again, I mean, I'll just use the case of CBS and Paramount, right? So David Ellison is doing what he knows he needs to do in order to curry favor with the government. And let's just pretend 4 years from now, 7 years from now, 8 years from now, there is a Democratic president. If that Democratic president is committed to the rule of law and is anti-corruption, David Ellison is not. Like you see what I'm saying? Like the incentives all run in one way. All of these companies, everybody in the private sector, if they understand that the rules are that Republicans will punish you if you don't pay tribute, and Democrats leave you alone because they don't believe in thumbing the scales, then like what's, you know, again, and if the answer is like Democrats have to be corrupt too, that doesn't help either,
but this,
right? I mean, it's really,
this isn't about institutional corruption. Sorry, this is about culture. This is about the culture that 4 years ago, well, the 4 years ago, I mean, what happened, they're related to each other. The idea that Target used to have like the big gay, you know, things or whatever, and now it's like the Republicans have decided like, oh, we're gonna come and be like, no, you've got to represent our culture. Like, and right now, right-wing culture is ascendant because there's dollars for it, in a way that the left used to basically, I mean, people talk about pinkwashing, greenwashing, like there were dollars available for people who sort of fit within a certain cultural way, and they thought that's where the culture was. And they're rethinking that now.
Yeah. This is where mocking them in some ways is kind of better than some of this other stuff, and trying to undermine them in that way, right?
What if we roasted them today?
Yeah. Maybe it depends on how you would do it. I think the execution on that would be pretty important. And
come on, Sarah, give me a little something.
I was gonna go the same place. I'm glad you did it. I appreciate you.
Ain't Gonna Play Sun City is the name of the song I was thinking of by Little Steven. Sun City was the name of the song. The corruption intersects with the culture in this one way, and Sarah, we talked about this in the Canada show, but it's just worth mentioning one more time. Is
what about
the TikTok? Right, like the TikTok deal.
Oh yeah. There we go.
And now, so it's like it's both, right? It's a way to both control the culture and line their pockets. BB, I talked about this a little bit with Cam on FYPod. I feel like this did not get enough attention. BB was asked about like what kind of weapons he needs to use to you know, for the military, you know, modern military, and he talks about it. He's like, yeah, you know, weapons are important, but we're also looking into other things. Modern warfare, weapons are important, and such as we got this great deal with TikTok. And these new TikTok guys are going to be on our side. And I'm like, wait a minute, that was like an anti-Semitic trope that the Jews were controlling the TikTok algorithm, and BB is just out there being like, yeah, we're going to control the TikTok algorithm. Like, okay, well, like that's in his way. And so if you have BB saying that, if you have Trump saying that, if you have Trump's buddies getting access to the algorithm, and then the valuation of it is low, like they get all of it, right? They can put their thumb on the scale of the cultural stuff in the algorithm, and the political. They can put their thumb on the scale of the political stuff on what people see, and on top of that, they're going to get cash because they're going to be able to sell some of their stock to other people because they got such a great fucking deal.
And how does liberalism respond to that? I don't think it can. Liberalism doesn't have a response to that sort of stuff.
Well, that I'm not sure about. In part because we've been here before-ish, right? I mean, different types of things, but I don't know. We grew up in an era that I think where we were living in the backlash to opposition to the civil rights movement, right? So that had happened in, you know, the 60s, like with our parents' generation. And so then we're growing up at a time where most of the stuff that we were getting in our culture was a much more like colorblind, racial equity type messaging and Earth Day. I mean, I don't know. I feel like we grew up in a very specific time that I think, which is part of why we find it, you know, post-Cold War and everything else, that we're losing in this moment. But I don't think that their culture invites backlashes. Like when they become the dominant culture, that's going to help them for a period of time. But I do think backlashes eventually come out of that.
I want to sit with that question. My answer to that question is I don't know if liberalism has a response to that, because I want to say yes, but I don't want to shoot from the hip. So I'm going to think about that on a walk or something and report back.
Sounds great. That's what we do with this show. We ask questions that really you want to sip with. Guys, good show, long show. Next week we're together.
In person.
We're together.
Our habeases are corpusing.
We're going to be in D.C. on October 8th. You can still get tickets to that. We're going to be in New York City on the 11th, maybe the 11th. You can't get tickets to that. Sorry.
Yeah, but we got a very big venue here in DC.
You can stand outside and like throw your bra at, I was going to say JVL, but it's Sarah. I guess that would work, and have her sign it, you know, and then watch the show when it comes out on YouTube.
JVL, we do have to tell you, you didn't even ask us anything about the show in Toronto and how.
Tell me about the show in Toronto, guys.
Well, let me just. It was amazing. Our Canadian fans are incredible and awesome.
Incredible.
And they missed you. They wanted you to know. Many of them brought us gifts and treats.
Give us asylum.
Yeah.
Yes, they
absolutely.
Would
we literally had a lady who just renovated a motel north of Toronto. Who's like, she's got a room for us. And annoying amount of people brought up missing you and wishing you were there. Eventually, I got kind of sick of that.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, so I negged on you in the show. But here's, let me tell you something that happened. So Tim and I are outside before the show, we're chatting, and I'm asking him because there was like some cute boys coming up to Tim, you know, and some young
Sarah's
man.
going here. This is exciting.
This is a funny story. This guy took a bus 12 hours to see Tim. Like, he had traveled from the northernmost parts of Canada. And so I was saying to him, I'm like, I'm so jealous. Like, you get all these boys that come, and there's never any girls at the show who are like, hey, Sarah, you know, I traveled 1,000,000 years to be here, whatever. And then, and so we were joking about this, and then at the end of the show, these girls came backstage, like little lesbians, although I don't know that anybody identifies as a lesbian anymore. I think that makes me old. I think they're all just queer now. But anyway, they were like, Sarah, we just wanted to know if you wanted to like let us show you around town, and like take you out. And I was like, that's incredible. I was like, but actually I'm so tired and I have another show tomorrow, and actually my back kind of went out on me, and so I have to go home. And Tim was like, what is wrong with you?
Like, I can't find my reading glasses.
I was like, I'm starting to go home and call my kids, and I was the most, and Tim's like, that's what you call a revealed preference, Sarah. But I was just...
Yeah, I was like, you're like, oh, nobody's flirting with me. I never get any attention. Nobody's ever excited to see me. It happened. It all happened for Sarah. And she just said, no, too much love for... And then you could still have done it and have love for your family. I was about to say, I'm editing that. You could have just enjoyed yourself, gotten flirted on, had a couple of whatever. I was about to say Cosmo, but it's lesbian, so I don't know what you guys would have drank, Guinness or whatever.
Molson Ices.
Have a couple. What'd you say?
A Molson Ice.
Yeah, have a couple Molson Ices together, and had a great G-rated evening where you got to feel good about how other lesbians wanted to be around you, but you didn't do that. Instead, you sat and watched streaming in your room with an ice pack on.
I think this may be a
put a heating pad on my back
that you're not understanding, Tim. Although I don't know for sure.
A cultural difference,
maybe. Who can say? I'm very uncomfortable with all this thing. HR. Actually slacking me right now, saying, move on.
I would just like to thank those young ladies, because you know what, guys, it always feels nice to be asked.
It does.
Yeah. Come to the show, friends. Come to the DC show. Can't wait to see you.
Good show, long show. Guys, I will see you next week. No TNL next week, but we'll give you some of the...
Because we're doing it live.
We're doing
it live.
Live.
You say people are suffering in Cuba. Isn't it ironic that one of the biggest backers of the embargo and the sanctions on Cuba is the Secretary of State, a Cuban-American, Marco Rubio?
He's never set foot on Cuba. He wasn't born in Cuba.
If they go to war with Venezuela, does Cuba get involved on the side of Venezuela? Does it try and stay out and stay neutral?
Cuba will give its full political support.
You will not get involved militarily to support Venezuela. Has the U.S. embargo then succeeded in forcing Cuba to a breaking point?
It has not, and it will not. It does not have the capacity to break the will of the people of Cuba.
Do you believe Palestinians should have freedom from Israeli dictatorship, their own sovereign state, their right to choose their own government in free and fair elections?
Yes.
Why can't Cubans have that exact same freedom?
Who finances Amnesty International?
I don't know, you tell me.
Organizations that are totally opposed to socialism.
Are people being manipulated to protest against the lack of energy?
Nobody's taking it away from them to punish anyone.
You don't think it's just frustration at the government? Can Cuban journalists do this in Cuba? Could I do this show in Cuba? Barack Obama tried to open up with Cuba. Donald Trump has done the reverse, redesignating the island nation as a state sponsor of terrorism and ratcheting up sanctions. But it doesn't stop there. The US is also escalating against Venezuela. So where does that leave Cuba, which of course has its own political and economic issues at home? Joining me to discuss all of this and more is a deputy foreign minister in the Cuban government, Carlos Fernandez de Cosio. Thank you so much for joining me, Minister.
Thank you for having me.
The United States has sanctioned Cuba longer than it has sanctioned any other country in the world. And while there was some relief under the Obama administration, Donald Trump has tightened those earlier restrictions. How have US sanctions, how has the embargo impacted the lives of everyday people?
The US has sanctioned Cuba longer and in a broader way and more than any other country in the world. During the Obama year, there were few exceptions introduced, even though we formalized
oh God, I need to buy a new ship.
When Trump came in 2018, he set himself to reinforce this policy to make life more difficult, more unbearable for the people of Cuba. It continued under the Biden administration, and today they're planning to do more. It damages Cuba in almost every sense of life. It's not simply not having trade between the US and Cuba, but trying to cut Cuba off from the world economy. Cuba today, as a result of US sanctions or coercive measures, has immense difficulty to have access to capital, to technology, to markets, and to fuel, just to use a... Which country can sustain its economy, develop itself, if the most powerful economy in the world has the capacity to threaten and to punish other governments and other economies if they have links with Cuba, which is what we're facing today.
Nearly every year since 1992, the UN General Assembly, and we're here in New York for the UN General Assembly meetings, the UNGA has passed a resolution that condemns the embargo, and yet, even with international condemnation, the US has upheld that embargo. Do you ever see a possibility of it being lifted?
I think it should be lifted sometime down the road, but not because of the UN. The US has shown its disregard for the opinion of the international community. These are resolutions which are adopted almost unanimously. Only US and Israel vote against. But it will depend on the political will of the US government. If the majority of Americans were to be duly informed, they were to know the nature and the level of hostility and the impact it has on the Cuban population, I am sure the majority of Americans would not support this policy.
I mean, the polls show the majority of Americans do not support that policy. Since Donald Trump took office, the US has pursued a maximum pressure strategy, announcing further sanctions, restricting access to the US dollar, as you say, deterring international investment, others from investing in Cuba. In 2023, even before Trump, under Biden, the UN estimated the total damage of the US embargo to the Cuban economy to be in the trillions of dollars. So has the US embargo then succeeded in forcing Cuba to a breaking point?
It has not, and it will not. It will succeed in punishing the people of Cuba. It will succeed in making life very unbearable for the people of Cuba, and conditions today are quite different. But it does not have the capacity to break the will of the people of Cuba, nor our determination to protect our nation. We're a sovereign nation, and we have a right to be so.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch, hit like, share, and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, Zateo.com and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalists. You say people are suffering in Cuba. Isn't it ironic that one of the biggest backers of the embargo and the sanctions on Cuba in the US government is the Secretary of State, a Cuban-American, Marco Rubio? What do you make of him?
He's an American descendant from Cubans. He's never set foot on Cuba. He wasn't born in Cuba. His parents, contrary to what he has alleged, left Cuba before the Cuban Revolution. He's made a political career alleging this history, but it's not ironic. There's a set of people in the US, some of them of Cuban origin, some not, that have made careers and money out of an anti-Cuba, anti-socialism policy in the US.
On his first day in office, Donald Trump ordered Cuba to be reinstated to the list of state sponsors of terror, reversing the position of the Biden administration. Their argument is, even if you're not actively funding or arming terrorist groups, you are providing safe haven to wanted terrorists. There are believed to be 70 US fugitives now based in Cuba, including people like William Morales, who was a bomb maker for a militant Puerto Rican group that bombed a New York tavern in 1975, killing 4 people. He escaped from a US prison, went to Mexico, I believe, and since has been welcomed in Cuba, where he's been living. Why not hand over people like Morales to the US and get yourself taken off that list? Why give them asylum? These are people who've been convicted of serious crimes.
This is a list alleged by the US with no evidence whatsoever of what they're claiming about these people.
Well, William Morales lives in Cuba, right? You're not denying he's in Cuba.
I'm not accepting. I don't even know if he's living in Cuba. I learned about William Morales because I read it on the news.
You haven't checked to see if there's a wanted terrorist living on Cuban soil?
If there was someone like that in Cuba, he would be protected. Cuba.
Why would he be protected? Why not extradite? Why not send him back to the US if he's escaped from prison? I'm sure there are people in the US that Cuba wants. Are there not?
Let me be clear. Cuba, under international law and Cuban law, has the duty and the right to protect people that have struggled for liberation.
But he's a bomb maker in the US.
First, I don't even know what the person is. I don't even know if he's a bomb. I don't know if he even put a bomb.
So why not find out?
I heard this because the Secretary of State spoke about it. But the United States built so many lies about Cuba that.
But aren't there people in the US that Cuba wants? There are people that Cuba wants in the US, right?
I'll go to that.
And they want people.
They even allege about 70 people.
Yes.
They don't give names. They just mention this person.
They've mentioned a few. Well, so why not start with this person? Why not? You're the Deputy Foreign Minister. Why not find out?
I don't even know that person is.
So why not find out?
But I go back.
I'm assuming the Cuban government knows who's on its soil.
I'll go back. Cuba has the right to give protection to people that seek asylum when they are struggling for political reasons. Now, in Cuba's relationship with terrorism is as a victim. The U.S. has financed the government and executed countless terrorist actions in Cuba.
No one's disputing.
There are over 2,000 people that have died in Cuba because of that. Today.
And they provide a safe haven, I know, to people like Orlando Bosch. And
from the territory of the United States, there are people organizing, financing, and executing violent and terrorist actions against Cuba. We have given the U.S. list of over 100 people that have committed open crimes and assassinated.
When I ask American politicians the same question I asked you, they say the same as you. They say we're providing asylum to people who are escaping from the Cuban dictatorship. That's what they will say. Why not just trade the people you have?
I'm talking about crooks, people that to steal a ship, a boat, to travel the United States, assassinated 3 people.
I mean, this guy is accused of making bombs in his home, William Morales.
I don't even know who William Morales is.
Maybe you should find out. Okay, so you're not planning to any kind of release of people to get off this state sponsor list. There's no plans.
We don't plan to stop fulfilling our policy in providing asylum to people that struggle for freedom. And I don't know if William Morales falls in that category.
Okay.
I don't even know who he is.
As I said, I'm sure you can find out. Cuba is going through one of its worst economic crises ever, despite multiple monetary and fiscal reforms from the government, which just haven't worked. In August, the Cuban peso hit a record low, as you know. The Cuban government continues to blame US sanctions, as you said at the start of this interview. The embargo has clearly played a role in impoverishing a lot of ordinary Cubans. But a lot of Cubans would also say that your government's mismanagement of the economy, its failure to produce growth, to tamp down on inflation, the over-reliance on the dollar, that's all played a role in the economic mess that Cuba's in right now. What would you say to those critics who say that?
It could. No government can have an exact result in the expectations they have when they put policy in place. We've been undergoing a process of economic transformation since 2016, basically, including constitutional transformation. In any process of that type, you find contradictions. You need adjustments. You want to go faster than you can. It's very difficult to do that with the level of aggression against Cuba. And then wanting Cuba to acknowledge that there are mistakes, why don't they ask other governments? It's like a woman is raped, and then you ask the father, well, she was raped and you're insulted, but wasn't she dressing in a way that was there? Rape is wrong. Assaulting a country, punishing a country to try to impose the imperialist will of the United States on that country is wrong, regardless of the mistakes we commit.
So you're saying even raising the idea that Cubans may have made mistakes in management, that's victim blaming?
Cannot justify the aggression of the United States.
But no one's justified. I mean, in this room, no one's justified. I agree with you.
No, but the Cuban government acknowledges publicly.
Yes, that's what I'm wondering.
Acknowledges publicly that some of the plans we put in place have not met the expectations that we had, that the results that have achieved are not there. And I can put many examples of those, and the government hasn't made them public.
Fair enough. And the Cuba's worsening economy, as you know, has partly resulted not just in massive protests we saw last year in Cuba, but also in the island's biggest...
Last year, massive protests? I don't think so.
When were the protests? Were there no
2021, there
have been protests
in 2021.
Okay, but put protests to one side. The island's biggest wave of emigration, as you know, has happened in the last few years. Since 2022, almost 1 million people arriving in the US from Cuba, just in the last 3 years. Many would say that is a vote of no confidence in your government, in your system. It is people voting with their feet, leaving.
Detroit had about 3 million people. Today they say it's 600,000. Economic conditions depressed.
Yeah.
U.S. policy has had, as you said at the beginning of this interview, a policy of making life as unbearable as possible for the people of Cuba. A natural consequence of that is for people to remove themselves from where those conditions are. It's what they call a push factor in migration. Yeah. And if you add to that the U.S. policy has had until Trump put an end to that, a policy of inviting Cubans with a privileged status that the citizens of no other country has ever had. Any Cuban who just came up to the border, they could come in, and within a year they can become permanent residents.
That's the pull factor.
And that's the pull factor. If you have those conditions, it is natural. If the U.S. were to apply the same conditions to any country in Latin America, the result would be the same. Puerto Rico has lost half of its population. Uruguay has almost lost half of its population.
But the conditions you mentioned have been around for a while. Why in the last 3 years has it gone up so much?
Because the U.S. government openly, one of the things that the current president criticizes the Biden administration, and we alerted the Biden administration, these processes that you're putting in place of just granting visas, if Cubans want to leave, we won't stop them, but you're going to provoke a wave of people.
Interesting you say you won't stop them. Will you take them back? Because Donald Trump now is cracking down even on Cuban immigration. Traditionally, the Republican Party made an exception, as you say, for Cubans, and they go after Venezuelans and other Mexicans and other groups from the southern border. But now even he's deporting Cubans. Is the Cuban government happy to take those people back? Are they safe when they get back to Cuba?
The U.S. government has been deporting Cubans for some years.
But it's increasing now.
It's not so much compared to previous. We've had, on a monthly basis, more or less, we get a flight of deportees. Maybe the figure has been but there were more deportees in 2017, for example.
What happens when they get back to Cuba?
They just go to their homes. They can request a passport and leave again the country if they want. They go to their homes, unless they have something pending with the law, which is rare. But let me say something. All of these Cubans are in the U.S. and they're a threat. They could request going back to Cuba.
Yeah.
They don't need to be forced by the U.S. to be sent back. We have bilateral agreements with the U.S. It's not the U.S. dumping people in Cuba. There's agreement, we check them, we analyze, and this, even with this government, is the way it's working.
You've also had these energy blackouts, as you know, across the island, which again have spurred protests. I know you're saying there's not that many protests, but there have been protests against energy blackouts. The Cuban president, Miguel Diaz-Canel, said, "We must make clear to our people that one can be dissatisfied, that is legitimate, but we must be able to see clearly when we're being manipulated." What did he mean by that? Are people being manipulated to protest against a lack of energy? Is that a normal thing to do when you have blackouts to protest?
It's not that frequent, but I want to protest every time I'm sitting at home and I have 4 hours blackout, and my wife wants it, my family wants to do it, and
it's legitimate.
Legitimate to complain, of course.
Yeah.
What's not legitimate is what occurs. That there's a very well-financed machinery in the United States that through social networks, it's inciting people to act against the government, go out on the street, block highways, block roads, and it's not occurring because people have common sense. That won't bring electricity.
You don't think it's occurring
because nobody's taking it away from them to punish anyone. Simply, there's not.
You don't think it's just frustration at the government?
There is
frustration at lack of electricity. It happens around the world. People
happens
protest.
around the, but it's not.
So why are you blaming the U.S. for these protests?
I'm blaming a machinery that is inciting people to do it. When it happens and people complain normally, but when you find and you have evidence that they're inciting to do it, I think it's very fair and very legitimate to criticize it, because you're trying to abuse.
What is that evidence, just out of interest?
people are sending messages. I receive messages. Go out on the street from
you.
I receive people.
Deputy Foreign Minister of Cuban government gets a message from the U.S. saying
you get it on Facebook. You get it on. It goes beyond that. You're looking in Google for information, and you get messages, and you get protests in Cuba, protests, and sometimes our lives. It's here, it's over there. It's a very well organized, I mean,
it's not that well organized if they're sending the Deputy Foreign Minister a message to go out on the streets. It seems a bit haphazard.
They use a shotgun approach.
Fair enough. Yeah, what about the actual specific issue of the energy crisis, which a lot of people would say is due to the decreasing oil supply from your ally Venezuela? Where does Cuba's relationship with Venezuela stand right now? Are you looking to strengthen that relationship despite the rising tensions between the US and Venezuela?
You're going too fast. I'm making some affirmations that I need to. The problem is, one is lack of fuel. Okay. Another one is a outdated capacity to generate. Yep. It has been very difficult. To give you an example, the biggest plant generator in Cuba was a French company with which we had agreements for many years on maintenance, spare parts. It's quite old, but it worked. In 2015, I think, or 14, General Electric bought the company. So for us to get a screw.
So now it's suffering the embargo.
We have to go through a third market, build it some other place. We can't even get technical assistance, not even advisors to come and out. And that goes through a whole technology to infrastructure in general in Cuba.
Okay. So we can agree on that. Can we also agree that the Venezuelan oil supply is an issue?
And then you have the sanctions on Venezuela by the U.S. is an issue, plus the price of oil, plus a standing policy since 2019 of the United States aimed at depriving Cuba of shipments of oil. So shipping companies that transport oil to Cuba are either sanctioned or threatened to be sanctioned for transport, which implies that we have to pay extra for the import of oil, a country that is not rich, that doesn't have much money.
What about the relationship with Venezuela? Are you strengthening that relationship even as the U.S.?
It's a very good relationship.
We're speaking on the day that Donald Trump has addressed the United Nations General Assembly, targeting Venezuela once again.
And threatening Venezuela.
Threatening Venezuela. That doesn't worry the Cubans at all? In terms of your relationship with Venezuela?
It worries us a lot. Yeah. They're threatening a sister nation of Latin America.
If they go to war with Venezuela, we just published an article at Zeteo from a former Pentagon advisor who says we may be sleepwalking into a war with Venezuela. If that happens, where does that leave Cuba? Does Cuba get involved on the side of Venezuela? Does it try and stay out and stay neutral?
Cuba will give its full political support. If the U.S. goes to war with any country in Latin America,
political support.
It is the duty of
you chose your words carefully. Political support. You will not get involved militarily to support Venezuela.
That's a very dangerous question to answer. We're not going to war with the United States.
No, I didn't say you're going to war. But if the U.S. goes to war with Venezuela,
we'll give our fullest support to Venezuela.
Okay.
Basically, political is our solidarity.
How worried are you about the prospect of war?
Very worried. Very worried. There's a threatening stance against Venezuela. Very irresponsible, believing that you can do that without causing a great amount of loss of life. It's a threat to Venezuela, it's a threat to the whole continent, to the whole region, which it means that the United States is going to apply what they call peace through force, which is a threatening imposition of the will of the mightiest.
Well, Trump is bragging about all the boats he's hit. He bragged about it at the UN. It's a violation of international law. If a Cuban boat gets hit, what does your government do?
That's a hypothetical question.
It's not that hypothetical at the moment. It looks like...
No, in the case of Cuba, it's circumstance. Very difficult. Because you have seen the constraint and the patience with which the Venezuelan government has acted.
Yeah, I mean...
Not allowing...
Whatever anyone thinks of the Venezuelan government...
a group of irresponsible people to throw Venezuela and to lead them into a war.
Whatever anyone thinks of the Venezuelan government, they are undoubtedly showing restraint while Donald Trump is bragging about violating international law at the UN. We can agree on that.
Without any evidence against Venezuela.
Yes. Or against these boats.
No government in the world, with the exception of the United States, believes the legend about that the issue here is combating drugs in the Caribbean, which everybody knows is not coming from Venezuela.
Let's talk about Palestine, big issue. Does Cuba believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza? And what does Cuba think the international community should be doing about what's happening in Gaza?
Absolutely. It's a genocide. It's the great crime of the 21st century, in the eyes of everybody. The difference with World War II and Hitler was that most of the information came out after the war. Today it's happening in the face of everybody. It's an issue of shame, we believe, for the international community and for the UN because of the incapacity of the UN to act. And it can't act because the main instrument of the UN is the Security Council, where the allies of Israel, the allies of the genocide, have a capacity of veto. And they make the UN impotent.
What is Cuba's relationship like with the Palestinians? It goes back a long way, and I believe your foreign minister who will be speaking at the UN in the coming days will be addressing this at length.
He will be addressing.
So what is the relationship? Tell our viewers a little bit about what is the relationship between Cuba and the Palestinian people?
Well, first of all, we recognize the state of Palestine. We've had a very long relationship since the early 60s, even before the war of 1967, with the people of Palestine, with the PLO at the time. We've trained doctors, teachers, engineers from Palestine for years at no cost for them. Our political position is to believe in the need for a two-state solution with the borders prior to 1967, with the right of return of the refugees, and with the capital in East Jerusalem. That is our formal position. We oppose all aggression and the slaughter of the past almost 80 years against the people of Palestine.
We're speaking here, UNGA Week, UN General Assembly Week. This is the same week that the French, the British, the Australian and Canadian governments are coming out and saying we recognize a Palestinian state. What do you make of that declaration from these Western powers?
We believe that there is an increasing realization that is the will of their respective populations, and they're responding to the will of people of wanting to recognize what's evident. The people of Palestine need recognition. They're not a non-existent entity or nation.
You said earlier that it's definitely a genocide. What's happening is horrific. We're seeing it in front of our eyes. Do you support the International Criminal Court arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant?
Yes, we do.
But Cuba's not a signatory to the ICC. No, Israel says they're not a signatory, but you're not a signatory either.
We're not a signatory because we believe it's an instrument basically used against developing countries. Since the beginning, we thought it was going to be so.
So why do you support it in this case?
No, we support an action against it. They should be incriminated any court around the world. They're criminals.
But a court you don't recognize. Shouldn't Cuba sign up to the ICC to give it more legitimacy?
Well, we're not an active supporter of it, but if you ask it intellectually, do we support? Of course.
Do you believe Palestinians should have freedom from Israeli dictatorship, their own sovereign state, their right to choose their own government in free and fair elections?
Yes. Yes, we do.
So the question a lot of your critics would answer, the question a lot of your critics would ask is, why can't Cubans have that exact same freedom? Fidel Castro was in power for 49 years. His brother Raul was in power for 10 years. And now the current president, Miguel Diaz-Canel, 6 years. None of them chosen directly by the Cuban people.
Yes, they were. They were all elected to the National Assembly directly by the people of Cuba. And as in the Canadian, the British, the Australian government, people don't elect directly the head of government. They elect him or her as member of parliament, and it is the parliament who elects the political leader of the country.
That's in a parliamentary system. In a presidential system like France or the US, you directly elect the president.
Correct. So ours is a mixture of the presidential and the parliamentary in a socialist state.
But in the UK...
So each of them have to be elected by the population. And then
But the population don't get a choice, though, do they?
They have a choice.
No, there's only one party that's legal in Cuba, the PCC, the Cuban Communist Party.
It's not an electoral party. It doesn't have a participation in the elections. People elect individuals.
There are no political parties allowed to run for office except for those vetted by the PCC. No. You know that.
Political parties, none, not even the Communist Party of Cuba, is allowed to run for office.
But they vet the candidates. You're not allowed to run for office unless you're approved.
No.
So
the party doesn't have a participation.
So hold on, anyone can set up a political party and run for office in Cuba? That's not true.
Parties don't participate in elections. The electoral law in Cuba is based on individuals, communities, and there's no party, there's no participation, there's no money, there's no machinery for that.
The vast majority of the members of your National Assembly, I think 450 out of 480 or whatever it is, are supporters of the Cuban Communist Party. You know that.
Vast majority is perhaps an exaggeration, the majority. But I don't know the figures where you get them from. I don't know.
But my point is, you made the analogy with Britain, France, parliamentary hybrid Canada.
Because you were saying that we're not elected individually population. Well, as they are not elected, the Prime Minister of England...
Hold on, I made two separate arguments. One is they're not directly elected by the people, as in the US or France. which is true. We both agree on that. You said, but it's like a parliamentary model. I'm saying true, but in those parliamentary systems, you do have parties. People have a choice. Do I want a conservative or do I want a socialist? Do I want a liberal or do I want a progressive? In Cuba, they don't have that choice.
Is there any evidence that
you just said it was...
Is there any evidence that having political parties implies a true representation of the population?
It gives people a choice.
But
even in Palestine.
But in practical terms.
Even in Palestine, which you said they should have elections, they will be able to choose between Fatah, Hamas, the PFLP, whatever it is.
In Cuba, they can choose from many individuals, regardless
all of whom are approved by the Cuban Communist Party.
No, you're saying something that is not correct.
So I can run for office in Cuba and say, I don't like the Cuban Communist Party and I don't like Miguel Canaz-Diaz.
You can, and there are people elected that don't agree with the policies of the Cuban Communist Party, people that have a different feeling.
That's not
and
true.
A different opinion.
You're not allowed to run for the National Assembly if you question the system in Cuba.
You're not, if you question the system of
the
National
question
Assembly?
the communist system in Cuba. Isn't that true? You can run for...
You're not allowed.
You said it yourself. You said within a socialist
system.
It's
difficult to get elected. But there are people who have tried to run
the
and don't get
candidates are
elected.
vetted by the... You can't just run for office. You know this.
No, I don't know that. You're saying something that is it's not a representation of what happens in
All
Cuba.
of the candidates who run for office in Cuba are vetted by the authorities first. They're not somebody... Nobody off the street can just go run for office and get elected.
Yes, they can.
That's what you say. Even if they
can. Yes, they can.
Even if they say, I'm not a communist, I'm anti-president Diaz-Canel.
In the United States, you don't only need to be vetted by a party, you need to have the money to do it. You don't have that in Cuba.
But you can run in the United States and say, I'm an independent, I don't like the president, I don't like capitalism.
Because the system
can't do that in Cuba.
Because the system knows you won't get elected.
Actually, we're in New York City, where a guy who's a socialist is about to get elected.
Yeah, you're going to be and there are people in Cuba.
Can you run as a
in the National Assembly?
Out of interest, could you run as a capitalist in Cuba?
There are members of the National Assembly who are private entrepreneurs who have their own company.
But can they call for an end to the communist system? They can't.
They couldn't, but they
can't.
They're not against it.
They don't because they're not allowed to.
They're not against it.
Amnesty International said in 2024 that in Cuba, quote, freedom of expression has been further restricted. Arbitrary arrests and the criminalization of activists and protesters persisted. Human Rights Watch says the government continues to repress and punish virtually all forms of dissent and public criticism. Hundreds of critics and protesters remain arbitrarily detained. How do you defend that?
Did they give any evidence of that?
Yes. It's a long report.
Of the hundreds?
Yeah. Hundreds of critics and protesters.
Yeah, but did they give the names who were the protests? Amnesty International has been saying that for years.
Maybe because you've been doing it.
With no evidence whatsoever.
You think Amnesty and Human Rights Watch have no evidence for their reports?
No.
You know they do reports against the US and Israel
yes,
as well.
We do. Yes, we do.
I'm sure you support those reports.
Who finances Amnesty International?
You tell me.
Who finances them?
I don't know. You tell me.
Organizations that are totally opposed to socialism. So they would, by nature, by structure, and by mandate, go against anything that is socialist.
But they criticize all governments. I mean, I've interviewed...
It's a good veneer.
I've interviewed foreign ministers from multiple governments. It's very easy to find what Amnesty and Human Rights Watch say about all of them. And they all say the same thing, that they're biased against us. Maybe they're just consistent and they criticize all governments, capitalist, communist, left, right, democratic, dictatorial.
I don't think so.
You think they're picking on Cuba? You think Amnesty has a problem with Cuba?
Of course.
Really?
Yes, sure.
Are they picking on Israel as well?
I guess not. I don't know.
I mean, they've done pretty vicious reports about Israel too.
Very good for them.
Are they picking on the US? They've done a lot of reports criticizing the US.
Not enough. Not enough about the US.
They've been very outspoken about the US, both before and after Trump. You don't think so?
No.
You don't think Amnesty International has criticized...
About the treatment of population here in New York, the South Bronx.
Yeah, they've done a lot about...
Who are incarcerated and in detention for years.
I can give you lots of reports from Amnesty and Human Rights Watch about the U.S. incarceration system. There are many reports.
In general, without any cause.
I don't know what
without any cause until people have to recognize and acknowledge something. And then for the rest of their lives, they're within the legal system. And
as someone who's actually interviewed people from multiple governments, I can assure you they've done detailed reports on the U.S., on Israel, on Cuba, on Venezuela, on Brazil, Argentina, and the Malay. I mean, they have.
I don't know the reports of the rest of
So just to be clear,
but I do know.
Just to be clear, you don't think that critics are being arrested, protesters are being arrested in Cuba and arbitrarily detained?
No.
None. Not even zero. Not even one.
Arbitrarily, no.
In October last year, the social communication law came into force in Cuba, regulating online communications. A lot of your critics, as you know, say that restricts freedom of expression, especially for journalists who don't align with government narratives. Reporters Without Borders, another group that's been critical of you and critical of the US.
Did they say which provision?
Yeah, Reporters Without Borders named the journalists. They named people who've been arrested.
They named the provision. Provision that
they say at least a dozen journalists have been summoned by the police, interrogated. Some were forced to resign. Many of them were charged with, quote, propaganda against the government. What does propaganda against the government mean?
I don't know. They're the ones saying it.
No, they're saying that's what the journalists were charged with.
I don't know.
You're saying that's not true?
I don't know the provision. I don't know. You're asking me for a law that I don't have in front of me.
You're saying journalists in Cuba have or have not
in Cuba for doing journalism.
Have they been
and for having an opinion against the government are not interrogated, are not incarcerated.
They're saying dozens, Reporters Without Borders. Why would they say that? Are they picking on you as well?
Of course.
Why would Reporters Without Borders pick on Cuba? They've been critical of the US, the UK, France, Israel. Why would they pick on you?
But you must know the way they work.
You tell me. I don't know how they. I tend to quote them when I interview.
They are financed by organizations that are totally opposed to socialism.
So then, why do they criticize the US and Israel and Europe as well?
Because it's a way of trying to gain legitimacy.
Interesting. Let me ask you a very blunt question. We're sitting here in New York. I'm doing this interview. I appreciate you taking my questions. We've talked about a lot of topics. Can Cuban journalists do this in Cuba? Could I do this show in Cuba?
Yes.
Without any repercussions?
Without any repercussions.
You can sit down with a Cuban ministry official and ask them tough questions, and they won't be arrested for propaganda against the government.
Official?
The journalist?
I've been asked tough questions in Cuba by journalists, similar to the ones you're asking.
Okay. You're here in New York for the UN General Assembly. The polls show that most Americans...
And they've been published, by the way.
Okay. You're here in New York for the UN General Assembly. Polls show that, as I mentioned earlier, most Americans support restoring diplomatic ties with Cuba, lifting the embargo. What is your message to the American people?
That the people of Cuba are not enemies of the United States, nor want to be enemies of the United States. We have disagreements with reality in the U.S. as the U.S. has with Cuba. But that should not prevent us from having a respectful relationship and dealing with our differences, our disagreements, in the way all countries do. The U.S. has disagreements with many countries in the world. To none has it applied a policy of economic warfare as the one that's applied against Cuba.
That's undeniable.
We have disagreements with many governments. So to the people of the United States, we believe that the people of Cuba that have no animosity in regards to the people of the United States would benefit.
That's it for me. No one's left. Just me all by myself. I'm done. Bye-bye.